Good afternoon, and we're back here in Dayton, Tennessee, center field. And just 20 hours ago, this game was all tied up at 3, and we were expecting to go to Lake Point today. Things changed, the schedule changed, and we're here in Dayton, Tennessee. The field looks great. I'm Grayson Whaley. I'll be doing broadcasting today with my partner, Ethan Lamberth. It should be a good one. We're all tied up at 3 going into the 12th inning, Ethan.
Yes, yesterday we had some opportunities that we could not capitalize on. What the coaches are looking for today is capitalizing on the small things.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to hit the fastball, and that's something we struggled with yesterday. And something that's been consistently bad for us this year is we get guys on, and we just can't get them in. So hopefully we can make some noise here early. Going to have to do something. Freed's pitching staff looked great yesterday, by the way, and also our guys. I mean, despite both teams giving up double-digit hits, the pitching staff looked good on both sides. So I think I got word that Tristan Allison is going to be starting this game here for the Lions in the top of the 12th inning. He's got a little arm side movement. He's a little funky sidewinder. So I'm excited to see him pitch, Ethan.
Yeah, and what I've noticed yesterday is Freed really attacked the fastball when they're hitting. They wanted that fastball. They didn't want to see Tejada's slider or anybody else's off speed. And Bryan kind of set back.
Yeah, they did. And Hunter Beecham, the 8-hole hitter, put a drive into one yesterday on Anthony Tejada's fastball, just left it over the heart of the plate, and that was big. And then, of course, I think it was the top of the 9th inning. The Lions were up 3-1, and they scored 2 runs in the top of the 9th, or maybe they scored 1 in the 8th and then 1 in the 9th. Either way, they tied things up, and now we're in extra innings, and we thought that we were just going to kind of end things in a tie last night. I remember telling the viewers yesterday that I guess it was just going to end in a tie, and we'd see what happened in game 2 and 3. But we're going to continue this game, and it'll be the same lineups as I read yesterday for both teams since it's technically the same game. But we'll be getting started here in about 7 minutes or so. It should be a good one, Ethan, though.
Yes, and one thing to look out for, hitting. This is going to be an offensive game today, hopefully.
Yeah, you'd like to see that. Of course, you're used to Bryan being that offensive powerhouse, and 1 through 6, we're a really good hitting team. 7 through 9, we've struggled in the lineup, but when we get those 7 through 9 hitters going, we usually have a good inning, and that happened yesterday. We had 2 down, and Cade Cahoon kept things going with I think it was a base on balls, and then when you flip that lineup over, then you have some dangerous hitters 1 through 6. So that's going to be something that the coaches here at Bryan have to manage this year, and hopefully we'll figure something out. We got some guys who are still ineligible waiting for some word from the NAIA, Jason Chu and Mark Thornhill, just a couple to mention, Ethan. Those guys are good. So if we can get those guys eligible, you may be looking at a totally different lineup and, honestly, a totally different defense as well.
Although Mark hasn't played, we have watched him hit BP. And on this field, pull-side hitter, left field is his home run alley.
Yeah, it is. And this guy, Mark Thornhill, we're talking about, he's a new face at Bryan this year, transferred in. And he can really hit a pitch anywhere it's thrown. And I threw against him in an inter squad the other day, and I threw him outside, and he hit it over the right field fence. And it's like, goodness gracious, you can't throw this guy anywhere. And he's going to hit the fastball, that's for sure. So we're excited to see some new guys play as well as we kind of wait on some word from the NAIA. But we're about to get started here. But we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back when we're a little closer to action. Well, the coaches have met with the umpires at home plate, and we're about ready to resume action here in the top of the 12th inning. It's not many live streams you start in the top of the 12th, Ethan.
It's a first for me.
Yeah, it's first for me, too. And I've never really been part of anything where you end something because there's no lights at a field. I mean, we're sitting here in 2022 and still Tennessee Wesleyan with no lights. I got word from one of Tennessee Wesleyan's players that it was between turfing the field or getting lights, and they decided to turf the field. And I can't really say I blame them. I mean, the turf is really nice there, and of course, when it rains as much as it has this week, you're able to play on it still. But, of course, all we have to manage now is just the infield. I mean, we have the baselines covered and all the home plate's covered, and even the pitcher's mound is covered with turf now. So the rain really accepts that a lot better than it does dirt. But we're here in Dayton, Tennessee. We're about to get things started here. It looks like Tristan Allison is going to be pitching here for the Lions in the top of the 12th inning. And it's going to be, looks like the same defense you saw yesterday. Like I said, it's going to be Prince in left, Darwin in center, Grant in right. And then from left to right in the infield, you got Dryden at short, Cahoon at, or not Dryden at short, Dryden at third, Cahoon at short, Dante Morton at second, Bass Cooper at first. And, of course, behind the dish, Parker Cosby, and then pitching Tristan Allison. So it looks like Allison's finishing up his warm-up pitches, and I'm trying to figure out where we are in the lineup for Freed-Hardeman. I can't tell who's coming up. Can you, Ethan?
Looks like number 10.
Number 10 is going to be Mason Libla. That's the catcher. So that's going to be 9-1-2 starting off here for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. Freed-Hardeman's going to be in black today, and, of course, your Bryan Lions in the pinstripe white.
If you're Freed-Hardeman, you love having your 9-1-2 up here.
Yeah,
get to the top.
Yeah, of course, a lot of times, a lot of teams put that second leadoff hitter in the 9-hole position. Libla's going to swing and miss there on a fastball by Allison. Moves the count to no balls and a strike. Allison getting the signs from Cosby. Cosby setting up inside. Allison delivers the strike on the swing and miss. Got to stay around the zone if you're Allison, though, right, Ethan?
Yeah, it can't be pitching around guys here.
The 0-2 pitch. Going to miss inside. Nearly gets Libla there.
One thing about Tristan Allison is he wants to attack hitters. He's a guy that you give him the ball and he's going at you.
Oh, yeah, he's going at you. And sometimes the way his arm slot is, I don't think he really knows where the ball's going sometimes. He just throws it up there. Swinging and miss by Libla. Strike three. Sometimes he throws that fastball and it'll dive back toward the hitter, and other times it'll dive away from the hitter. Just a really funky arm angle, and he gets a lot of movement with it. So now we have the leadoff hitter who replaced Caleb Molo earlier in game one. Now William Kelly, number 30, up to bat for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. Kelly digs in. Allison with the pitch. Swings on it and fouls it off down toward third base. Moves the count to 0-1. It's about 40 degrees here in Dayton, Tennessee. The sun's out. Thankful for that. Last week, Ethan, we had some snow and no sun.
Today we have sun and a little bit of wind.
Allison just misses inside with that one. Evens up the count at 1. Kelly digs in. Allison with the wind-up, the sidewinder. Kelly hits it hard, but it's going to be foul. Strike 2. Kind of caught his hands a little bit there, Ethan. That's not a fun day to hit one off the handle, is it?
Oh, no. Shook his hands a little bit. Felt a little stinger in the hands.
The 1-2 pitch on its way. Ooh, threw it behind Kelly for ball 2. I guess that's one way to throw a ball.
Trying to scare him out of the box a little bit. 12 o'clock start time today. Fans are filling up fairly quickly. Looks like Freed had a big group travel.
Yeah, Freed-Hardeman did travel well. They have some fans over there standing here right next to the field of play. The 2-2 pitch on its way. Kelly swings on one and drives it deep, but it's foul. If you're Bryan here, Kelly's hit 2 fastballs foul down the left field line. You throw a breaking ball here, Ethan?
Oh, for sure. If he's pulling everything, you throw something to get his timing off. And that's what they did.
Fastball driven deep to center field. Darwin Gregg on a move, and he catches it. Huge play there for the Lions. It looked like it was kind of a back-you-up two-seam fastball that Kelly drove to deep center field, but Gregg made a good move on it and catches it for out number 2.
It's a big outfielder to get it over. Darwin Gregg.
It is. He's very fast and moves well. Good timing there. Almost beat him, though. Now number 4, shortstop Kent Rooklyn up to bat for Freed-Hardeman. Allison gets the sign from Cosby. Now the pitch. Misses inside. The 1-0 pitch now on its way. Swing and a miss. Strike 1.
Looks like they're big swings here off Tristan Allison, just missing barrels.
Yeah, that's what he does best. Is he's going to throw that fastball and it's going to dive. Swing, it's hit hard to Dryden. Dryden fields it cleanly, fires it over to Bass for out number 3. So Tristan Allison works well with that diving fastball. 3 down, 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 12th inning. Let's see if Bryan can get something going in the bottom half of this inning. We'll be back. Here to start things off for the bottom of the 12th, or in the bottom of the 12th inning for the Bryan Lions, is going to be 3-4-5, Prince, Bass, Lala. Couldn't ask for better hitters, could you, Ethan?
Oh, no. You got your power guys up. You got a lefty, then a switch hitter who's going to bat lefty day, and then a big righty.
No better time to walk it off. It's going to remains in the game as the continuation overnight is Connor Creasy pitching for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. He offered 3 stellar innings yesterday, and as you were saying earlier, he's probably on about 6 hours of sleep and is going to try to come in here today and do something else. Quickly on a 1-1 count here, and that's hard to do as a pitcher. I know when you throw 3 innings and coming back and throwing again the next day, that sleep, and Bradley's going to shoot it over the shortstop's head in there for a base hit. So he's going to get things started here for the Lions. But as I was saying, Ethan, as a pitcher, it's hard when you throw. I mean, even if you only throw an inning and then to go and try to throw the next day, because you think about it, you're not only throwing that inning. Of course, for Creasy, he's thrown 3. He threw 3 yesterday, but you're throwing all those warm-up pitches in the bullpen. You're coming out and throwing all the warm-up pitches in between innings. So I would, if I had to guess, I'd bet his velo is a little bit down today. But of course, if he can stay in the zone, you never know what can happen. Bass Cooper, the big switch hitters, up to bat now for Bryan. He's going to watch a fastball paint the outside corner, called a ball.
If I'm pitching here for Freed-Hardeman, I am trying to paint corners.
Yeah.
I don't have the velo to blow up by anybody today.
Bryan is notorious for hitting hard-throwing righties, and that kind of seems to be what Creasy was yesterday. His velo appears to be a little bit down, but he's got a good breaking ball as he threw it there in for strike 1.
Don't sleep on Bradley Prince at first base, though.
No, he is a good base runner. He stole 2 bags yesterday. They're going to have to keep him close. Bass swings on an inside fastball and fouls it off toward the dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that's the thing about Prince. He's not that fast, but he's not that slow either. Don't get me wrong, but he's a good base runner. The 1-2 pitch by Creasy on its way. It's going to miss outside. 2-2.
One thing about Prince is he hustles and he's good at taking the right lane.
Yeah, he is. He really is. He's just a solid base runner. He can read balls in the dirt like none other. And that ball is going to plunk Bass Cooper on the check swing, and they're going to give him first base. So now runners at first and second with Grant Lala up to bat for the Bryan Lions. Looks like Coach Mack is going to talk to Grant to try to figure things out. What do you think he's telling him?
Get the bunt down. That's what I think is coming here. Grant's a big hitter, but you're trying to end this game quickly. Get the bunt down to third base, let Prince get over there, and then you have Daniel Dryden up.
I mean, honestly, if you're a real small ball team, which Bryan isn't, it takes 2 bunts, 2 successful bunts to end this game.
That's true.
There's no outs with runners on first and second. All you need is 1 run, and this ball game is over.
What you see here from the defense from Freed-Hardeman is first baseman is up well into the grass. Second baseman is very close to the grass. Everybody else is about normal.
With runners on first and second, the bunt coverage is usually the pitcher and the first baseman, because you want to keep that third baseman at home in case there's a play there to be made. Grant Lala squares around the bunt. He's shown it early. I imagine it's going to come down, but he's going to pull back on the fastball inside. Misses, now 1-0. So it looks like Bryan's not afraid to adapt. Last year, I mean, ever since I've been here, the philosophy has been hit home runs, hit them in the gap, but it looks like we're going to try to play some small ball to win this game.
I think it's a smart coaching move on Coach Mack.
It definitely is a smart coaching move, especially if he can execute here. The first baseman's really close now. He gets the bunt down, and that's probably going to get the guy out at third, and it does. Oh, my goodness, man. Just
It's the one place you can't get the bunt down. The first baseman is probably 10, 15 feet away from you.
Jeez,
Right at it.
Oh, well, small ball doesn't work out for Bryan there. Grant put a pretty good bunt down, but the first baseman, like you said, was about 15 feet from home plate, and he fired it over to third for out number 1. So now runners at first and second with 1 down and Daniel Dryden up to bat.
We have seen Dryden put a great swing on a ball yesterday.
He put 2 good swings on it yesterday. Drove one to left field and drove another one to left field off the wall. Of course, got thrown out at second when he thought it was going to be a home run. Jogging out of the box. Creasy in there with a breaking ball for strike 1.
Do you think he had a conversation with Coach Mack last night?
I would definitely say he did. That's one of those nice coachable moments. Learn it the hard way. Another breaking ball in for a strike. I guarantee you Dryden wasn't thinking another breaking ball there.
No. Bass here, if he goes breaking ball here, Bass has to expect it in the dirt at second base.
Do you think about throwing in a pinch runner for Bass? I think the thing is, though, I think they've already used a pinch runner for him technically
Correct.
in this game. So he's already been re-entered once, and they can't re-enter him again there as Daniel Dryden goes down swinging. 2 down now for Devin Ogg. Devin Ogg came out of Mott Community College in Michigan, transferred in this year with his buddy Cade Cahoon, who's playing shortstop for the Lions this year. And all it takes is 1 swing of the bat to end this game.
Devin Ogg in for the DH who started yesterday was Will Cantrell.
Watch a strike 1 go by. Bass is going to have to get a big lead at second so that when that ball is hit, he can score. Creasy comes set. The 0-1 pitch on its way. Ogg puts a good swing on one, pulls it down the first base line, but just foul. About 3 feet away from ending that ball game, Ethan.
3 feet. It's a game of inches and feet.
Game of inches and feet, huh? How many inches are in 3 feet, Ethan?
36. Looks like the second baseman's playing well into the outfield grass now, not the infield.
Probably a smart play. Ogg is a pull side hitter. The 0-2 pitch is going to miss inside. Ball 1. Man, it's a windy one today. It's making my eyes water, Ethan.
Yeah, it's cold, or relatively cold when the wind hits you.
Yeah, no doubt. Better than last week. I'm not going to complain too much.
I kind of like calling it in the snow.
The 1-2 pitch. Og puts a good swing on one. It's going to be grounded over to the second baseman. He struggles with Og's hustling, but he's not going to make it before he's thrown out at first. So nothing happening there for the Lions, despite getting the first two batters on base. The score is still knotted up at 3 after 12 innings. So we get some more extra baseball. After this game, though, they're planning on playing 2 9-inning games. Of course, that may change depending on how long this game goes, we've been told. So just heads up, viewers, you could be watching this stream for 8 hours potentially. But it looks like Tristan Allison's going to remain on the bump for the Lions as he had a good 12th inning, and we'll be back. We're back here for the top of the 13th inning. Will McCall up to bat for Freed-Hardeman. Last year, Ethan, I believe I saw where Freed-Hardeman won a 14-inning game, so they're used to this kind of situation. The 0 pitch is going to miss inside to McCall. Moves the count to 1 ball, no strikes. McCall watches a fastball in the inner half there for strike 1. Looks like there's some movement in the bullpen, in Freed-Hardeman's bullpen, that is. 1-1 pitch misses it low and outside.
If you're Coach Day and the pitching staff here for Bryan, do you just let Tristan finish this game?
Yeah, I think you just eat up Tristan. He goes as long as he can. 2-1 pitch swung on and missed. Big hack there by McCall.
But then again for Freed-Hardeman, guy pitched 3 innings yesterday, and I bet he's on a short leash today.
Yeah, he's got to be. He's got to be. The 2-2 pitch on its way. Check swing fouled off down the first base line toward the home dugout. Keeps the count even at 2. McCall, the big righty third baseman. The 2-2 pitch. McCall drives it deep to right center field. That one's going to get to the wall. Greg gets it in. McCall slips rounded first. So it's just going to be a long single. McCall slipped yesterday trying to field the ball and throw it to first, and he slipped again rounding first there today. That ball was hit hard, though, Ethan.
Oh, yeah. Hustling out of the box would be a stand-up double, but the field kind of came into play with that one.
Yeah, no doubt. And you wonder if he might have slipped where that turf and the dirt meet. I know that there is somewhat of a lip there. McCall with a nice lead over at first. Tristan Allison with the pitch, strike 1 called.
I talked to some guys with some higher authority than I have, and they're saying that they might bring in some dirt to kind of cut that lip down.
Yeah, it'd probably be the nice thing to do. Of course, that's going to take some time, and probably not the best time to do it when you're in season. The 0-1 pitch misses low, evens the count up at 1. And really for Freed-Hardeman, and you hate to not have McCall at second base right there. He hits it in the gap. Of course, Greg made a nice move on it. He got to the ball quickly, and he was firing it into second. But, man, to have McCall slip right there is a big stink for Freed-Hardeman. 1-1 pitch is going to miss low and outside. Moves the count to a hitter's count.
You can expect Freed to be aggressive on the bases. They tried to test Parker's arm yesterday. Parker threw quite a few guys out.
Yeah, he did.
I expect the same thing today.
McCall has a pretty good lead over there at first. Allison giving him a glance. Delivers a pitch. That one catches the outside part of the plate for strike 2.
McCall at first kind of gave a little fake steal. Took a few steps hard like he was about to go.
Sometimes that's just a throw off the pitcher. Hear that runner or gone, and then kind of scare the pitcher a little bit. 2-2 pitch. On its way. Sanders hits it hard to third base. Dryden can't make a play on it as he dove and missed. So now runners at first and second for Freed-Hardeman. This looks similar to Bryan's inning.
Do you think they're bunting? Big hitter up to the plate, number 13 from yesterday.
Yeah, number 13, Ryan Stark, the DH. He's a good hitter, and it's kind of like the same situation. You have a good hitter. We had a good hitter up to the plate in Grant Lala, and we decided to bunt him. And I wouldn't be surprised if they lay down a bunt here themselves.
The defensive positioning kind of looked similar to what Freed-Hardeman did. Bass Cooper up well into the grass. Dante Morton in the baseline.
Mm-hmm. Sanders shows bunt. Gets it down the third base side. Allison's only going to have a play at first. And, oh, man. Allison fielded the bunt cleanly, but his throw was just wide to Dante Morton covering from second base over at first. And Dante couldn't hang on the bag. So this bunt was successful, and now bases are loaded with no outs in the top of the 13th.
Infield in, outfield's definitely shooting home on anything hit to them.
Things not looking too good for Bryan. Freed-Hardeman's dugout is a little pumped up right now. Looked like a strike, but called a ball. Count is 1-0 on Sean Rooney, the first baseman. Allison comes set. Rooney digs in. Puts a big swing on one. Going to foul it off to the home or the away dugout. Counts even at 1. Allison comes set for the 1-1 pitch. It's on its way. Rooney shoots it over to right field. Grant Lala makes a move on it. He's going to overrun it. That's going to score 1. It's going to score 2. Wow. It only scored 1. Wow. I'm surprised it only scored 1. That was they definitely could have scored 2, I think. But so that moves the score to 4-3. Freed on top. Man, that's a big hit for Freed-Hardeman.
Not doing too much at the plate is all that is. Just flip your hands at one, try to score a run.
And they executed much better than we did with runners on first and second with that bunt down the third base line. Learned from our mistakes, I believe. Allison's going to miss high. Ball 1. Anthony Jarvis up to hit for Freed-Hardeman. Bases still loaded after 1 scored there on the base hit to right field. He's going to nub to third base. Dryden's going to throw it home for out number 1. Big play there for the Lions. Keeps the score 4-3.
Big play by Daniel Dryden there. Knowing where he's at on the field, making a good, solid throw to Parker Cosby.
I thought at first he may step on the bag and throw it to first, but of course that would have given Freed-Hardeman another run. So probably the smart move there. And now you have 1 out, and you're a double play away from getting out of this inning.
Running threat at the plate. Do have some speed. It's going to be hard to double him up here.
Yeah, it is. And he's the one who took us deep yesterday. Strike 1 called there. And that's a tough play for Dryden, I'm going to admit. He was kind of behind the runner, so I had to flip it over the runner's head as he made his move to home. But he made the play nonetheless. Beecham hits it to Dryden again. He throws it home for 1, and that's all they're going to get. So Dryden, another good play at third. Keeps the score 4-3. And if you're Freed-Hardeman, are you regretting not sending that second runner on that base hit to right?
I just don't think you test Grant's arm. He gets it into Bass fairly quickly. Bass can put a good throw on the plate. I think it's a smart move to hold him up there.
We have the lead, hoping to add some insurance runs to it. Of course, Bryan hoping to hold him. Big swing there and a miss. So Libla, who started this whole thing off in the resuming of this game, is here with the bases loaded and 2 down. The 0-1 count. Allison's just going to miss a little high and tight there. Moves the count even at 1. One ball, 1 strike. With the pitch. Swing and a miss. Now 2 strikes. This is huge, Ethan, if Bryan can get out of this and only hold the score to 4-3.
Bryan's proved that they can get runners on. 12 hits over 2 days, 1 game, 12 hits. They can get guys on. We just got to score them.
The 1-2 pitch on its way. Libla shoots it a major league pop fly over to first base. Dante Morton. Oh, my goodness. Bass Cooper was camped out under it, and Dante Morton decided to call him off there back behind first base. And it falls in for just an innocent foul ball.
That's a hard ball for Dante to get. He's running 50, 60 feet to get there, and it's moving. It's so high in the air.
Yeah, when it moves like that, it has this weird backspin on it that carries it oftentimes back toward the field of play. And, man, the woes continue for your Bryan College Lions. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Misses outside. Counts even at 2.
If you're Tristan there, you did your job. You got a foul ball pop up. You thought you're out of the inning. You have to reset.
You have to. It's so hard for a pitcher when, man, bases loaded, your back's pressed up against the wall, and your defense doesn't execute for you. Bryan struggled yesterday with catching pop flies. Had one that was in between Dante and Grant. A little miscommunication there led to a dropped pop fly. Same thing there. Libla stays alive. Keeps the count 2-2.
You could hear after that foul ball drop, the runners, every one of them, telling when you're hitting, just reset. You got lucky there. Do something here.
Yeah, I have another life here for Libla. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Jared Price pumping up his guys in the dugout.
1 run came across there. It is a 4-3 game. Freed-Hardeman on top of the Lions.
And, man, if you're Bryan, you have to get something going. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some pinch hitters just trying to win this ball game. And like I've said time and time again, with the guys hitting in this lineup, it takes one swing to make a difference. And hopefully that's what happens. Looks like Connor Creasy is going to remain on the mound, and why not? He's been successful 4 innings over 2 days. But, man, it looks like Bryan is talking their guys up. You have to get something going here offensively. And we'll be back as we return for the bottom of the 13th. We're ready to get things going back here now in the bottom of the 13th inning. A lot of extra baseball been played for this one to determine who's going to walk away victorious in game 1 of this 3-game series. Dante Morton into bat for the Lions. He watches strike 1 go by there. Time for redemption for Dante. Drops the fly ball. Now he has a chance to make things up at the plate. Watches the big breaker just miss outside. Evens the count up at 1. Looks like this umpire's a little tight.
One thing I noticed about Dante yesterday is he gets deep into counts every at-bat.
Breaking ball looked like it was in the same spot. Called a strike that time. Now the count is in Creasy's favor. 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Dante hits it hard to shortstop. He fires it over to first for out number 1. So now Freed-Hardeman is 2 outs away from winning game 1 of this series. Number 13, Cade Cahoon, up to bat for your Bryan College Lions. We need you, Cade.
Big transfer here. Came from Michigan.
Cade puts a good swing on one. He's going to foul it back off behind the first base dugout. 0-1.
Cade's one of those guys that can change the game with one swing of the bat.
He is. He's not found much success so far this year, but he does have pop, and he hits one pretty sharp into center field. The center fielder doesn't have to move very much. He makes the play. 2 down. 1 out away for Freed-Hardeman to take game 1 of this series. And what a performance by Connor Creasy. He is coming out of pitching 3 stellar innings yesterday, and now he's going into his 2nd inning of work today. That's really hard to do as a pitcher.
And here's the guy that is the hardest, in my opinion, to get out of this Bryan College
He
lineup.
absolutely is. Only had 18 strikeouts in 55 games last year. I know I keep saying that, but man, he's a hard out. Watch a strike 1 go by. Did he call that a strike?
Looks like he called it a ball. Must have missed down and out.
Ball 2 called. I thought that first one was right down the middle, but maybe it was high. I don't know. 2 balls, no strikes for Parker Cosby. Cosby watches the 2-0 breaking ball go by for strike 1. Wasn't expecting that one.
Doesn't look like they're trying to give Parker anything to hit.
I don't blame him. 2-1 pitch on its way. Cosby watches ball 3. I'm telling you, man, if you can get to Darwin Gregg in this on-deck circle, whoo, things can change.
With Parker, you can make a mistake, miss over the plate. Maybe once he'll maybe get a hit. Darwin, you miss over the plate, he will punish you.
Ball game. Of course, we need to get this guy on first. The 3-1 count. Creasy, big windup, big leg kick. Parker Cosby puts a drive into one left field. It's deep. Oh, and he catches it on the warning track. Man, wow, how close to tying things up. About 10 feet away from tying that ball game up. But Creasy delivered, and Freed-Hardeman takes game 1 of this series. So we'll try to catch word of what's going to happen for the next 2 games, whether it's going to be a 9 or 7 inning game. But, man, a good ball game there, Ethan.
Correct. And Creasy did a big job for this Freed-Hardeman bullpen. He came in yesterday and today, combined for 5 innings of work in a 13-inning game, and now he set them up for 2 more games today.
I know, and I was saying before this game, Ethan, that this game would set the tone for the rest of the series. And, of course, you're going to have some new arms thrown in this next game. But, man, it stinks to not catch game 1 there. But final score, Freed-Hardeman wins game 1, 4-3, and we'll be back when we get closer to action for game 2. See you later. Welcome back for game 2 of this 3-game series. Yet to have lineups for either team, but it looks like Ryan Stark is going to lead things off for Freed-Hardeman. He flies one up way high. Bass Cooper's calling that one off, and he catches it for out number 1. So it appears to be a little different lineup for Freed-Hardeman. Sean Rooney is going to be hitting in the 2-hole position. Freshman Jacob Allman on the bump to start things off for Bryan College. He's appeared to have a good fastball and good breaking ball too. He's got good stuff, and excited to see how his career progresses here at Bryan.
This is his first start as a Bryan Lion. Last time he came in the Rio Series was as a reliever.
Mm-hmm. Strike one called there, and last time he came in more as a cog in the machine, as kind of the extended guy. But he's going to start here today, and it'll be interesting to see if they try to extend him or if this will be if they're still going to run the machine in this pitching rotation here. Rooney hits that one up the middle. That'll be good enough for a single. So he gets things started here for Freed-Hardeman in game 2 of this series. I'm trying to see who this 3-hole hitter is. Like I said, we don't have any lineups. Maybe it's Will McCall. Looks like it may be Will McCall here for Freed-Hardeman. Rooney with a favorable lead over there at first. Allman picks off, keeps him honest, dives back safely. So Freed took that first one, Ethan, 4-3 after 13 innings. And of course, we know Bryan can bounce back. They did it last week, and we were just talking in between the games how we lost game 1 to Rio Grande, but we ended up bouncing back and winning the series 3-1.
Correct. I think Bryan's bouncing back here.
I hope they do. Allman picks off again. Rooney dives back safely.
One thing I've learned from watching Allman throughout inter squads and fall World Series is he likes to pick off.
Yeah, he does. He's going to keep that runner honest. The 1-0 pitch is swung on. It's going to be fouled off toward the third base coach. Evens the count up 1-1. The wind blowing in from right field. That's not typical, Ethan. A lot of times the wind is blowing out here, which makes for a true hitter's ballpark. Allman's going to miss high and tight. Moves the count to 2-1. Looks like I have Carvin Dames coming up here. He's excited for game 2 of this series.
As well as big Cam Harvey with him.
3 balls and 1 strike now for Will McCall and the Freed-Hardeman Lions.
Those two guys, Carvin and Cam, two great guys.
Yeah, they're fun to be around.
Good ball players.
Looks like that's going to be ball 4. So that's going to move Will McCall to first and Sean Rooney to second with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Looks like it's going to be number 4 striding to the plate.
Number 2.
Number 2, Zach Sanders. Zach Sanders hit .312 last season. He's going to try to get things started here quickly for Freed-Hardeman. He was a good hitter in a good Freed-Hardeman lineup last year, and he remains to be a key piece in this year's lineup, batting in the 4-hole position today. Allman struggling with his command so far today, Ethan.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic for him. From what I've seen as a freshman, watching him, he's normally pretty accurate.
Let's see if he can dial things in. He's going to keep Rooney honest at second.
One thing interesting about Bryan College defense is your middle infielders call your pickoffs.
Yeah.
It's not on the catcher anymore. Allman looks at Dante Morton at second to get the sign.
Allman with the glance at Rooney. Now the pitch. Swung on and hit hard down the left field line. That's going to be a fair ball. That's going to be scoring 1. Rooney strides in to home. And it looks like they're going to send McCall, too. McCall's coming home, and he's going to score as well. So the big double by Zach Sanders scores 2 for Freed-Hardeman, and they jump on top quickly. Aggressive base running there for Freed-Hardeman, Ethan. Paid off for him.
I was surprised that he held him up at second with a bad throw, kind of pulled Dryden off the bag, kind of an open bag.
It was kind of an open bag, and really they would have had a shot at the plate if Dryden would have been able to handle that ball a little better. It was kind of short hopped him, hit him in the chest, and wasn't able to make a throw home. Allman with the 0-0 pitch, delivers. Ground ball hit to Cahoon. Cahoon scoops it up nicely, fires it over to Bass for out number 2. Cahoon is a good defensive player, Ethan.
Transfer, came in from Michigan, I believe, and has not disappointed.
No, he hasn't. If he can get things going offensively, he's going to be a real staple point to this team this year.
And I know we touched on it in the first game, but Jason Chew, coming in from North Dakota State, is, when he gets eligible, will put up a fight to get that shortstop role.
Yeah, he definitely will, especially if he can produce offensively. I believe that was number 4, Kent Rooklyn, that grounded out there. Allman delivers a big breaker in for strike 1. Number 30, William Kelly, into bat for Freed-Hardeman. Another big breaking ball. Kelly drives one deep to center field. That's going to put Darwin Gregg backpedaling, but Darwin Gregg makes a good play on it for out number 3. So after the top of the first, 2 runs on 2 hits and no errors, Freed-Hardeman on top. We'll be back. Parker Cosby is going to get things started off here for Bryan College in the bottom of the first inning. Leadoff hitter. He's a good one to have. Looks like Tyler Duskin's going to be on the bump for Freed-Hardeman in Game 2 of this series. He's going to miss with a fastball outside. Junior lefty from Hazel Green, Alabama. The 1-0 pitch on its way. That one also misses outside. Duskin wanted that one.
As you mentioned in Game 1, Bryan's known for hitting hard righties. Lefties, not so much.
Yeah, so hopefully we can put something on the board quickly here, but be interesting to watch how that goes. Parker Cosby's going to foul one off, moves the count to 2-1. Cosby digs in. Duskin, big leg kick, 2-1 pitch. Cosby's going to watch it for ball 3. Duskin doesn't appear to be too happy with the strike zone early on in this game.
It's kind of early, in my opinion, to show up the umpire, give a gesture towards that side of the field.
The 3-1 pitch is going to be fouled off back behind first base. Moves the count to full, 3-2. Yeah, this umpire appears to be a little tighter than yesterday's. Yesterday, he was giving probably 4 or 5 inches off the outside corner. This guy's a little tighter. Cosby's going to watch ball 4 go by, and that one looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie. If I'm Duskin, I'm really upset at the umpire at this point. He threw 3 that were borderline strikes, and none of them got called.
I've had this umpire behind the plate in many summer ball games. Name's Travis. I love Travis, but he does have a tight zone, no matter what the game is.
I've thrown to him too. Duskin picks off Cosby at first, or picks toward him, doesn't get him. Duskin now to the plate. Big breaker fools Darwin Gregg. Strike 1.
If you'll notice, Parker at first base, leg comes up from the left-handed pitcher, leans in a little bit towards the bag. Does not want to get picked off here.
Yeah, we saw that pickoff move, and there it is again. And that pitcher really flirts with that 45 degrees he's allowed with. Of course, many lefty pitchers do. That's how they pick off guys. But the 0-1 pitch. Duskin holding Cosby close. He's going to miss with the 0-1 fastball just outside. Moves the count even at 1. Some lefties, that's kind of their strength. They'll let a guy on, then they'll pick him off at first. I've seen that many times in my playing career. Big swing by Darwin Gregg on the fastball. Misses. Strike 2. Looks like this guy doesn't necessarily have the velo that we've seen the other Freed-Hardeman pitchers have, but he seems to be pretty effective, moving around with his stuff. Pretty decent command so far, and a good breaking ball. The 1-2 pitch. Gregg swings and hits it pretty deep to center field. It's going to be caught by the center fielder for out number 1. So Hunter Beecham had about 10 seconds to camp under that one. That ball was hit really high.
And the wind just so happened to pick up right when that ball was hit.
Yeah,
so you know that ball was dancing around.
That's always nice when you're an outfielder, huh? Looks like Bradley Prince hitting .500 in this early season is up to bat for the Lions. He stays in on 1, and a breaking ball is going to foul it off.
Another fun stat I found out about Prince here was 75% of the time, when he puts the ball in between the chalk lines, it's a hit.
That's crazy. The 0-1 pitch. Bradley's fooled on a breaking ball there. Now the count is 0-2. See, a lot of times when you have someone who doesn't have a ton of velo, they have to rely on a heavy dose of the breaking ball. It looks like Duskin is doing just that in this game. Now the 0-2 pitch on its way. Bradley hangs in there for that one.
Missed the car by merely feet.
Count remains 0-2. Duskin comes set. Fastball, Bradley fights off. Keeps count 0-2. Sign of a good hitter, Ethan. Stay in the count. Keep yourself alive.
I noticed yesterday you and Brady talking about it's also a sign of a well-coached team.
Yeah,
just fighting off.
Yeah, and Freed-Hardeman, they have a lot of hitters who are not going to go down easy. I don't think they had an easy out in that lineup. Bradley Prince is going to hit one really high. Looks like the shortstop's going to camp out under it and catches it for out 2. So now Bass Cooper, as we've mentioned before, the switch hitting slugger is going to be hitting from the right side against Duskin, considering he's a lefty. Nice Super Duty diesel coming in behind us. Cosby's going to take off to second. He's going to slide in there safely. High throw. It's going to get to center field. Cosby with the stolen bag.
So one thing I noticed yesterday about Freed-Hardeman's catchers is they're missing good, strong arm, but missing. Missing high, missing right, sometimes left.
Lidwell put a good throw on, I believe it was Cosby yesterday. Got him out stealing. So now, runner in scoring position with 2 down for Bass Cooper. Duskin keeping an eye over there on Cosby. Cooper's going to watch the curveball come in there nicely for a strike. The count now even at 1. Duskin working much slower than Connor Creasy. Creasy worked very quickly, threw off the timing of the Bryan hitters. Duskin much more methodical about the way he goes about pitching.
As a hitter, I'd rather face the faster guy. I get
Not
in, get
me.
set, and go.
Not me. It always messed me up when someone quick pitched me, but I've definitely used that tactic as a pitcher as well.
I would probably gone 45 seconds out of the pitch here from Duskin.
1-1. Check swung by Cooper. The appeal says no swing. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on its way. Libla blocks that one up nicely on the low fastball. Moves the count to 3-1. And this wind is blowing right in our face, Ethan. Makes for a rough day at the ballpark.
Especially for a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, it does. 3-1. Breaking ball is going to miss high and out. So Bass Cooper will take his base on balls, and now Grant Lala strides to the plate.
If you're Duskin, you're not too mad about that.
No, you don't want to give Bass Cooper anything to hit, and I've heard from different people that Bass's best hitting side is from the right side of the plate. But he's really effective either side. He's, I think, primarily hit from the left side this year with heavy dose of righties we faced. Breaking ball is going to miss inside there on Lala. Moves the count quickly to 1 ball and no strikes.
We're waiting on Lala to have a breakout game.
I know. He was hitting .462 coming into last game. Struggled a little bit at the plate last game. See if he can redeem himself here in this one. Dustin getting the signs from Libla. They're not on the same page. Grant's going to call time. Now Dustin agrees to 1. The 1-0 pitch. Lalo watches the big breaker miss inside. Now the count is 2 balls and no strikes.
If I'm Grant here, I'm sitting fastball, trying to do a little bit of damage.
Absolutely. Hitters count. Drive 1 deep, Grant. The 2-0 pitch on its way. Misses high and out. Now 3-0. So right after I said Dustin appeared to have good command, he's struggling a little bit here with the middle of this order.
I'm expecting Grant not to swing here. Just
yeah.
Let him see if he'll come at you here.
Make him come to you. The 3-0 pitch. That one's going to be right down the pipe for strike 1. Grant still sitting dead red fastball here with a 3-1 count. Dustin comes set. Gives Cosby a glance at second. Now the pitch. Big swing. Just misses. Probably would have been ball 4.
Yeah, but in this situation, 3-2 count right now. Runners are moving. A base hit scores 1. Depending on where it's at on the field and how good Bass runs,
yeah,
might score 2 here.
The runners take off on the payoff pitch. And Grant Lala is going to watch ball 4 go by. So he made Dustin throw quite a few pitches there in that at-bat. And that brings up Daniel Dryden to the plate.
As Freed-Hardeman is taking a mound visit here. I don't expect them to pull him here. Just calm him down for a minute.
Yeah, just calm him down.
Looks like we have no action in Freed's bullpen. Nobody's been moving yet, so they have full faith in Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin he appears to have the potential to be a really good pitcher. He's got a really good breaking ball. Just kind of missed the zone there in the last 2 hitting counts. But as a coach, you calm this guy down. Let's get out of this inning. Let's let our offense do some damage and move on. But I will say yesterday when Colton Hunt was out there, he struggled a little bit in the first inning, got out of the jam, and then he threw a gem the rest of the game. So that could be one of these situations where I was telling Brady yesterday, sometimes as a pitcher, if you can just get in that rhythm, you can really start finding some success in the latter part of the inning or latter part of the game. So let's see what Dustin can do here as he's going to be facing Daniel Dryden with the bases loaded and 2 down in the bottom of the first inning.
I've never been a competitive pitcher. Never pitched anything past 9U baseball.
The 0 pitch.
But
That one's going to miss outside.
what I've noticed is from being a catcher and dealing with a lot of pitchers is once you get past the first inning, it's pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, it really is. And I don't know why it's like that, but just almost adjusting to that game time move. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed by Dryden. Big breaker there. Fooled Dryden a little bit. So now the count all even at 1. Duskin from the windup. Dryden swings, and that one's going to be fouled off back behind the first base dugout. So now Duskin's in a pitcher's count, 1-2.
Expect Dryden to do something a little different here. We're not taking massive hacks, putting ball in play here.
Yeah, with a 2-out lead at second base, a base hit should score 2. And he's going to put one into play. It's going to be a slow roller to second base. The second baseman struggles with it, and Dryden glides to first safely. So Bryan caught a break there as Sanders struggled with a slowly hit ground ball. I think he was going to try to flip it on to second for the yes or no play, but he failed to get a handle on it, and that's going to score 1.
And that's why you put the ball in play.
You never know what could happen.
Exactly. Devin Ogg into bat.
I'd like to see him do some damage here. The lefty-on-lefty matchup. Ogg's going to watch a fastball miss inside.
This is the first game we've seen Devin start the game as a DH.
Yeah, excited to see him. The DH spot has been one that's been hard to fill so far this year. Not found a ton of hitting success out of the hitters who've been in that DH position. Let's see if Ogg can change the tide of that. Looks like a good pitch, but Lebla fails to manage it. He called a ball there. Moves the count to a hitter's count, 2-0. Bases loaded, 2 down, 2-0 pitch. Dev puts a good swing on one. That's deep to left field. Left fielder's going to run out of room. Foul ball. Devin Ogg, some nice hair coming out of the back of that helmet.
Call him Dansby Swanson when you see him around school.
Duskin, the 2-1 windup, the pitch on its way. The breaking ball is going to miss, so now the count's 3-1, and he's in danger of walking in another run.
Devin Ogg came in as a middle infielder with his buddy Cade Cahoon, and they've used him quite a bit in the outfield.
Yeah, he's definitely moved to the outfield this year. He was used all fall in the outfield, and be interesting to see if he plays any defense this year or if he's just going to primarily stay as kind of a DH or pinch hitting role. But Duskin misses ball 4 there, and that's going to bring in Bass Cooper on the base on balls. So now the score's all knotted up at 2. So a little 2-out rally going here.
And this is what you don't want to see if you're Freed-Hardeman. You don't want to see get bases loaded and walking guys in.
Yeah, that's the worst thing you can do as a pitcher. Morton's going to hit one sharply to McCall. McCall fields it cleanly, steps on his bag for out number 3. So Duskin's pretty upset at himself after giving up 2 there on no hits, and that's always unfortunate as a pitcher when you don't give up any hits. You give up some free passes, your defense makes an error, and here you are, the game's all knotted up at 2. But big inning there for Bryan. You catch a break, knots it up at 2 after 1, and we'll see you in the top of the second inning. So Allman back in to pitch for the Lions here in the top of the second inning. The 0-0 pitch. Going to miss outside and low. Moves the count to 1-0. If you're Bryan, Ethan, you hope to get Allman in a rhythm here. If he can move well through this lineup, he could extend pretty decent into this game.
Yeah, and the thing about Allman is he does have a good fastball.
He does. If he can locate with that, he can really dominate with it.
Presley into hit here for the Freed-Hardeman Lions.
Presley flies one up to center field. Dante kind of falls over, but Greg camps out under it for out number 1. So Allman worked well there. Quickly gets out number 1. But now, number 9, Hunter Beecham, strides to the plate. He took Anthony Tejada deep yesterday/today's game.
The 2-day, 1-game affair.
Yeah, you don't get to say that many times. The 0-0 pitch shows bunt, but he's going to miss. Strike 1.
And that's what you like to see from a big hitter like Beecham here is he can hit the ball out, but he's also an unselfish guy.
Yeah, he's fast. He plays center field, so he moves well.
He's going to try to get on at all costs, whether it's a bunt for a hit or just swing.
Swings there. He's going to shoot to the 4-hole. Morton tries to make a play on it, but fails to do so. So Beecham reaches safely on the base hit single. I thought Morton was going to make a play there, Ethan.
Yeah, Dante Morton's very fast, very agile.
Trying to get an eye on this guy's number.
Liebla, the catcher.
Okay, number 10. Allman with the pitch. Liebla hits it deep to right field. Grant's on his horse, but that one's out of here. Liebla takes Allman deep for the 2-run shot. Man, you hate to see that if you're Bryan. Put a good swing on that one, though. Credit to him. Of course, if you're Allman, you have to just kind of tip your cap and move forward.
Yeah, first time giving up a college home run. That ball was hit opposite field and hit hard.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that bad of a pitch, really. Liebla just put a nice swing on one. And now we're going to flip the lineup over to Ryan Stark. He hits one sharply to Cahoon. At shortstop, Cahoon fields it cleanly, throws it hard over to first for out number 2.
One thing to note here about both Freed-Hardeman and Bryan is they both receive votes. Both are contenders to potentially be in the top 25 coming up.
Yeah, and Bryan and both Bryan and Freed are used to being in that top 25. So kind of a surprise for both teams to not be in it, but two really well-rounded good teams here playing again today. Allman, the 0-0 pitch. Strike 1 called.
Looks like this game's already starting out with a little bit more offensive production from both sides of the plate.
Yeah, definitely is. Another big breaking ball is going to miss just high. Moves the count even at 1. Yeah, after 13 innings, we were sitting there with 6 total runs. We've already got 6 runs total now. Rooney puts a good swing on one. That's going to burn Darwin Gregg. He's rounded first, heading for 2. And that's going to be a 2-out double for Sean Rooney and the Freed-Hardeman Lions.
If you notice there, Gregg knew he was burnt. Put his glove up, acted like he was about to catch it, got it off the wall, kind of held up the runner a little bit, kind of hesitated rounding first.
Yeah, of course, if I didn't see really how fast Rooney was, but with really good wheels, he might have tried for 3, but probably not with 2 down. He gets the 2-out double nonetheless. And that's going to bring up the power hitter, Will McCall, for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. Allman with the fastball. He's going to miss the low, and it squeaks by Parker, so that's going to move Rooney up to 3rd. Looks like there may be some movement toward the bullpen today, or over on Bryan's side. Looks like maybe David Walker making a run out there. I think he is in the plans to pitch sometime today, I believe, maybe the next game. Excited to see him. He's been one that's been hurt for a long time. We haven't gotten to see much of him. Came in with me as a freshman, pitched some his freshman year, and of course then I think there was COVID my freshman year, and then he's been hurt the last year, and then he's about to finally pitch to live hitters again today. The 2-0 fastball catches the inner part of the plate for strike one.
I want to say about Walker's, he did throw a bullpen the other day, and he did look good. He looked like he's coming back healthy and strong.
2-1 pitch. The appeal to the field umpire. No swing, says the umpire. So now 3 balls and a strike. 2 down here in the top of the second inning. Breaking ball misses. So base on balls for McCall. And that's going to put runners at the corners for none other than number 2, Zach Sanders.
Sanders batting 4. We noticed yesterday he's a speedy guy.
He is speedy. He plays second base and batting in the 4-hole position. He can hit it and he can move well. Holman picks over toward McCall. Nearly got him.
I think McCall might have thought he might have been out. He had to verify what the umpire he had to say there.
Yeah. McCall still with a pretty hefty lead over there at first. Allman gives him a look. Now the pitch to Sanders. Misses high and tight with the fastball. One ball and no strikes on Zach Sanders. If you're Allman, anything works here. Ground ball gets you out of it. And a high fastball there is going to miss ball 2. As I was saying, a ground ball gets you out of it. A pop fly gets you out of it. You got 2 down here. You got to work in the zone and try to get this guy out.
If you walk him here, expect to see Coach Day or Cosby come out there and talk to him just to settle him down.
Yeah, absolutely. The 2-0 pitch fires it in there nicely for strike 1. Allman catches the sign from Cosby. Comes set. 2-1 pitch on its way. Sanders rolls it over to Cahoon. Cahoon bobbles it, and that's going to get another Freed-Hardeman run in. So now the score moves up to 5-2. So maybe I jinxed him a little bit there. I said a ground ball gets you out of it, but perhaps not if your field makes an error. That would have been a hard play regardless for Cahoon as he was moving to his right and would have had to fire it across his body to first.
Yeah, that's a tough play for Cahoon to make, especially if he fields it clean, he's still making that throw.
The 0 pitch is swung on and hit high, but that's going to be a foul ball.
Missed people by about 3 feet there as well. And rolled all the way back down to the field of play.
That's nice for the guys chasing around foul balls. You don't have to run very far a lot of times. The hill will bring it right back to your feet. So no balls and a strike. Big breaking ball. Rooklyn swung on and fouled it off. So now we're in a deep pitcher's count. No balls and a couple strikes. 2 down here in the top of the second. Looks like papers flying everywhere down for the guys keeping stats down there, and I can attest I have to keep a water bottle on the papers I have because it's windy here. Strike 3 called on the outer half, so after 3 runs scored in the top of the second inning on 4 hits, Allman gets out of it. So after the top of the second, the score now moves to 5-2. Freed-Hardeman on top, and we'll be back. close to being back in action here for the bottom of the second inning, but it looks like Coach Mack is talking to the umpires. I wonder what about.
He has been talking to him ever since the last out of the last inning.
I can't imagine what he's saying to him, though. I mean, what has happened that has been controversial?
I can't recall anything unless it's something about the first game, which I don't see anything there. Coach Mack walks away not looking the happiest.
I don't know, we have to try to, in between innings, figure out exactly what was talked about there. But Cade Cahoon strides to the plate. He kind of butted in there also with the conversations. I'm just wondering exactly what that may be. I don't know if there's something with the pitcher, something he's wearing, or what. Duskin's going to miss 1-0. I mean, I couldn't even begin to guess what they're talking about. 1-0 pitch is going to miss outside, so Duskin still struggling with command a little bit here in the bottom of the second inning.
If I'm Bryan here throughout this whole inning, I'm being patient, making him come to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Try to match that score. Big swing there on a 2-0 fastball. Just misses. Moves the count to 2-1.
Parker Cosby on deck. You want Cade Cahoon getting on here.
Yeah, if you can flip that order over. Oh, man. Strike called on the outer half of the plate. Looked like it was just off, but called strike anyway. If you can flip that order over and get on, that'd be nice. Cade Cahoon watches the inside. Fastball go by and just misses there for Duskin. Now the count's all full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three-two pitch on the way. Watches ball 4 go by. That one misses high. So like we said, Ethan, we have a runner on now, and the lineup flips over for the Bryan College Lions.
And you have your trusty field captain, Parker Cosby, up to bat.
Absolutely.
With Cade Cahoon, who can run a little bit at first base.
Yeah, Cade Cahoon's got some speed. Unfortunately, he's not been on base a ton this year so far. But he's on base right now. That's all that matters.
Cahoon got a sign from Coach Mack, gets his lead. See what we have here.
Duskin has a pretty good pickoff move, too. I bet he fires over there the first time. Yep, there he goes. Safe, barely.
Cahoon leaning a little bit towards second. Almost costed them right there.
Yeah, so you have to wonder if steal was on right there. Cosby with a drag bunt down the third base line and just barely squeaks foul. That was almost a perfect bunt.
He's not used to bunt on this new turf, so.
You don't get the grass rolls that you may otherwise.
By the time that ball was touched by a third baseman, Cosby was almost to first. He would have been safe.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that ball rolled foul. Like you were talking last week, a lot of times on turf you get the true bounces and the true rolls, and I don't know, that one kind of just squeaked foul. So now no balls and a strike on Cosby. Big leg kick. Fires in the breaking ball for strike 2. Let's see if Duskin can do what not many pitchers can. Strike out Cosby. No balls and a pair of strikes. Fires it over there first again. Throw was on time, but just offline. Cahoon dives back safely. Duskin giving Cahoon a look. A little slide step's going to miss the breaking ball outside. Moves the count to a ball and 2 strikes.
If I'm Cahoon here at first base, I am looking for a ball in the dirt to advance on.
That would be nice. Get a runner in scoring position. Try to score quickly in this inning. 1-2 pitch on its way. Another breaking ball. Cosby's going to roll it over. McCall flips it over to second for 1. Sanders over to first. Safe at first. Almost a crazy good double play there by Freed-Hardeman. I'm surprised it was as close as it was at first, honestly.
Now up to bat, the big number 1, Darwin Gregg.
Man, I'd love to see him get going this season. I I predicted yesterday I was going to hit over 330 with 20 jacks, but
Ooh.
that's a high calling. He hasn't gotten a home run yet this season. Let's see if things can change. Duskin nips the outside corner but called a ball. Moves the count to 1-0.
Darwin Gregg, a sophomore, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is.
Last year hit quite a few jacks as a freshman.
10 jacks as a freshman last year. Big swing on the breaking ball there, just misses. Counts now even 1-1. Yeah, he came in the spring semester of 2020. Of course, that was COVID year, so he didn't get to play that year. He was really raw coming in. He actually came down to JV and had some at-bats there. And he had a good swing, but just didn't connect to the ball much, and he has really improved. Last year, he hit around 290 and had 10 jacks. And it's my prediction that he'll lead this offense this year. The 2-1 count now for Greg. Greg watches a fastball go by, called ball 3.
The thing about Greg batting in the 2-hole is he's a lot of RBI opportunities with Parker in front of him.
Yeah, he does. And he gets a lot of at-bats, too. This is obviously the second most plate appearances on the team, batting in the 2-hole position, and Cosby gets on so much, like you said. Those RBI opportunities are high. Just misses on the fastball there. Counts now 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Parker took a bag earlier. You think he's trying to steal another one here?
I don't know. You run into that opportunity where it could be a strike him out, throw him out. But you will see that oftentimes. He takes off, and Duskin picks off to first. And Rooney throws it on to Sanders at second and gets Cosby trying to steal. Man, that's just disappointing, Ethan. I had a feeling that was going to happen, though, I will say.
I called steal, you called thrown out. Sometimes you hate to be right.
Yeah, that's true. That's one of those moments.
And then ball 4 kind of puts the knife in the coffin even more.
Yeah, I know, because it's like, wow, that would have had runners on first and second with the highest hitting average hitter, Bradley Prince, up. And I think Day is talking to the field umpire about potentially Duskin flirting with that 45 degrees he's allowed picking off to first. And I will say he looks like he's stepping pretty close on that line. Bradley hits it sharp to the shortstop, but Rooklyn makes a nice play and catches it on the line for out number 3.
I'm no umpire, but Duskin is flirting with that line just a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the coaches continue to bring that to the attention of the umpires. But nothing going there in the bottom of the second inning for your Bryan Lions, and we'll see if we can hold them here in the top of the third. We're going to take a short break. Looks like we have Tanner Moylan warming up for the third inning here for your Bryan Lions. And Coach Mack talked to the umpires again in between innings, and I think we may have an idea of what it is about. It's about Duskin and his pickoff move, and it looks like we were talking about, he's really flirting with that line. So just to kind of explain things to viewers, if you're a lefty from where you come set, you have 45 degrees to pick off to first. That means if your foot opens up more than 45 degrees, then that is a balk and a free base for the base runner. So I think that's what Coach Mack and the umpires are discussing. And I'll tell you, it does look like he may be breaking that rule and balking, but I guess we'll see how that plays out the rest of the game.
Some umpires in the field are more lenient than others, and if he's not calling it yet, he might not call it the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that can really mess up your base running plans. Mullen's going to miss the fastball there. But, of course, we have very aggressive base runners, and like we've talked about before, we're not much of a small ball team. We're not going to get a guy on and bunt him over. We're going to get a guy on and steal him. So when you have a pitcher who may be potentially breaking that 45-degree rule, it's hard to get guys over to second via the stolen bag. Mullen working quickly, but he's going to miss with another ball there. So the count is quickly 3 balls and no strikes. There's a strike for Moylan. Moves the count to 3-1. Another good pitch there by Moylan. Coming back to Kelly. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. William Kelly's going to call time there at the plate. Moylan's going to step off, regroup. Big pitch here for him.
You know, you talk to pro scouts or college coaches, and they say there's an eye test. Kelly here passes the eye test. He's got the build of a ball player. He's got the swing of a ball player. He looks athletic.
3-2 is going to miss low there, so Kelly is going to get the base on balls and move his way to first. So I think this is number 12, Ryan Presley, if my memory is not failing me. In to hit for Freed-Hardeman. Kelly looks like he's got an aggressive lead over at first, but he's a tall guy, so one step and a dive is just like that for him. He dives back safely there as Moylan picks off.
One thing to know about Moylan here is he sets up on the far side of the rubber. He's close to first base. If you look at Duskin, he's the opposite.
Most lefties do it. And Parker's going to have a shot at throwing him out. And Kelly slides in safely. The bad pitch just Parker couldn't get a handle on. And the thing about that one was that was so weird, kind of had me speechless, is that Kelly went back to first and thought that Moylan was picking him off, and then still the bad pitch led to Kelly snagging second base. So now runner in scoring position for Freed-Hardeman here in the top of the 3rd inning. Moylan with the 1-0 pitch. Presley swung on and fouls it off back behind Cosby at home plate.
It's one of those freak plays where you dive back into first base expecting the pickoff. He goes to the plate. You look, and your coach is telling you to go, so you head down and run.
Yeah, I've not seen that many times when someone dives back to first and really, I mean, Cosby blocked it up well and just couldn't make the throw. So now the 1-1 pitch. On its way. Big breaking ball. Cosby can't handle that one. So now the count's 2-1.
Looks like Cosby might have got crossed up there. Calls time right away to talk to Moylan on the mound. It's uncharacteristic for Parker to have a pass ball.
Yeah, it is, and it doesn't happen much. He is a good catcher defensively. Looks like they might not have been on the same page there, however. So now Kelly at third with no outs. Presley digs in for the 2-1 pitch. Moylan's going to miss outside. Moves the count to 3-1. Looks like pitchers on both sides are struggling with command a little bit here, Ethan.
Yeah, and that is not good if you want to go deep into ball games, especially if you wasted quite a few pitchers earlier. Can't have walks, and that's exactly what is happening now from both sides.
Presley draws the base on balls. Puts runners at the corners with no out still in the top of the 3rd inning.
close
Ooh,
pickoff at
yeah,
first.
quick pickoff move by Moylan. Nearly gets Presley at first. Called safe, though. Now the pitch. Swung on and missed.
Beecham at the plate does have a really nice swing.
Another quick pickoff move. Called safe. He does have the quick swing, and like we've mentioned before, he moves very well. Another pickoff move. Perfect throw. Still called safe. I think maybe the umpire just got in habits of reaching his arms out.
That one was close, right on the hip.
Yeah, that one was really close. The 0-1 pitch. Strike two on the outside corner.
I know as a batter that can be annoying because you expect him maybe to pick off once in that bat, but 3 times, really back to back to back, you don't expect that.
And I've talked about this before, and there's another pickoff move, is that sometimes pitchers are just picking off to kind of get the hitter off time. And that works well. It's an effective tactic for sure, especially when you're struggling with command like Moylan has. Strike three swinging there. So big strikeout. And now you're a ground ball and a double play away from getting out of this inning with no damage done. Looks like it's going to be Mason Libla striding up to the plate. And he hit one well into the right center field gap his last plate appearance.
Getting signed for the third base coach. I do not think he's going to bunt here.
Big swing. Doesn't connect. 0-1.
With a big hitter like Libla up, you expect him to put the ball in a gap and hit it hard.
Yeah, he is a big hitter, and he's at the bottom of the lineup. He has been both games, batting in the 9 position. So it's kind of one of those things. If you're a 9-hole hitter, pickoff move by Moylan, throws it down to second. Now Cahoon throws it home, and he's not going to get Kelly as he makes his way home. And that's just a good base running play by Freed-Hardeman. Moylan had Presley picked off at first. Presley went ahead and went to second anyway. Cahoon caught it at second, fired it home, but not in time. So now the score is 6-2, Freed on top.
And this is not the way Bryan wanted this game to go.
No, and of course, when you execute a pickoff move like that, you're looking at another out, and now you don't have another out, and another run has been scored too.
And not only that, is the double play's out of order now.
Absolutely.
So now you're going to have to face, unless something crazy happens, at least 2 more guys.
The 0-2 pitch on its way. Swung on and nubbed toward the first base dugout. Keeps the count and no balls and pair of strikes. Yeah, and that's the stink about it is, like I was saying, you're a ground ball and a double play away from getting out of this inning with no damage done. And, of course, at that point in the game, you may trade an out for a run. Strike 3 swinging there by Libla. Seems like Moylan's getting to a rhythm now. But at that point in the game, you may trade an out for a run because with that strikeout, you'd have been out of the inning. And
Correct.
the score would be 6-2 anyway. But now you have to face the dangerous leadoff hitter, Ryan Stark. Stark digs in. Moylan delivers a pitch. Strike 1 swung on. It's now no balls and a strike here for Moylan and the Lions. Swing and a miss there for Stark. Moves the count quickly to no balls and 2 strikes.
That pitch looked like it was in the other batter's box. If I'm Moylan and Cosby here, I'm expanding the zone. Go farther. Make him swing.
Absolutely. A lot of arm side movement from Moylan. That's exactly what he does. He's going to nub one over in front of the catcher. It's called fair. Cosby picks it up, fires it to first for out number 3. So only 1 run scored there in the top of the third, but we've yet to manage keeping them at naught in any of these innings. They scored 2 in the first, 3 in the second, and now 1 in the third. So now, after the top of the third, Freed on top, 6-2. We'll be back. We're back here for the bottom of the third. Bass Cooper's going to lead things off in this half of the inning. Duskin still on the bump for Freed-Hardeman. He's going to miss outside with a fastball there. Quickly moves the count to 1 ball and no strikes. Bass Cooper swings and shoots it over the third baseman's head. So he'll have a leadoff single to start things off here in the bottom of the third inning.
First hit of the game for the Bryan College Lions, and it was Bass. Not unlikely for Bass to get a hit, but that's not a normal Bass hit.
No, he's gotten on a lot by little singles. I'm ready for him to just crank one this year, man. When he puts a good swing on one, he hits it far. But we'll take the base hit there. Grant Lala strides in for his at-bat. He puts a big swing on one. That's deep to left field. Center fielder's back. Gone! That one was deep. That one could only be found on radar. Holy moly. Touch 'em all, Grant Lala.
And there's the Grant we're used to seeing. The home run ball.
Oh, my goodness. That ball was hit about 400 feet to deep center field. And that makes the score now 6-4, cuts the lead in half.
And we talk about it every game. Bryan College can change the game with one swing, and Grant Lala just proved that.
Jeez, man, that was a bomb. And now Daniel Dryden up to bat for your Bryan College Lions. He watches the breaking ball in there for a strike. But that's like what we're talking about is, you know, even though Bass didn't hit that ball necessarily hard, he gets on, and now the big swing by Grant Lala, the score is now 6-4. Dryden's going to hit one to center field, just kind of loops it up there. And the center fielder camps out under it. Beecham makes the play for out number 1.
And now if you're up, like Devin Ogg here is, you're just trying to restart. Get another hit, have somebody after you do the big work.
Yeah, I got to get things started again here in the bottom of the third inning. Duskin, the 0-0 pitch, is going to miss there with the breaking ball. Moves the count to 1 ball and no strikes.
Interesting to me that we decided to use Devin Ogg here in the DH role when you're facing a lefty as a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, that is an interesting move, but I think the coaches have to be just trying to see what this guy can produce offensively. As I mentioned earlier in this game, the DH position has not done much offensively so far this year. Ogg puts a good swing on one, but it's going to kind of move it on his hands. He fouls it off for strike 1, nearly hits Jacob Buffington's car, I think.
And lands underneath my truck. That's a souvenir for me.
So now Devin Ogg digs in for the 2-1 count. Duskin with the breaking ball just misses low and outside. So now the count's 3 balls and a strike.
Looks like my souvenir ball underneath the truck has just been stolen and returned back to the field of play.
3 balls and a strike. Big swing by Ogg, but doesn't connect. So now 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 down here in the bottom of the third. Duskin with a big leg kick. Ogg smokes one. Foul, just foul. Nearly caught the umpire there. Couldn't get out of the way quick enough. That ball was chasing him. Had target finder on or something.
Yeah, apparently Ogg doesn't like if they're not calling balks today. He was trying to take him out of the game. Cahoon looking on, Ogg's roommate and good friend from Michigan with him from the on-deck circle.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Devin Ogg watches strike 3 go by. Just catches the outside corner. And that was a questionable call, Ethan.
That's that borderline call. Catcher caught it good. Can't do anything about that.
Yeah, I think the catcher might have stolen that strikeout for Duskin. Of course, if you're a pitcher, you don't mind that. You like it when your catcher kind of backs you up there with a nice frame job. So now Cade Cahoon digs in for his at-bat here in the bottom of the third. Good swing. He shoots it over to the shortstop. Shortstop doesn't handle it nicely. Gets by him for a 2-out base knock. Rooklyn, he's been a good defender in this series for Freed-Hardeman, but just can't handle that one. That one kind of took a funky one-hop bounce over his glove on into left field. So now you may get to see that questionable pickoff move here again. The 0 pitch is going to miss outside. Now the count's 1 ball, no strikes. Looks like they switched up the lineup a little bit. They have Cade Cahoon in the 8 hole with Dante Morton in the 9 hole.
I feel like Cade's already been on today, so he's seen this pickoff move and he knows what to expect.
I won't be fooled again. As George Bush says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me once, can't fool me again. Base knock there for Dante Morton.
The freshman Dante Morton coming through with a big hit through the left side to bring up none other than Parker Cosby.
And now you're 1 swing away from taking the lead.
And last week I made the mistake of saying Parker only has sneaky power. He proved me wrong. So I'm interested to see what he does here.
Runners on first and second, 2 speedy guys. So a knock in the gap will probably score 2.
I remember during the Fall World Series we had debate, who's faster, Alex Rollins or Dante Morton? And it was a close one.
That is close. Cosby's unfortunately going to roll over. McCall flips it over to first for out number 3. But Bryan gets 2 on the big home run by Grant Lala. The score is now 6-4 after 3. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back. We'll be back here for the top of the 4th inning as Sean Rooney makes his way to the batter's box. Tanner Moyle remains on the bump for your Bryan Lions. Rooney's going to be swinging first pitch. Foul ball as Parker Cosby grabs it quickly.
And just like that, there's been more runs scored this game than in all 13 innings of the previous one.
It's crazy how that can happen. You can't get nothing going in one game, and then your offense is really on click the next game. Moylan with the 0-1 pitch. Gets Rooney reaching. Dante Morton's going to have to make a nice play on it, and he does exactly that as he fires it on to Bass Cooper for out number 1.
And that's the first inning we've got the first guy out, and that is big for Moreland here.
Looks like Will McCall is going to be making his way now to the batter's box after the 2-hole Sean Rooney gets out.
Looks like as the game's gone on, more and more fans have showed up.
Yeah, good little crowd here in Dayton, Tennessee today. Strike 1 called there. It's a sunny day, but don't let it be deceptive. It is still chilly.
Still cold.
Y'all are still the smart ones, the ones that are watching this online in the comfort of your own home or wherever you are. Foul ball there from Will McCall. Now no balls and a pair of strikes. Moylan winds it up. Misses high and tight. Little high cheddar there, Ethan.
Yeah, coming 0-2, don't throw it in the zone. Throw it above the zone, throw it under the zone.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch swung on and dribbled to third base, and Dryden will smartly let it go foul. So now McCall has to make his way 90 feet back to the batter's box, and I can say, as when you run out something like that, and then you go back to the batter's box, you got to compose yourself, take that deep breath, and he's taking his time making his way back. Of course, there's no time limit or play clock in baseball. The big boy third baseman glides his way back to first base, or to not first base, the batter's box, rather.
Coming from first base.
Yeah. I tricked myself into saying that one. Moylan, the 1-2 pitch, on its way. McCall puts a good swing on one, fires it through the 6 hole for the 1-out single. So probably rightly made the choice on taking his time on his way back to the box, and puts a nice swing on that one for a good 1-out single for Freed-Hardeman. This is Zach Sanders, the second baseman. Dangerous hitter for Freed. The lefty on righty matchup. Sanders swings and misses. A lot of arm side run there on that pitch.
With the way Moylan throws is a lot of ground balls. A lot of ground balls are really high pop-ups. So right here you're looking for a double play.
And kind of like you were mentioning earlier, Ethan, he works from that. Bass Cooper stays with that one on the pickoff move. He works from the far side of the mound, which is not typical. I'm a righty, and that's the side of the mound I work from. So a lot of times, it's a lot like Chris Sell. Chris Sell works from that side of the mound too, and he kind of fires it across his body, and it can turn into some trouble for the hitters because they're not used to seeing that kind of across your body arm angle. But Moylan's found some success with that. He's coming out of Chat State, and he's already proven to be big for this pitching rotation this year. Had a very good outing against Rio Grande in last weekend's series. The 0-2 pitch on its way. Big breaking ball is going to be hit softly to Dryden. He fires to second for one. Morton quickly over to first. Going to be a little high and late, so they only managed to get one, but a good pitch and good execution there by the Lions defense.
And Dryden kind of struggled getting it out of his glove, trying to rush a little bit. But when you have a runner like Sanders, it has to be smooth or you're not getting two.
Yeah, that 5-4-3 double play is a hard one to make already. And Dryden just couldn't get a handle on it quickly enough to fire it to Morton in time for two. But, man, Morton has some quick hands. You see how quick he got rid of that ball? Dryden's going to get another opportunity over there at third. Fields it cleanly, fires it to Bass for out number 3. So good job there for the Lions defense. They finally hold Freed-Hardeman to no runs in the top of the 4th inning. And we'll see what they can do if they have an answer offensively in the bottom of the 4th. We'll be back. We're back here for the bottom of the 4th inning. Darwin Gregg up to bat for the Bryan College Lions. Love to see him put a good swing on one here.
We've seen him hit BP on this field for 2 years now, and the man hits baseballs out of this park with ease.
He hit that one out of the park, but just the wrong way. Foul ball there for Greg. The 0-1 pitch misses. Now 1-1.
The thing about this Bryan College lineup is if you get past Darwin, then you face Brad, who has the best batting average on the team. You get past Bradley Prince, Bass Cooper's up.
Darwin just laid on the fastball there. Strike two now. Yeah, this is probably the most dangerous part of this lineup, and this is when you have to do your damage in this part of the game too. Duskin's going to miss with a breaking ball low and in. Evens the count up 2-2.
Which, if you remember back to the Rio Grande, that series when it was snowing, last game here, the bottom of the lineup really stepped up.
Darwin hits it sharply to third. McCall is going to have a hard time dealing with that one on a funky bounce. So Greg will reach first safely. Not much you can do there as a third baseman. Looks like it went off the top of his maybe shoulder or so. I was afraid it might have got him in the chin there. Third base is a hard position to play, especially with that lip in the infield. You can kind of bounce up and take that funky hop. Of course, you don't get that when you play at Tennessee Westland because you're on that all-turf field. Greg reads it in the dirt. Nice play by Libla as he blocks it up and throws it over to first. Darwin slides back safely.
Nice block over there by Sean Rooney, the first baseman.
Greg with a nice lead over at first. Duskin throws it over there. Dives back safely.
If you like to watch pickoffs, this is the game to watch. Both teams picking off every time someone gets on
Of course,
first.
with Allman, he's a righty, so he's kind of unorthodox in picking off as much as he does. But with the two lefties now pitching in Duskin and Moylan, Bradley fires it up the middle. Good play by Rooklyn for one. Now to first for two. The middle infield made a spectacular play. Rooklyn fielded it cleanly back behind the bag, flipped it over to Sanders for the first out at second, and Sanders threw it sharply over to Rooney at first for out number two. And what looked like it was going to be a good inning, a big inning for Bryan College. Now there's two down in the bottom of the fourth.
And don't think Bradley Prince barely hit that ball. That ball was smoked up the middle.
Yeah, that about took Duskin toes off with that one. Bass Cooper hits a deep one to left field. That could get up. It's going to be fair, but hits the base of the wall, and Cooper's only going to get one out of it.
That's the only bad part about playing at this field with that small wall to left field. When the ball hits off the wall, it's normally only a single.
Yeah, and this field kind of, when I first came to Bryan, I thought this field was a little weird how it's shaped. It almost looks like it goes out further than it should, but I think it's just the way that the fences kind of come in on the outside. But the left fielder wasn't able to make a play on it there, and Bass reaches safely with a two-out single to left field. That ball was right down the line, too. That was so close to being foul.
If you look, I don't know if you can see this at home. If you look, there's a New Balance sign right underneath the foul pole, and it hit the bottom corner of it.
Big breaking ball there from Duskin. Fools Grant Lala. Now the count is no balls and a pair of strikes. Two down here in the bottom of the fourth. Grant Lala could tie things up with one swing of the bat here. Libla struggles to find that one. Of course, not the best base runner over there at first, and Bass Cooper, he just kind of walks back to first safely.
Grant, his last at bat, very similar situation. See if he can do it again here.
One ball, two strikes, two down here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Grant Lala. Big swing, but kind of catches it off the handle. That
trouble.
Could get down.
Ooh!
And Sanders made a great play on that one. And I tell you, man, this middle infield is impressive for Freed-Hardeman.
That was all made by Sanders hustling to the ball and being willing to put his body on the line.
So after what appeared to be a big inning for Bryan, it's snuffed out by great defensive plays from Freed-Hardeman. The score remains 6-4, Freedman on top. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back. William Kelly up to bat for Freed-Hardeman in the top of the fifth inning. Tanner Moylan remains on the bump for Bryan College. Going to see if he can continue to hold these guys here with only a 2-run lead. Kelly, good swing, but doesn't connect.
I will say this about the Freed-Hardeman Lions is they all swing the bat very hard and swing it every time very hard.
The 0-1 pitch right down the middle. Kelly watches it go by. Strike two. So no balls and a pair of strikes for Tanner Moylan. Kelly swings on it, hits it sharply to Cahoon at short. Cahoon fires it over to first for out number 1. Good play defensively once again by Cade Cahoon. Looks like number 12, Ryan Presley, is up to bat for Freed-Hardeman. He was the one that kind of got caught between first and second and allowed that runner from third to come home safely. He fouls one off there, moves the count to no balls and a strike.
Looks like there was a little bit of action in Freed-Hardeman's bullpen. Maybe think about pulling Duskin next inning?
He's worked well so far, only allowed 4 so far in this game. Presley hits it softly to Morton. Morton fires it over to Bass for out number 2.
Dante Morton with quick hands to get it out of the glove, into Bass's glove in very quick time.
As I was saying about Duskin, though, he's worked well so far, but you have to wonder when is it time, and obviously don't want to run him out there one too many times and allow this Bryan College offense to take advantage of him. Beecham tried a bunt there, doesn't connect. The count is now no balls and a strike. Moylan working with some tempo. Beecham hits it high to right field. Grant's camped out under it and catches it for out number 3. So Moylan continues to work well here for the Bryan Lions, and the score remains 6-4 after the top of the 5th inning. We'll be back to see how Bryan can respond offensively. We're going to take a short break. Here in to start things off in the bottom of the fifth inning is Daniel Dryden. Daniel came in with me, and he's making some noise this year. Found his way into the starting lineup. Big swing by Dryden there. He doesn't connect. New pitcher in for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. It's Wesley Coley, the left-hander freshman out of Arlington, Tennessee. Looks like he's firing it in there nicely so far.
It's kind of weird going from a slower lefty with good movement to someone who looks like he's throwing pretty decent.
Yeah, Coley misses there with a fastball outside. Moves the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another fastball misses high and out. Now the count's even at 2.
Smart move on the Freed-Hardeman coaching staff to get Duskin out of there right when we started going through the lineup again. You get down to Daniel Dryden. We've all seen him a few times. Starting to swing the bat a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely probably the smart move. Dryden hits it hard, but Beecham almost overran it, but he catches it nonetheless for out number 1. I've noticed that Daniel Dryden has changed his stance a little bit from the fall. He kind of has moved his hands down a little bit to start off, and he's found some success with it. He's found the barrel several times over this series already. But now Devin Ogg up to bat for your Bryan Lions. He's going to watch a fastball catch the outer half of the plate for strike 1. Coley working quickly. Breaking ball misses low and outside for ball 1. Strike 2, fastball on the outside part of the plate. As a lefty, of course, this lefty and Wesley Coley is working from the other side of the mound, so it's definitely a different look for the Bryan's offense. Breaking ball misses there, but as I was saying, when you had that kind of lefty arm side run, it kind of looked like that ball was going to be on the batter's box line and then kind of squeaked its way back to the outside corner for strike 2.
Especially with a lefty batting like Devin Ogg here.
Oh, strike 3 looking.
That ball that looks like it's going to be right there on the inner half of the plate will just run in on the hands. That ball that's outside runs back in.
Yeah, and you don't see a lot of lefty pitchers, and that's what makes them so valuable to college teams. Now 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th inning. No balls and a strike here on Cade Cahoon. Cahoon fouls it off back behind the catcher. No balls and 2 strikes now. Coley working quickly. The big windup, big leg kick. Cahoon fouls one off again. Keeps the count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Wesley Coley, big leg kick. Cahoon stays in there, battles. See if we can get something going with 2 here, Ethan.
It's happened before, and it's willing to happen again.
No balls, 2 strikes on Cahoon. Stays alive. Continues to battle against Coley. No balls, 2 strikes. Looks like another foul ball. So Cahoon is really battling. He's keeping that Bryan dugout on their toes. They retrieve all these foul balls.
And the umpire having to get more baseballs because Cade Cahoon has wiped him out.
Yeah.
Baseballs aren't cheap nowadays, so Bryan's dugout is very, very, very good about going to get those baseballs.
Nothing's cheap nowadays. No balls, 2 strikes. Cahoon continues to stay alive.
That one staying inside the ballpark, just going down the third base line.
You think you throw a breaking ball here? No balls, 2 strikes. Remains with the fastball. Cahoon's going to hang in there. Another foul ball.
Smiling on the mound, knowing that Cade Cahoon is just fighting.
This is one of those moments as a pitcher. You said, throw a ball. I mean, like that.
There
Like,
it is.
throw something that Cahoon won't swing at, or if he swings at, there's no way he's going to touch.
That one in the dirt or artificial dirt.
The count is now 1-2. Of course, if Cade Cahoon battles back and draws a walk on something like this, it may make me eat my words. Just keep throwing it down the middle. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cahoon hits one to shortstop. Rooklyn dives, makes the play, throws it on to first, but not in time. So Cahoon wins that battle and reaches first safely with the 2-out infield single.
If you're watching at home and you're a kid playing baseball, that's what you want. Fight, 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 get a hit.
And that's a sign of a good hitter, too. And Cahoon doesn't have the most pop, but, man, a battle right there is huge for the Lions. And we can see if they can get things going here with 2 down.
Dante Morton put one through the left side of the infield last at bat.
The 0-0 count on Morton. Morton watches the high and outside fastball miss for ball 1. Let's see if Wesley Cooley has as dangerous of a pickoff move as Duskin does. Gives Cahoon a glance over there at first, now another. Now comes the plate. Morton watches the fastball catch the outside corner for strike 1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 down, the bottom of the 5th inning. Ball 2 misses high and outside. That seems to be Cooley's miss as that arm side high fastball proves to be the case there.
I feel like that's the case for a lot of left-handed pitchers missing high and outside.
The 2-1 count. The pitch on its way. Swung and tipped, but handled by the catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning.
I know yesterday you kind of talked about Ricky Henderson making it into the top 100 with his base running mainly. Dante's just the same way.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys, if you can get him on, I kind of equated him to Billy Hamilton. He's not going to hit. He's not going to have the best average on the team. But when the guy gets on, watch out for him on the base paths because he's going to be stealing some bags this year. Watches ball 3, miss high and in. Moves the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Runner will be moving here, Ethan.
Yeah, first baseman's playing behind the runner now. Knows he's going to take off as soon as that leg is lifted. Cade Cahoon at first, getting a smaller lead so he doesn't get picked off.
Runner takes off. Morton hits it high. Rooklyn camps out under it for out number 3. So nothing going there for Bryan in the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll see if they can hold him in the top of the 6th. I imagine we'll continue to see the dominant Tanner Moylan on the bump. We'll be back. Now we're back here for the top of the 6th inning. Quickly, a ground ball's hit, called fair. Dryden's going to have to make a good play. He does that, called out at first. A bang play. Huge play defensively there for the Lions.
Bounce out of Dryden's glove, picks it up with just a bare hand, and fires it without taking a step to get the out there at first
And that
base.
was questionably a foul ball, and the umpire called it fair. And thankfully so, honestly, after a nice play by Dryden there. Got out Libla. And now flips the lineup over. Ryan Stark with one out here for Freed-Hardeman. Big breaking ball. Stark watches it. Ball one.
I don't know if we mentioned this yet, but we did confirm 2 9-inning games today after the first game.
Okay. News to me. Appreciate the insight, Ethan.
Little half swing there for strike number 1.
Now strike 2. Moylan's firing it in there. Dialed in today. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Working quickly. Breaking ball is hit pretty deep to right field. Grant Lala makes his way back to it. Catches it on the warning track for out number 2. So Moylan continues to work quickly. He's had a good outing thus far for the Lions. Brad and I mentioned yesterday about how this is some line-on-line action.
Yeah.
Freed-Hardeman and Bryan, they hold the same mascot. That can make it a little tough as a broadcaster when you say the Lions. Well, which one? But we've tried to maneuver away and just use the college names. Sometimes I fail and forget to do that though. Quickly in an 0-2 count, Sean Rooney is Moylan. Man, he's working well today.
I was doing some research on Freed-Hardeman last night, or this morning rather, and I was sitting there. I was like, when I'm on air, I cannot say the Lions. I have to specify.
The 0-2 pitch, Moylan. Fastball just misses outside. The count's now 1 ball and a pair of strikes. 2 down here in the top of the 6th inning. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Fastball is going to miss a little low and in. So now the count quickly evened up at 2.
Freed-Hardeman coming off a good year in their conference, getting second in the Mid-South.
That's a good conference, too. Both Cumberland teams, University of Cumberland's and Cumberland University, 2 proven to be good teams. Sharply hit over to Dryden. Dryden fires it over to Bass for out number 3. So a couple good defensive plays by Dryden and a fly ball hit out to Grant and Wright seals the deal here in the top of the 6th inning. Moylan continues to work efficiently. Let's see if they have an offensive answer here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll be back. Here we are with the leadoff hitter, Parker Cosby, here in the bottom of the 6th inning for your Bryan Lions.
1, 2, 3 up for the Bryan College Lions.
Just what the doctor ordered. We need these guys to produce today. Cosby watches the high fastball miss for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Cosby puts a good swing on it, but it's going to be fouled off back toward the right field line. Counts evened up at 1. The 1-1 pitch. Misses outside. Now 2-1. 2-1 pitch on its way. Cosby puts another good swing on it, just kind of inside outs it to foul territory. Counts now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Must be a little bit of late life on the fastball here. Parker's never really that late on a ball.
No, and I think Wesley Cooley's got some velo going up there for him. And like we've said, Bryan struggles to connect with lefties. Hopefully Cosby proves me wrong. Cosby watches what appeared to be strike 3 on the corner, but called a ball. The count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of time with the catcher up to the plate, the umpire's a little bit more lenient on their strike zone.
Cosby swings at ball 4 there, fouls it off back behind the first base dugout, nearly plunks a spectator. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cosby kind of catches it off the handle, flares it out to left field. Left fielder makes a play on it for out number 1. So now Darwin Gregg up to bat for the Lions, and man, I've been saying this all game, I'd love to see him connect with the ball because it goes a long way when he does. The 0 pitch, big swing, doesn't catch all of it though, going to be fouled off toward the first base dugout. The count is now no balls and a strike.
Well, I've noticed about Darwin now being 5 games in the year, he's not missing barrels by much.
No, he's not.
Barely missing the barrel.
And it's one thing when a hitter is in a slump and they're missing the ball by 2 feet, but he's not doing that. The count's even at 1. Another big swing there. Doesn't connect. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Darwin's going to have to battle here. The pitchers count 1 and 2. Going to be a curveball in the dirt. Evens the count up 2 and 2.
Cooley working a lot faster than Duskin was earlier today.
He is working with some tempo, that is for sure. 2 and 2. Gregg puts a good swing on it, takes a weird hop, but Rooklyn fields it cleanly, fires it over to Rooney at first for out number 2. He hit that one hard, just right to somebody.
Now hitting your team leading in batting average, Bradley Prince.
Prince watches the curveball miss way outside. Counts 1 and 0. A ball and no strikes here for Prince. Watches the fastball miss high and in. Ball 2. Prince digs in. Cooley fires the fastball right down the pipe. Prince watches it go by for strike 1. The 2-1 pitch on its way. Prince swings at it, fouls it off of his leg, and man, I know that doesn't feel good.
When you're producing as much bat speed as Bradley Prince, anything that you foul straight down is going to hurt.
Yeah, no doubt. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Curveball just misses there for Cooley. Brings us to the payoff pitch. All full with 2 down here. Prince swings on it, shoots it opposite field. Left fielder moves back and makes the play for out number 3. So nothing going there again in the bottom of the 6th. The offense is kind of stymied here in this game. The score remains 6-4, Freed-Hardeman on top. We're back here for the top of the 7th inning. Moylan remains on the bump for your Bryan Lions. He's been working well so far this game. Strike one called on the outside corner. No balls and a strike here against Will McCall. McCall shoots it in foul territory. Quickly moves the count to no balls and a pair of strikes. McCall shoots it to center field. Darwin Gregg first moves back, then he moves in and catches it for out number 1. So Moylan continues to work very efficiently in this game. Moylan now facing Zach Sanders. Good hitter for Freed-Hardeman. He fouls one off back behind Cosby. Quickly moves the count to no balls and a strike. Moylan has done everything you can ask out of a relief pitcher in this game. Came in and it was already 5-2, and he's held this game, only giving up one other run, as his score is now 6-4. Zach Sanders facing 2 strikes here in the top of the 7th inning. Moylan with the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Throw it around, Cosby. Huge strikeout there for Moylan.
Not only do we have 2-legged fans here, we also have some 4-legged fans running around.
Moylan with the windup. Bunt shown, and Moylan's going to field it. No, he doesn't field it cleanly, though. So number 4, Kent Rooklyn, reaches safely via the bunt down the third base line. And that's just unfortunate. Of course, you don't expect someone to be bunting for a base hit with 2 down. See if Moylan can respond well. Now number 30, William Kelly, up to bat for Freed-Hardeman. Moylan fires what appeared to be a changeup. Fools Kelly, strike 1. Pickoff move over to first, almost gets him. But Rooklyn dives back safely.
One of them may not have the quickest pickoff move, but his arm gets the ball over there really,
It does.
really hard.
Another changeup fooled Kelly once again. The count is now no balls and 2 strikes.
Starting to warm up here in Dayton, Tennessee. Ball might start flying a little bit better now.
Won't hear me complaining. It looks like the wind's still blowing in a little bit from right field. The 0-2 pitch. Barely fouled off back behind home plate. Keeps the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Kelly digs in. Moylan gets the sign from Cosby. Comes set. Takes a look over there at first. Now delivers the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Ball 1.
Good block there by Cosby.
Rooklyn had a pretty good lead over there at first, but I imagine since he was throwing the breaking ball, went ahead and tried to get the batter there. Rooklyn with another big lead over at first. Kelly swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Moylan continues to deal in this game. Proves to be a staple in this Bryan line pitching rotation. So the score still remains 6-4 after the top of the 7th. We'll be back for the bottom half of this inning. Bass Cooper here in for the Lions as he strides up to the plate. Coley still working on the bump for Freed-Hardeman. The breaking ball finds the zone there for strike one. Fastball just misses outside. Puts the count at 1-1. Bass hits it hard, but it's going to be foul. Back over there toward Coach Mack. Bass fires one over the shortstop's head. That one's going to get in there for another base hit for Bass Cooper.
Bass Cooper at first base, and the big hitter, Grant Lala.
I'm excited to see this one, man. Another two-run bomb would be just what the doctor ordered here. Looks like they're going to bring in a pinch hitter, or a pinch runner rather, David Walker to first base. Fast guy, the pitcher only, and apparently a base runner too.
So we've seen Coach Mack bring in pitchers in these situations. They run a lot. Anthony Tejada was one not too long ago in the Rio series. David Walker's been one this year.
Now Grant Lala digs in here for his at-bat. Watches ball one go by, moves the count to 1-0.
Hey, come to Bryan College, you might start off as a pitcher. You might end up as a base runner. You never know here with Coach Mack.
You might just do a little bit of both. 1 ball, no strikes. Walker with a nice lead over there at first. Cooley fires it home. Ball 2.
If I'm Cooley, I'm very careful here with Grant at the plate.
Of course, you don't want to miss over the heart of the plate because Grant can do some damage. We've seen earlier in this game the 2-run bomb in the bottom of the 3rd inning. He puts another good swing on one, and that's just going to be high and kind of flared out to Kelly in right field. Kelly struggles with it a little bit, but manages to make the catch anyhow for out number 1.
The wind here on the ground may not be real bad, but the farther up in the sky you go, the more the wind's changing directions, the harder it's blowing. It's a tough fly ball to make a play on.
Yeah, it's just a tough day to be an outfielder all around. Now Daniel Dryden up to bat. I'd love to see him put a charge into one. We know he can.
The ball he hit yesterday at Tennessee Westland would have been out here.
Yeah, of course, Tennessee Westland's not a very big field either. Just kind of was killed by the wind, I think. No balls, no strikes. Dryden watches ball 1 go by. David Walker dives back safely on the back pick by Libla.
Libla's shown us he's not afraid to throw guys out. He's not afraid to throw them out when they steal, on the bat pick, whatever the case may be.
He's got a pretty good arm. 1 ball and no strikes here on Dryden. Looks like time was called at the plate. It's going to reset things here for the Lions.
Foul ball.
Counts now 1-1 after Dryden found one off back behind home plate. Coley comes set quickly. Gives Walker a glance at first. Picks off now. Walker dives back safely.
Retrieving that foul ball was Gilby. Mr. Gilbert threw a great game yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Unfortunately, nothing to show for it. The 1-1 pitch. Dryden swings, but that's just going to be kind of flared out to short right field. And Kelly comes in and makes the catch for out number 2. So he's gathered both outs here for Freed-Hardeman in the bottom of the 7th inning.
One thing today is Bryan's not missing barrels by much. Fractions of inches, maybe a few centimeters, just barely.
Centimeters. We're in America. We don't use the metric system.
I'm not good at fractions, so I got to find something in whole numbers.
Devin Ogg going to make his way to the batter's box now with the lefty-on-lefty matchup against Wesley Cooley.
Cooley stepped off and got some signs from the shortstop. I think talking about the defensive shift in place.
Fires it over to first. Walker dives back safely.
Shortstop is very close to the second base bag, while the second baseman is deep into the hole between second and first.
Coley comes set, now delivers a pitch to Libla. Strike one called, outside corner. Now the count is 0-1.
That outside corner is where Cooley has been living to a left-handed hitter. He knows that they can't hurt him there.
Coley comes set in the 0-1 count. Now the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball. Ogg hung in there with it. Just fouled it off back behind him. The count quickly moves into the pitcher's favor. No balls and 2 strikes. Cooley comes set. Now the pitch. That one just misses outside. Moves the count to 1 ball and a couple strikes.
Close pitch to take right there. With 2 strikes on you, that's one that you probably need to swing at. Foul it off.
That was, and that call went our way. It was just a little bit outside, and thankfully the umpire didn't throw his arm up there for strike 3. The 1-2 pitch now on its way. Ogg swings on it. Rooney blocks it up nicely. He's going to pick it up and take it himself over to first for out number 3. So still nothing going for this Bryan offense. They've gone 4 innings without scoring a run. Let's see if we can hold them on defense. We'll be back. We're here now in the top of the 8th inning. Ryan Presley making his way to the batter's box for Freed-Hardeman. New pitcher in here for your Bryan Lions, Cam Harvey, number 8. Cam Harvey delivers the strike, moves the count quickly to no balls and a strike.
Cam Harvey, a big left-handed pitcher. Played 2 sports in high school. Offers for basketball right out of high school.
Yeah, had some Power 5 offers from basketball. He was Georgia Basketball Player of the Year over now NBA player Colin Sexton. He's from Statesboro, Georgia, and we recruited him from Georgia Premier Academy. we've gotten several guys from there over the years, Dalton Ross and Cam Harvey, to mention a couple.
2-1 count now to Presley in the plate.
Presley in a favorable count. Of course, Moylan had a great game on the bump for the Lions. He pitched the 3rd through the 7th inning. I don't think they were planning on using him that long, but, I mean, he absolutely threw a gem today. Of course, he got more work than maybe at first expected, and he earned it. He earned it, Ethan.
Yeah, he just established him spot in a bullpen role, and you can trust him. Come out here down by 5. He gets the ball, only gives up 1 in the 1st inning, and then goes 4 scoreless.
Cam Harvey now with the 2-2 count on Presley. Ball 3 just misses inside and low. Counts now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cam Harvey working solely out of the stretch. Comes set. Now the pitch. Hit up the middle. Dante Morton gathers it, fires it to first. Called safe on a close play at first. It was shot right back up the middle. Cam Harvey falls off the other side of the mound, so he wasn't able to make a play on it. Dante Morton made a good play on it, but still called safe at first.
Yeah, we know Presley has some wheels underneath him. He runs very good. Dante did everything he could to get that ball to the first baseman as quick as possible. Just wasn't quick enough. Good call by the umpire there on a bang-bang play.
Harvey with the 0-0 pitch against Beecham. Beecham fouls it off back behind the catcher. Quickly moves the count to no balls and a strike. Look like we still have some action in the Bryan bullpen over there. Have to wonder who's getting loose now. Maybe just be for next game, I don't know. So Presley at first, Beecham at the plate. Fastball just misses outside.
With Presley at first and Beecham at the plate, it's going to be hard to get a double play here.
It is. 2 fast guys. Harvey comes set. Very methodical in the way he works on the mound.
Presley steals for
Presley
second.
takes off, and he got a huge jump there. He slides in safely. Man, he got a great jump on Harvey.
That one's not on Parker. Parker came up, made a great throw from behind the plate.
No, and Presley read Harvey like a book there. Got a huge jump.
Smart base running there by Presley. Double play's no longer in order. Beecham just has to put the ball in play.
Now the 2-1 count and the 2-1 pitch. On its way, Beecham squares around. That's going to miss low, so now that counts 3 balls and a strike. Cam Harvey struggling early in his appearance so far.
Time called by Dryden on third base to fix a divot or a hole looking right in front of the dirt on the third base side.
That's just one of the nuances of the games that you don't get to see watching it from home, or even as a fan you don't even notice, is sometimes those weird divots in the field can make a ball bounce a certain way and can really give a defender some trouble. 3 balls and a strike on Beecham. He squares around to bunt again. He watches strike 2 go by as he pulls back. Now the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's a good lookout by Daniel Dryden there, protecting himself and wanting to get an out for his team, not making anything in the field obstruct his way.
3 balls, 2 strike. Cam comes set. Long look over there at second. And just misses with an outside fastball. And that's going to be ball 4. And Coach McCauley's going to make his way to the mound to have a visit with his pitcher, Cam Harvey. And Cam Harvey, he's an established guy here. He was used last year, and obviously he's going to have to be used this year. He's going to be a staple to this team. But what do you say if you're Coach Mack?
From the looks of it, it looks like Coach Mack's just trying to calm him down and talk to his infield. Hey, we need to get an out here. We need to get 2 outs here. Double play in order. Step on it, go across. We got 2 fast runners here. Looks like he's not even talking to Cam.
They may be working on some pickoff move. Of course, like I said, Cam got used last year for his first year of eligibility. He's just now a COVID sophomore. So he's got a lot of time to establish himself as a pitcher here at Bryan.
I know we talked about this last week against Rio. Cam is a very smart kid. Engineer in the classroom, very smart. So everything he does for a reason with a purpose.
Had a good outing last week against Rio Grande. No balls, no strikes.
Looks like everyone's favorite lefty, Chris Sunshine Bain, making a way to the bullpen.
Looks like we may have a new batter up for Freed-Hardeman, a pinch hitter. Number 6, Jack Early, a sophomore infielder from San Diego Sunshine, California. Man, I'd like to be out there right now.
It'd be nice.
1 ball and no strikes here on Early. Harvey taking his time. Early squares around. Pops it up.
Over the net.
Just foul. Pops it up over the net. I thought it was going to be in fair territory as I saw Dryden look high in the sky as that one was fouled way off. Kind of impressive the way that thing came off the bat.
If you notice here with Bryan's defensive situation, Dryden and Bass are up in the grass. They're going to cover third with Kate Cahoon at short, and then Dante Morton, second baseman, is going to cover first on anything bunted.
So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike here on Early. Good lead over there at second. Cam picks off, throws it hard over there to Morton. Nothing to show for it.
That wind has picked back up dramatically, blowing dead in our face here.
Yeah, if a home run's hit today, it's because it was hit hard. Of course, Grant Lawless was a bomb. Have to hold them here defensively, give your offense a chance to stay in this game. 1-1 pitch. It's hit softly. Cahoon is going to field it cleanly, fires it over to first just to get one. Big jump over there by Beecham on the secondary lead. Keeps the double play from happening.
That ball had a little bit of weird spin. Cam Harvey trying to make a play on the mound and try to get 2, just barely missed it and fell down. Runners on second and third now.
So 2 runners in scoring position with only 1 down here in the top of the 8th inning. Looks like Ryan Stark is up to bat for Freed-Hardeman.
Infield is in here at Bryan. Looks like ground ball to anybody in the infield. They're checking that runner first.
Yeah, you
Make
have
sure
to.
he doesn't go anywhere.
This late in the game, you cannot allow another run. Stark's going to foul one off back and almost hit a Chevrolet Silverado. Moves the count to no balls and 2 strikes. This is a huge pitch here, Ethan. Got to get this one. The 2-strike pitch on its way. Cam Harvey gets him. Strike 3 swinging. Huge strikeout there for Harvey and the Lions. That's going to bring up Sean Rooney for Freed-Hardeman. Still 2 runners in scoring position. Presley at third and Beecham at second. And the 2-hole hitter is Sean Rooney up to bat. The 0-0 pitch catches the outside corner, strike 1. Man, if you cut the wind out of this day, it's a beautiful day here to play baseball. I guess beggars can't be choosers, as the saying goes. Strike 2 swung on there by Rooney.
Last week it was snowing, it was cold, it was dark, it was miserable. Today at least we have sunshine and clear blue skies.
We have the sunshine. I won't complain. Keep my attitude in check, God. The 0-2 pitch on its way. Swung on and just barely fouled off back behind home plate. Keeps the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Look at that lead at second. Do you even think about trying to kind of back pick there? That guy is, nearly halfway to third base, which means undoubtedly he's scoring on a base hit.
Yeah, if you watch here, as soon as Cam comes set, he gets more and more and more.
He is halfway to third base. The 0-2 pitch just barely misses with the fastball high and outside. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He's playing on the left side of Cade Cahoon, who's playing shortstop.
Yeah, Cade could really make a move to second and probably beat him to the bag. The 1-2 pitch flares over to right field. Grant Lala moves back and catches it nicely. Good play by Grant Lala out there in right field for out number 3. So despite the danger by Freed-Hardeman, Bryan answers nicely. Cam Harvey, good stuff, young man. We're going to move here into the bottom of the 8th, but before that, we'll take a short break. Cade Cahoon striding to the plate here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The 0 pitch is going to miss low. Makes the umpire flinch a little bit. Not a fun day to get hit, I'll tell you that.
Now, we talked about the players being out here for at least 20 innings today. 3 in the first game, 18 in the next 2, so at least 21 innings. The umpires have to be out here too.
Yeah, they do. Of course, we appreciate the job they do, even though they have the toughest job out here, probably get the most complaints out of anyone. We still appreciate them. The 2-0 pitch is going to catch the outside corner for strike 1.
Looks like some action in the Freed-Hardeman bullpen. Maybe for next game, maybe bringing in the closer just to shut this one out coming up.
Cade Cahoon shoots it through the 6th hole. And the 8-hole hitter, Cade Cahoon, reaches safely with the leadoff base knock. That's huge to get things let off here for the Lions. And of course, you have a speedy Dante Morton up. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to drag one down the third base line and get 2 guys on with no outs.
Third baseman's kind of playing far back, and Dante gets it down. He can beat it out here.
I guarantee you if Dante put a good bunt on one down the third base line, he would reach safely. Strike 1 called on the outside corner. Looked like it tailed out of the zone, but strike 1 called anyway. Cahoon with a nice lead over there first. Cooley gives him a look. Now he picks off.
I believe that's the 150th time Cahoon's been trying to picked off over there. Every lefty loves trying to pick off Cade Cahoon.
Of course, I can't blame him to get that guy off the base path. A good spot by the pitcher, but called a ball anyway. The 1-1 pitch. On its way. Morton flares it up to right center field. The second baseman, Sanders, camps out under it and catches it for out number 1. So now Parker Cosby strides into the plate. Watches strike 1 go by. Of course, we need something to happen here in the top of this order. Only 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th, and if you're going to make some noise, it's going to have to be now. Coley comes set. Gives Cahoon a glance over at first. Now delivers a pitch. And Parker Cosby's going to foul it off down the right field line.
The defense is slow to get set. Cooley takes a little walk around the mound, taking his time, resetting, going after a big hitter here.
Yeah, if you can get this guy out, then you're working nicely if you're Freed. No balls, 2 strikes against Parker Cosby. Cosby puts a good swing on it and strikes out. You don't say that much. That's only his 2nd strikeout of this year.
It's a big feat for Cooley there to get out Parker Cosby on a strikeout.
Yeah, I think the crowd just grew deathly silent when they saw Parker Cosby strike out. It is an anomaly, to say the least, to watch that guy go down on strikes. No balls, no strikes against the power hitter from Curacao, Darwin Gregg. Cooley fires over to Rooney at first, keeping Cahoon honest. Still no balls and no strikes on Darwin Gregg. He hits one down the first base line, but the umpire calls it foul. Kind of bailed out Gregg there as it would have been out 3.
I agree with that call from the umpire. He caught it before the bag, right on the other side of the foul line. It's a good call there from the home plate umpire.
Doesn't look like there's any chalk over there to kind of give him any indication of whether that was fair or foul. At least I can't see any from up here, so it's a hard call to make. Darwin Gregg digs in on the 0-1 pitch. Big swing, but hits it off the end of the bat. Fouls it off back behind the catcher. 2 strikes now. Come on, Darwin, we need you. 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 outs. Cade Cahoon on first. Cooley working well. The 0-2 pitch. Gonna just miss outside. Ball 1. And I will appreciate the umpire's consistency. That has been a ball all game long. And despite that being a big moment where you want to throw up that hand and ring him up, he refrained. So now the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The breaking ball in the outer half of the plate. Darwin Gregg hits it to Sanders at second. Sanders shoots it over there to Rooney at first for out number 3. So now Freed-Hardeman is 3 outs away from taking the 2nd game and this series. Hopefully Bryan can hold them, though, in the 9th inning to give their offense a chance in the bottom of the 9th. And we're going to see big man Cam stride up to the bump for the top of the 9th inning. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back. And as we get started here in the top of the ninth inning, just going to let you know that if you want to keep up with your Bryan Lions, not only can you subscribe and click that notification bell on YouTube, you can also follow them on Instagram at BC Lions Baseball, and also on Twitter at BC Lions Baseball, and you should find them there. Also, you can download the app BC Lions and keep up with all your Bryan College sports teams, supported by iPhone and Android. Also, if you're looking for stats, BryanLions.com is the place to go there as well. So here we are on the top of the ninth. Cam Harvey misses with ball one there on Will McCall. Freed-Hardeman's in the heart of their lineup in the top of the ninth. 3-4-5. Cam Harvey's going to miss lone inside that time. Harvey comes set for the 2-0 pitch, and now the pitch is on its way. That one's going to miss high and outside for ball 3. So Harvey struggling with some command issues here. Three balls, no strikes against the powerful hitter in Will McCall. Harvey fires a fastball in the outer half of the plate for strike one. Favorable call there by the umpire. The 3-1 pitch on its way. McCall fouls it off back behind the first base dugout. Watch out, trees.
Trying to save the environment here. Nailed a tree.
So Harvey's battled his way back in this count. 3 balls, 2 strikes here on Will McCall. Harvey with the pitch. And McCall stays in there, fights one off back behind him. The 3-2 pitch again as Harvey comes set. Time called by McCall. That's one thing about Harvey. Talked about it a little bit earlier. He's just going to be very methodical in the way he approaches pitching. He's going to take his time. He's going to come set, take his deep breath, and then fire it home. That wind is changing now a little bit, blowing out from left field. The 3-2 pitch. It's going to miss high and outside. Ball 4. So Will McCall will reach via the base on balls, and that's going to bring up Zach Sanders, the dangerous hitter that plays second base here for your Freed-Hardeman Lions. Sanders was a key part in the Freed-Hardeman lineup last year, and he's proven already that he's going to be a key part in this year's lineup as well. Harvey with the 0-0 pitch, swung on, and that's going to be hit to shallow right field as that wind's blowing. And Alex Rollins is going to make a good play on it. Like I've mentioned before, don't be surprised if he makes some defensive replacement innings or has some defensive replacement innings. He comes in for Grant Lala and makes a good play over there and fights the wind for out number 1.
Alex Rollins, very fast guy. Him and Dante Morton are the 2 fastest guys on this team, I think, hands down. So
I think the only person that beats him is Carvin Dames. Carvin Dames is, crazy fast. I asked Alex Rollins who he thought was faster, and he said that him and Carvin had a race last year, and Carvin beat him. So that's the only reason I say that. Fouled off there by Rooklyn. The count has quickly moved to no balls and a strike. Freed-Hardeman Lions have proven themselves to be a tough matchup, and I suspect that they'll be a good team this year. No balls and a strike here on Rooklyn. Cam Harvey with the pitch. Good fastball there. Dinks off of the light pole. A nice snag over there made in the little bullpen area. bullpen slash hitting practice area. I don't even know how to explain that area over there. Just kind of a.
It's where the POs go to get in the cage.
Yeah. No balls, 2 strikes on Rooklyn. Runner takes off. Rooklyn fouls it off. Well, he doesn't foul it off. It looks like he just completely missed it. And so strike 3 swinging there, but Will McCall is going to advance to second. Parker Cosby just couldn't get a handle on that ball. Of course, I had the headset on, so I couldn't really hear if the ball was tipped or not. It just kind of appeared that that's what happened. So now William Kelly up to bat for Freed-Hardeman. And your Bryan Lions are looking to keep this lead at just 2 going into the bottom of the 9th. There's 2 down here. Runner on second. Kelly up to bat. The 0 pitch misses high and out.
This isn't the first time in the past 4 or 5 innings that Freed-Hardeman's been threatening to score with the runner in scoring position. The key is how Bryan reacts to this.
That's right. And honestly, Bryan's had a lot of their chances to score as well. Not only in this game, but of course they had a great opportunity in last game to score early on in those extra innings that we played today. Times called by Kelly at home. But we just haven't been able to execute. Of course, both teams have 9 runs, but the score is only 6-4, or 9 hits rather. The score is only 6-4. One ball, no strikes. Cam Harvey fires it in there against Kelly. It's going to miss high and outside for ball 2.
And I think this is the first game all year we've seen a lot of free bases. A lot of free bases handed out from both teams, not just one. Both teams are handing them out, and you can't win a ball game like that.
No, you can. It'll kill your pitching staff, and it'll kill the momentum going in the game. 2 balls, no strikes for Harvey. Fires a fastball in the inner half of the plate, strike 1. And also, when you're battling him back all the time as a pitcher, and you have to throw the fastball over the plate, then that gives the hitter a better opportunity to put a good swing on a fastball, and that's when damage can be done. We saw that with Grant Lala in the 3rd inning. The 2-1 pitch. No, Cam Harvey's going to step off, reset.
Be interested to see here who Freed-Hardeman has pitching in the bottom of the 9th. Do you stick with Cooley, or do you go to the bullpen?
It looks like they had someone warming up. I don't know if he's still out there or not, but it looks like they were thinking about making the switch. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. Harvey, the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed by Kelly. So now the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 down here in the top of the 9th for your Bryan Lions. Big pitch here for Cam Harvey and the Lions defense. Got to hold him. Harvey comes set. Long pause at the set. Fires a fastball, going to miss high and outside for ball 3. So no runner at first, so the runner should stay put at second on this payoff pitch. I love this count. 3-2, 2 out. Something is going to happen. Three-two pitch. That one's going to miss inside. So Kelly reaches on the walk. Now runners on first and second with Ryan Presley making his way to the plate.
And we said these next 2 guys' names a lot, Presley and Beecham, and they are fast, and we've said that 1,000 times. They also put the ball in play.
Yeah, and that's why we've said their name so much, is because they have been on the base paths. They've not necessarily done a ton of damage at the plate, but they've been on the base paths, and they've scored some runs for Freed-Hardeman. Looks like Coach Day is going to be coming out here and talking to Cam Harvey and the defense. Maybe just trying to settle them down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see anybody trying to make their way in from the bullpen. Looks like the bullpen has some guys down there, but nobody's really getting warmed up to pitch, just maybe some stretching.
That's a beautiful thing about baseball. You just come out and talk to your guys and kind of settle them down, and sometimes it's a real difference in a game. And for a pitcher, if you can get out there and get a confidence boost from your pitching coach, know that he has your back in this situation.
And that's one thing Coach Day's really good about is he has your back as long as you have his back.
Absolutely. And obviously coming in here as a new pitching coach this year, Coach Mack hired him as the pitching coach because he wanted someone he could trust. And we had kind of a rotating door, or revolving door rather, of pitching coaches the past couple years. So he leans on his trusty assistant, Jordan Day, this year. And he may not have the knowledge base as some other pitching coaches, but he's going to fight for you. He's going to fight for this pitching staff, and he's going to make a difference, especially in the team morale aspect. And he's learning too. I've talked to him a little bit, and he's been excited to take on this role and excited to learn a lot about the art of pitching. The 0-2 pitch nearly nicks Presley on the hip, but Presley dodges that one. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 down here in the top of the ninth.
Yeah, and I talked to Coach Day at the beginning of the year when school first started, and he told me he really hit the books hard this summer. He studied, he was around people who knew more than he did, and he just integrated himself in the pitching role.
A hard hit ball to deep right center field. Darwin Gregg is not going to be able to get to it, so that's going to score 2. Darwin Gregg fires it in there, and Ryan Presley delivers again. And that's going to stretch the lead 8-4. And that's what we were talking about, Ethan. That's what's so dangerous about giving up those free passes, because once you make that mistake pitch and they take advantage of it, and now you're looking at a totally different ball game.
Yeah, this ball game went from very reachable in just a 2-run game to now it's a lot harder if you want to do it in just 3 outs in 1 inning. So
the good thing is we will be working with our heart of the lineup. I believe it'll be 3, 4, 5 in the bottom of the ninth. But we've only scored 4 runs this game. We'll have to score 4 more to tie things up as it stands right now.
Oh, looks like Parker just wore one bad. Umpire signals for the training staff to come on out. Parker's just down.
Looks like Parker's going to be all right. Umpire's going to take a break, give him a breather, though. Looks like the foul ball just got him there on the leg or something.
Yeah, and here comes our athletic trainer out just to make sure Parker's all right. I would imagine this would be a rather short conversation between Parker and our trainer. Just, are you all right, Parker? And you know Parker, he's always going to say yes.
Yeah. Of course, I don't know where that got him. If they got him in the head, you have to be a little more cautious. But it looks like Sean Shelton, the athletic trainer here for Bryan, is confident that Parker Cosby can continue in this contest. And we're going to get things started here again. Now with no balls and a strike against Beecham.
And I love listening to people's stories about Parker. Everybody has a story about how they saw him running in the rain, snow, something with weight.
Yeah, he's an animal. No balls and a strike. Gonna miss high and outside for that one. The count is now 1-1. Beecham strides in, getting some encouragement from the man on second. Presley with a big lead over there at second. Big 2-out lead. Cam Harvey delivers the pitch. That's hit to shallow right field. Dante Morton catches it as he camps out under it. Out number 3, but not before Freed-Hardeman adds the insurance runs in the top of the ninth inning. The score's 8-4 going into the bottom of the 4th. Let's see if Bryan has an answer. We'll be back. So here we are in the bottom of the ninth. Time for Bryan to answer if they're going to do it. 3-4-5 up this inning. Wesley Coley remains on the bump for Freed-Hardeman. Delivers a big breaking ball in there to Bradley Prince for strike one. Another big breaking ball in there for strike two. Working with some tempo. Coley, the 0-2 pitch. Fastball freezes Prince. Strike three called.
And that's that tempo right there that kind of surprised Bradley Prince. We haven't seen that yet from Coley. Gets up there, gets on, gets the sign, and throws the ball.
Yeah, and I think Prince was thinking another breaking ball, and he fired in that fastball on the inside part of the plate and completely froze him. So now Bass Cooper up to bat. Coley just missed with the fastball on the outside corner there. A ball and no strikes. Cooper, big swing on it.
Nails the truck.
Ooh, that foul ball went off of this Chevy Silverado next to us.
Sir, we do apologize, but it is park at your own risk here. It's another big foul ball, goes straight behind the plate.
Things aren't looking too good for Bryan College in the bottom of the ninth inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Would appear to be a changeup. It's going to miss arm side. 2 balls and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the ninth inning. And the backdoor breaking ball freezes Cooper. So now 2 down. Freed-Hardeman is 1 out away from not only winning this game, but taking this series with Grant Lala up to the plate. Fastball misses low. A ball and no strikes. 2 down here in the bottom of the ninth.
And this is one of those games you can't really say, hey guys, this was all me. It was more of a team effort with giving up walks. And if that's one thing Coach McCauley is probably going to preach about in his post-game huddle is walks.
Grant shoots one over to Rooklyn at short. Rooklyn fires it over to first for out number 3. So Freed-Hardeman takes game 2 of this 3-game series, and that means they take this series as well. But of course, if you're Bryan, you can't roll over, Ethan. You have to keep fighting and try to make a difference here in the 3rd ball game of this series.
Right, and if you're Bryan here, we have nothing to lose anymore. Go out here, put the pedal to the metal, throw your best guys right here, and just see what happens.
Yeah, I want to see the guys have some fun. They look a little tense. They look a little tight over there in the dugout, and they're just going to have fun with this one. Obviously, Freed-Hardeman's going to take this series with that win there. The final score is 8-4. Freed-Hardeman on top. And we're going to take a break in between the games, but we'll be back when we get closer to the action. Appreciate you viewing. Welcome back here for Game 3 of this 3-game series here between your Bryan College Lions and the Freed-Hardeman Lions from Henderson, Tennessee. Henderson, Tennessee is about 5 hours away from Dayton, and we're excited here. I'm Grayson Whaley, still alongside my partner Ethan Lamberth here for Game 3. David Walker on the mound for your Bryan Lions. He's a hard-throwing righty, getting his first appearance in over a year and a half. Excited to see what he's got, Ethan.
Oh, yeah. A year and a half is a long break from baseball.
It really is.
I mean, has to come back, has to rehab. It's great to see him out here and competing today.
Anytime you see anybody from any team come back from an injury and is able to pitch again, man, it's fun to watch it happen. And, of course, you have guys at the professional level, they have the Tommy John surgery or, a knee injury, and then they come back off of injury. It's just, as a sports fan, it's just nice to see someone come back and show some resiliency. Struggling here with his command against number 12, Ryan Presley, the leadoff hitter for Freed-Hardeman in this Game 3 matchup. The 3-0 pitch on the way. That catches the zone for strike one.
Presley thought that ball might have snuck in a little high. Umpire calls it a strike, and here we are again with the 3-1.
It was pretty close, but nonetheless, David Walker gets the call. 3 balls and a strike. That one's going to miss high and in. So Presley's going to reach via the base on balls. That puts the leadoff runner up, and now looks like Sean Rooney is up to bat for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. So Walker quickly has a runner on. He's going to have to work out of the stretch now. He's missing up here. Counts now 1 ball and no strikes. Going to have to dial it in a little bit, Ethan. Of course, this is his first match. A pickoff move quick over there. Oh, man. Called safe over at first. A quick pickoff move. Had Presley sleeping.
Might have had the umpire sleeping there for a
Yeah,
second.
it really did. I think he got him over there at first. But still, runner on first, 1-0 count. That one's going to be fouled off back behind home plate. Moves the count even at 1. Of course, that completely changes the game if you can pick off that guy after walking him. I appreciate the effort by David Walker, and it was a great one to say the least. Rooney digs in for the 1-1. And now Walker picks off again, and Bass tries to tag before he has the ball. And Presley takes off. Bass makes the throw to second, but it's not going to be in time. So Rooney, after the really it was not a bad throw. It was a good throw, and Bass just tried to make the tag before he had the ball in his glove. Presley moves to second.
And something that David Walker noticed right there is when he came set, Presley took 2 more steps.
Yeah.
He got him leaning. Good throw right there. If we make the tag, that might be an out.
I think it would have been just as close, if not closer than that first one. Another pickoff move is going to bounce off of Presley's side.
Oh, that one hurt.
That one doesn't feel good.
Time call by Presley just to stretch out that arm. I think got him the rib cage, maybe the shoulder.
He's kind of rubbing his upper arm there. It was a good look by David Walker, trying to keep the runners close.
And we talked a lot about the first game, controlling the run game through pickoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's happening here again early in this one.
Now the 1-1 pitch. Good pitch by David Walker. Has Rooney swinging and fouling it off back behind the first base dugout.
For David Walker, throwing bullpens is not the same as getting in-game at-bats. So
No, it's definitely not.
first time facing an opposing team's lineup outside competition, it's a big challenge for him.
It is, and it's one that I know he's ready to take on as he misses with a breaking ball there. Evens the count up at 2. And, of course, as a pitcher, you have to keep runners close, and it seems like David Walker does a good job of doing that. He had a nice pickoff move to second and almost threw it away. Presley kind of helped him as he dove back and blocked the ball up. But now it's a 2-2 count. Presley with the big lead at second. Another breaking ball has Rooney out on his front foot. Darwin Gregg making a move on that one in center field, and he catches it for out number 1. So Walker Now kind of getting in a rhythm without number 1.
And sometimes that's what pickoff moves can do for you. They can get you in your rhythm, make you feel comfortable, especially if it's your first game in a year and a half. And that's what I like to see out of David Walker. He's not afraid to throw a few picks just to get settled down.
Yeah, and we talked earlier, kind of in between games, with one of the parents. I believe it was Wesley Cooley's parent, his dad, who Wesley Cooley had a great outing for Freed-Hardeman in that last game. We're just talking about how sometimes tempo can really change things for the hitter's eye, and it seemed like Cooley did a good job of that. And just the change of that tempo can do the same as well. And it looks like strike 1 is called on the check swing. Moves the count quickly to no balls and a strike. Walker working now with an 0-1 count. Presley at second with a decent lead. McCall into bat for the Freed-Hardeman Lions. Breaking ball misses just high there. Evens the count up at 1.
One thing we need to be on the lookout for throughout this game is that sun starting to creep down behind the trees. The left fielder, shortstop, and sometimes the center fielder on a ball hit over there, it's hard to see.
Yeah, it is, and that's one thing you just kind of have to manage if you're a defensive player anyone that plays here at center field as the afternoon creeps in today in Dayton, Tennessee. It's just how that sun kind of plays into it as it sinks back behind the buildings on campus. Now the 1-2 count after McCall fouled that second pitch or the third pitch off. Fastball misses just in. Evens the count up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Walker getting the sign from Cosby. Comes set. Gives Presley a look at second, time called by the batter. And that's another thing, too, is we talked about how the pitcher can get the batter off of his rhythm, but also I think it can go vice versa, too, as the batter steps out there trying to get Walker off of his rhythm.
With a 2-2 count here, that's not a bad call to call time, reset.
And a close pitch on the inside part of the plate called ball 3. Looked pretty good from up here. So now 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 down in the top of the first for your Bryan Lions. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball missed inside. Presley takes off for third, and now the ball gets by Dryden. Now Prince is going to hold it out in left field. So the woes continue for the Bryan defense. It looked like Cosby might have gotten mixed up with the pitch there as he's going to go out there and talk to Walker. He fired it over to third, and Dryden couldn't get a handle on it. Got by him, and Presley scored. The Lions have really struggled defensively in this series, and we've never had the best defense in the nation. But man, it's been hard to watch this series.
Yeah, with the rain coming in this week, we really haven't had time to get out on the field, and especially, luckily Tennessee Westland allowed us to play there yesterday, but not having time on the field throughout the week kind of hurts your defense.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. Looks like Sanders put a good swing on one, but he's just going to catch it off the handle. Darwin Gregg camps out under it nicely, catches it for out 2. Yeah, and that's kind of the game within the game, Ethan, is when you have to battle the rain. And obviously, you're an NAIA school. You don't have the best facilities. You're not able to take ground balls, fly balls, and, that can mess with you. And it appears to have messed up the Bryan defense here. Walker fires a pickoff move over there. It shoots up high over Bass Cooper's head, and that's going to move Will McCall into scoring position with 2 down.
And that's the thing is you can do hitting inside. You have a cage. We have a cage. You can do hitting inside. Defense, pickoff moves, full throws, you really can't do that inside.
Yeah, and there's some – I don't know about Freed-Hardeman necessarily, but some programs have the funds in the endowment to fund a big facility where you can do stuff like that inside. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that here at Bryan, so we just kind of have to fight through some of these pains, these growing pains here early on in the season.
But as the season continues, you see it time and time again, especially here at Bryan. Coach Mack takes his team and they work on it. And he's very good at taking these small moments, making them teachable moments, and bringing them back better.
Yeah, that's some of the things you just have to do. As Jarvis is going to swing and miss there. Anthony Jarvis is back in the lineup for Freed-Hardeman in this Game 3 matchup. But that's just kind of what you have to do as a coach is, these games are important, yes, for your overall record. But what matters most is when you get into May and you start facing, and you're in the conference tournament and you move on to opening round and things like that, is to make sure you find those 9 guys defensively that you can trust while also maintaining an effective offense. So it's going to definitely be something that the coaching staff has to think on and work through here this year. The 2-1 pitch by Walker is now on the way. Swung on and missed by Jarvis, moves the count to 2-2 with 2 down here in the top of the first.
And that's part of the thing about playing early in the year, not getting into conference play yet, not getting into tournaments yet, is Alex Rollins coming off the bench for defensive replacements. You might see him creep into the starting lineup.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we talked a little bit about that, is wondering if they may move Grant Lala to the DH position just to keep his bat in the lineup and maybe move someone who has a little bit more experience in the outfield out there just for defensive purposes. So we'll see how that plays out through the season. And obviously, we know Grant has to be in the lineup. He's already got 2 jacks in this very young season. But it'll be interesting to see how the coaches move things around in regards to that. The count is still 2-2 on Anthony Jarvis here. Walker with the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Freed-Hardeman squeaks across a run on no hits and 1 error. And we'll be back for the bottom half of this inning. We're about ready to get things started here in the bottom of the first inning. Alex Huey on the bump for Freed-Hardeman today in this 3rd game. Parker Cosby up to lead things off. Huey is a good friend of mine. Grew up with him and lived in the same town. He went to Chapel Hill schools until after his 8th grade year, transferred to Columbia Academy and led them to a state title last year. Cosby puts a good swing on one, dead center field, and that's going to be good for out number 1. But he is a great lefty pitcher. He's going to be working in the mid to upper 80s, and he's very consistent with good command and good stuff. Of course, I may be a little biased in that assessment, but he's a really good ball player and an even better guy. Darwin Gregg up to bat for Bryan. Huey works well on the outside corner for strike 1.
Looks like we have a little bit more velo out of Huey right now than we did the other 2 lefties that pitched today.
Absolutely. And One swung on there and tipped into the catcher's glove for strike 2. Huey working with some tempo. The 0-2 pitch is going to miss high and in. The sweet chin music. Now Huey with the 1-2 pitch shakes off his catcher. Shakes him off again. Now agrees to it. 1-2 pitch. Swung on in the dirt. It's going to be blocked up by the catcher. He has to fire it over to first to get the strikeout. So now 2 down here in the bottom of the first.
Huey's already set, ready to throw, and Brad Pence is just now stepping into the box.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, and I remember this now that I'm watching him pitch again, he's going to work very quickly. Strike 1 called in the outer half of the plate. Strike 2 right down the middle.
If you're Bradley Prince here, you have to step in the box with your hand up calling time just to get set.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Bradley Prince fouls one off. That's heading for your truck, Ethan.
Oh, barely missed it. Oh, hit a white Toyota. If you ever do come to center field here at Bryan College, just know it is foul ball territory wherever you park.
No balls and 2 strikes, 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Huey, big leg kick. Gonna fire one high and outside. Huey's just coming off of surgery. Had 3 bone fragments shoot into his tricep. I believe in the fall. I had surgery in October, and this is going to be his first game back. Big breaking ball, fools Prince, swing and a miss, and Huey is dominant in the first inning. No hits, no runs on no errors in the bottom of the first. And we'll be back to see if the Lions can hold him in the top of the second. We're back here for the top of the second inning. New pitcher in for the Lions, kind of after it looked like Walker might have just gotten his little bullpen outing there against live hitters, against Freed. Now Jacob Buffington in to pitch, the tall man from Georgia. Looks like Beecham's going to square around a bunt, but it's going to be fouled off back behind the catcher. Buffington, as we were talking about earlier, Ethan, he dealt with some arm injuries over the fall, but he's back and he's ready. He's hopefully going to fire him in there today for the Lions.
Yeah, the 6'7" southpaw. It's a hard combination to hit off of.
It is, and his velo is so weird. Sometimes he'll be in there in the low 80s, and other times he'll be pumping it in there in the high 80s. So you kind of have to stay on your toes if you're hitting. He does not mind mixing up the looks as far as velo goes.
And in high school, that's what we call a BP fastball. If somebody is hitting your fastball, they're fouling everything off. Sometimes it's nice to take 6, 7, 10 miles an hour off, flip one in there, make them be early.
The 0-2 pitch. Beecham's going to flare one to right field, and Grant Lala comes in and makes a nice catch on it. So Lala's done well defensively for the Lions today out there in right field.
Lala came in as a first baseman with Bass Cooper, who's currently playing first, and you can't have two first basemen on the field.
No, you can't. Of course, last year we had David Scoggins over there at first, and Bass Cooper played third. Scoggins graduated after being here, I think, 6 years at Bryan. And now we have to move Bass over at first and have Dryden at third. Buffington, fastball, catches the inside part of the plate, strike one. The 0-1 pitch on its way. Rooklyn fires one over there toward the first base dugout, foul.
The thing about Bryan College baseball is if you can hit, we'll find a spot for you to play.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we have two guys in the outfield who I don't know that they played much outfield coming into the season. Bradley Prince came in as a catcher, and Grant Lala came in as a first baseman, and neither one of them are playing their original positions. But like you said, if you can hit, we'll find a place to put you.
And for Bradley Prince coming in as a catcher, had great offers out of high school, went to JUCO, then came here. You're behind Parker. You're behind a guy who will not come out of the game.
Yeah. The 0-2 pitch is going to be fouled off once again. The count remains 0-2.
We've played so far today, I believe, 12 innings. This is the 13th inning of the game, and Parker has caught them all, and you expect him to catch all 9 of this game.
Yeah, last week he caught the back-to-back doubleheader, the 2-7 inning, the 14 innings, and there's a soft ground ball hit to Dante Morton. He charges in, fires it over to Bass Cooper for out number 2. So Buffington working well here in the second inning. Good to see that from him.
Couldn't tell if that pitch was a changeup or a slider from up here. Just got him out in front, kind of running in on his hands a little bit. A little soft ground ball get you out right there.
At first, I thought it was fouled back behind him, but just kind of swept through up the middle. But Dante made a good charging play on it. Looks like Mr. Molo is back in the lineup for this game. He's going to shoot a hard ground ball over to Dante. Dante makes a good play on it for out number 3. So Buffington works well in the top of the second inning. Love to see it from the big lefty. We're going to see if the Bryan offense has an answer here in the bottom half of this inning. We'll be back. About to get things started here in the bottom of the second inning. Let's see if we can keep Huey out there for more than 4 minutes.
Between Huey and Buffy, that bottom of the first, top of the second went by very quickly.
Yeah, on a cold day, you don't mind that, do you?
Oh, no, I'm ready.
Huey working around the strike zone once again. Fires that one in there for strike 1 against the switch-hitting Bass Cooper. Huey, big leg kick on the 0-1 pitch. Looked like a changeup. Fooled Cooper, had him swinging out front. Moves the count to no balls and a couple strikes. Huey getting the sign, delivers the pitch. Foul ball going to be hit over there toward the third base dugout. Keeps the count 0-2. Going to have a new catcher catching for Freed-Hardeman. Lewis behind the plate for this game. The 0-2 pitch on its way. Has Cooper out front once again. Fouls it off down the third base dugout.
I believe this is the first time we saw Libla come out of the lineup as a catcher.
Yeah, it definitely is, and he's worked hard and he's worked well. But now we have a new one back behind the dish. Big fastball powers it by Bass Cooper as Lewis fires one into left field as they try to throw it around the horn. But Huey continues his dominance thus far.
Sometimes you got to show off your arm. First game, you got to show the coach, hey, I can throw it hard, man. Grant Lala steps up to the plate with a big 2-run jack in game 1 in the third inning, or rather game 2. See what he's got today.
Grant Lala digs in here. Huey with the big breaker finds the zone, strike one. Nathan Lewis, the catcher for this game, sophomore righty from Lexington, Tennessee, came from Scotts Hill High School. I played Scotts Hill in high school, and they're a good team. They always make a run toward the state tournament. The 0-1 pitch on its way. Fastball paints the outside corner but called a ball. Perhaps a little low on the tall righty Grant Lala. Now the 1-1 pitch on its way. Changeup had Lala out front. Moves the count to 1 ball and a pair of strikes.
One thing I noticed about Huey right here is he's throwing 3, maybe 4 pitches for a strike and doing it consistently.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before the game. He's got good command and he's got good stuff. 1-2 pitch, maybe a two-seamer misses outside.
And that's kind of what you're worried about when you take off a fall because you're injured, have surgery. You're kind of worried about your command and your stuff. And when you come back out game 1, you're shoving like this. Nothing to be worried about
This
here.
guy's been doing it well for a long time. Swinging strike there for strike 3 against Grant Lala. So Huey working very efficiently in this game thus far. 5 up, 5 down. And now he's moving to the 6-hole hitter in Daniel Dryden. Big curveball nearly catches the zone for strike 1, but just barely misses. Moves the count to 1 ball and no strikes. Huey gets the sign from Lewis. Lewis sets up outside. Huey misses just inside for ball 2.
I mean, you talked about this in between games, that Freed-Hardeman traveled really well for a 5-hour drive.
They do. They have a lot of fans here, especially for a cold game. Huey catches the outside part of the plate there for strike 1. So now he's back in this count, 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1 pitch on its way. Dryden puts a good swing on one, but he's going to foul it off back behind the catcher. Evens the count up at 2. So now the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the second inning. Daniel Dryden digs in. Huey, big leg kick, fires it in there. It's going to be a breaking ball just low. Moves the count to all full. 3-2.
Looking at the weather right now, we were sitting at 38 degrees, but it feels like 34. It's a cold one today.
A cold one. 3-2 pitch. Dryden puts a good swing on one. Shoots it to left field, but they have a man there, and he catches it for out number 3. So 6 up, 6 down for Huey and the Freed-Hardeman Lions. And the woes for the Bryan Lions offense continue. We'll see if they can hold them in the top of the 3rd, but until then, we'll take a short break. So we're back here for the top of the third. Jacob Buffington remains on the bump for the Bryan College Lions. Ball one's just going to barely miss to the catcher, Lewis. Buffington comes set. The 1-0 pitch has Lewis out front. He's going to foul down the left field line for strike one. Nathan Lewis digs in on the 1-1 pitch. Buffington, nice changeup there, fools Lewis. Moves the count to 1-2 strikes. That's one thing Buffington does well, is he throws that changeup very nicely. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Strike three swing and another changeup. Fools Nathan Lewis. Throw it around.
Good to see Buffy come out where he left off, picking it right back up and working quick, getting outs.
This is a guy, if you can get this guy going, build him some confidence this year, he could be a key component to this rotation. The 0-0 pitch to Presley, swung on and missed, strike one.
And we talked some today about how some lefties work out of the left side of the road or some on the right. Buffy's really on the left side.
Yeah.
He's far on the left side.
Big, tall lefty delivers a pitch. Presley swings on one, hit fairly deep to right field. Both fielders are converging and off the scoreboard for a home run. That ball just continued to carry out there, and Presley with another home run on the day.
Looked like a fastball that just stayed middle, didn't move at all, and Presley did not miss it.
No, he didn't. He's pumped up going into the dugout. And I believe that's his second home run of the day, isn't it?
I believe so.
I think he hit one off of, was it Cam?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Maybe we're just thinking about yesterday. Somebody did yesterday.
I know someone from Freed-Hardeman hit a home run today, and I was thinking it was him, but I could be wrong. I'll confirm that here in a second. But Buffington works back in the zone, moves the count to 0-1.
Good to see Buffy come back with a strike there. Some pitchers, after they give up a bomb, are kind of nervous to come back into the zone. Glad to see him coming back.
Yeah, and a solo shot's not the worst thing that can happen if you are Buffington. Of course, it's not exactly what you want either. Misses with the fastball outside there. The count's now 2 balls and a strike. Softly hit to Cahoon at short. Cahoon fields it cleanly. Bad throw to Bass, though, is going to get by him.
Cosby there to back up the throw, stop the runner from advancing to second there.
So another defensive error. So Presley had the key double against Cam, but it was Libla that had the home run last game. But Presley delivered one there against Buffington and put them on top 2-0. So now Buffington trying to settle back in here. One guy on, one down here in the top of the third. Big swing by McCall is going to get down to left field. Prince fields it cleanly and just lobs it in there to Cade Cahoon, the cutoff man. And now there's 2 on for Freed-Hardeman. Freed-Hardeman's offense, despite this being the first series of the year, they are swinging the bat well.
Yeah, and if you're Freed's coach, this is what you want. You want your guys to come out the gate swinging well. Bryan did last week, came out game 3, put up a 10 spot against Rio. Now it's time for Freed, and it's about how Bryan reacts here.
Yeah, it is, and Bryan's going to have to answer offensively. 2 runs shouldn't beat you with this offense. Buffington's going to miss a little high and a little outside. Quickly brings the count to a ball and no strikes.
You watch other games around here, other teams, they're a pitching school. Bryan's a hitting school.
Yeah, if you can, most of the time, notoriously throughout history, if you could keep the opposing team at 5 or less runs, you were more than likely going to win the ball game. I remember as I was thinking about coming here to play baseball, it was not uncommon for me to look and keep up with Bryan and see Bryan win like 14-11 or something like that. And of course, we lost a lot of key guys last year, and I think Bryan will eventually respond well, and it's just gonna take keeping the course. And there's this saying, trusting the process, and there's something to be said about that. Of course, this is a very young team, a very new team. Big lead off there at second. Buffy fires in there to Sanders. Sanders fouls it off for strike two.
Had the privilege of being in a huddle with Coach Mack in the fall, and he kind of explained, like, we're receiving votes, we're not ranked because they don't think the guys coming in were as good as the guys that left.
Yeah.
And that's a learning curve. That's something you got to take. Young guys, Bryan making an appearance this year as your third baseman, Dante, Cade. I mean, 3 of the 4 infielders are brand new.
Yeah, no doubt. And while that may be true that the new guys coming in aren't as good as the guys leaving, those guys leaving, they had to start somewhere too. This is a very developing team. Not many seniors. Actually, I don't think there's any seniors on the field playing. Everyone playing on the field you will see again next year unless they transfer. But it's one of those things where, the time comes where those veterans have to graduate and they move on with their life, and the new guys have to come up and make a difference themselves, make a name for themselves. Sanders is going to hit to Dryden at third. He flips it over to Morton to second, but a bad throw is going to sail it into right field, and another run scores. The throw was just high to Morton, and Morton got a glove on it but wasn't able to handle it there at second. So that is already the third defensive error for your Bryan Lions in this game.
3 errors in just as many innings. Last game we didn't see many errors. Games before we didn't see many errors. Last series we didn't see many errors. There's a game where you just have a bunch of errors, and this might be it for the Lions.
The 0-0 pitch. Runner takes off. Big swing to left field. That's going back. Darwin Gregg's going to call off Prince, and he's going to fire it to second. But another run scores as Will McCall comes in on the sac fly. And that's going to move the score 4-0. Freed on top.
Gregg covered a lot of ground there to call off Prince, who was almost camped underneath it. But Gregg also has a better arm, so I mean.
He does, but there was no play at the plate, so it didn't really make much of a difference. Buffy is going to fire one over to first, keeping Sanders honest. I believe that is over there. Buffington comes set once again. Fires the 0-0 pitch. Sanders takes off. Parker with the good throw down to second, and Morton's not able to handle it. So Sanders moves to second on the stolen bag. So another runner in scoring position, and Freed-Hardeman's 1 out away from extending their lead. Buffy comes set, fires the 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed by Beecham. Of course, if you're Freed-Hardeman, like I said, you're 1 hit away from extending this lead. If you can jump on top like 5-0, extending the lead by 5 runs, that can really throw a damper into the attitude of that Bryan dugout.
Especially with a pitcher like Huey on the mound as Buffy throws that one into dead center.
Probably smart by Sanders not to run on Darwin Gregg's arm.
But like I was saying, with a pitcher like Huey, you give him a 4-run lead, he's feeling comfortable. He's working fast as is. He's putting them in the zone. Now, with a 4-run lead, you still command the zone. But now you can throw 2 hitters.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was informed not only by Huey, but Huey's dad before the game that he's probably going to be on a pitch count limit, strike 2 there on the outer half of the plate, coming off that surgery. He just pitched to live hitters for the first time last week, but he's looking good so far today. Buffington comes set, the 1-2 pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. So 3 runs scored on only 1 hit and a couple errors. It's going to move the score now to 4-0. Freed on top. Bryan's going to have an answer here in the bottom half of this inning. We'll see if they do that. But we're going to take a break. We're back here in the bottom of the third inning. Kiko Garcia finds his way back into the lineup in the DH position today. Huey working well so far. Kiko puts a decent swing on one, flares it out to shallow right field. The right fielder and the second baseman converge, and Anthony Jarvis makes the play for out number one.
Almost had a collision there. Second baseman kind of coming out of his comfort zone. Jarvis is already camped underneath it. If you're the second baseman, got to get out of the way there.
And he does just that, and that's going to bring up Cade Cahoon to the plate. Huey checking in on his defense, making sure everything's all right.
If there's any cell phone repair companies listening in right now, I just dropped my phone and the screen is barely working. No cracks, just purple screen. So please reach out to me.
Unfortunate there for my colleague Ethan. No balls and a strike now against Cahoon. Huey, the leg kick, just misses outside with that one, evens up the count at one.
Dad, if you're listening, don't try to call me right now or on my way home. Can't answer the phone right now.
The 1-1 pitch. That one just misses low and inside. Huey's wondering where that one was. Now 2 balls and a strike, one down here. That one called a strike on the outer half of the plate. The other 2 looked better than that one. Maybe a little makeup call there.
Yeah, just maybe thought he missed that one, giving it back to Huey there.
Now the 2-2 pitch on its way. Breaking ball is going to miss just low and inside. Brings the count to 3 balls and a pair of strikes. One down here in the bottom of the third. Cahoon stays in there and battles on the 3-2 pitch, fouls it off back behind the catcher.
Temperatures continue to drop here in Dayton, Tennessee, and it's getting cold.
It is. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The foul tip strikeout for Huey and the Lions brings us now to 2 down here in the bottom of the third.
Lewis hanging on to that one. That's a tough one to hang on to. I mean, Lewis probably throwing mid 80s right now. The swing ups that a few miles an hour. That's a tough one.
Dante puts a big swing on one. That's fairly deep center field. Beecham camps out under it for out number 3. So 9 up and 9 down for Freed-Hardeman. And Ethan, you have to wonder, at what point does this Lions defense or offense get things going?
Can't wait too late. I mean, we're already going into the 4th. You only have till the 9th to get something going, and Huey's dealing. I mean, he threw that ball as soon as it hit. He was off the field before the ball was even caught. That's the faith he has in his defense. You got to figure something out.
Yeah, and I know he told me he was on a pitch count limit, but, I mean, he's 9 up, 9 down. And, you know, dare I say the perfect game word, as I say it anyway. But, I mean, you hate to bring out a guy who's dealing like he is today, but it looks like we're going to have a new pitcher in Trevor Ferguson. And while he's warming up, we'll take a break. And it looks like Bradley Prince is also going to move behind the dish. Parker Cosby to third and Daniel Dryden to left. So some defensive changes. Going to see if we can get some things going. Maybe Ferguson is a little more comfortable throwing to Prince, or maybe Cosby is just a little beaten down. He's already caught 15 innings or so today. So
yeah, you catch 15 innings, you're down by 4. I don't mind this shift. Give Parker's legs a break. Put him somewhere he can still make an impact at third with a trusted catcher in Bradley Pence.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be back for more action in the top of the 4th. As I mentioned before, it looks like Trevor Ferguson is in the pitch here for the Lions. He has been one of the most consistent pieces to the pitching rotation in the last 2 years or so. Kent Rooklyn up to bat for Freed-Hardeman.
Yeah, with Trevor Ferguson, or T. Fergus we call him, with him pitching, you know you're going to have a battle.
Big breaking ball catches the outside part of the plate, strike one.
Looks like Bryan's having fun with the sun out there in left. It's a little different than third. Third's a little more shaded now.
Dryden just got out of the sun a couple innings ago, but now he moves to left and has to deal with it again. The 0-1 pitch, well, thought it was going to be on the way, but Rooklyn called time. Looks like there is some action in Freed-Hardeman's bullpen, so it will be true that Huey is on a pitch count limit today, regardless of the perfect game going so far. Ferguson missed there outside. The count is now 1 ball and 1 strike.
Do want to give a shout out to the Bryan Lions faithful, the faculty and staff that's sitting out here down by 4, third game of the day, and it's freezing cold, still supporting the guys. And that means a lot from somebody who's been on the field in these situations.
Absolutely, and you love to have support as you play this game. The count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes for Ferguson. 1-2 pitch, catches the outside corner, strike 3 called. Big strikeout there for Ferg and the Lions. Pretty good fan turnout today on both sides for Freed-Hardeman and Bryan. Of course, Bryan fans typically line the street on top of the hill to watch the game. Looks like Freed-Hardeman fans have found the bleachers closer to the field. The 0-0 pitch. Ferguson finds the strike zone again against Molo. No balls and a strike. Ferguson. Another strike there on the outside corner. Moves the count to no balls and 2 strikes.
You may hear some dogs barking in the background. We also have some fur babies, some 4-legged Bryan faithfuls out here supporting the Lions today.
No balls, 2 strikes. Molo fouls one off. Yeah, that's what you call the bark cast instead of the broadcast. Molo going to dig back into the box. Ferguson going to try to finish him off here. Strike him out. The 0-2 pitch on its way. Big leg kick by Ferg. Big breaking ball just barely hangs with it. Keeps the count at 0-2.
So far, the Lions pitching staff for this game has gone with the printout before the game of David Walker going an inning, Buffington going 2, and Ferg looking to extend it through at least 7 or 8 and bring in somebody from the bullpen.
Ferguson, the 0-2 pitch, catches the outside corner, strike 3 called. So back-to-back strikeouts for Ferguson has him dealing well in the top of the 4th inning. And now Nathan Lewis, the catcher for this game, is going to dig in for his at-bat here in the 4th inning. The 0 pitch, the breaking ball, just barely misses, moves the count to 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed, evens the count up at 1. Freed-Hardeman here in the bottom half of their order has not seen Ferguson well so far. As I say that, Nathan's going to foul one off down the third base line. The count quickly now 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 down here in the top of the 4th. Ferguson looks on at Prince, giving the signs. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, going to miss. Evens the count up at 2.
Talked to Bradley Prince a little bit, and he didn't really catch much last year for his JUCO. There's another guy in front of him, comes here, plays left, gets some catching looks. It's kind of difficult going a year without catching and hopping in a game like this.
Yeah, it is. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strikes out the side. Ferguson dealing well. The score remains 4-0 after the top of the 4th. We'll see if Bryan has an offensive answer in the bottom half of this inning. We'll take a short break. We're ready to get things started here in the bottom fourth of the inning. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. Cosby, Gregg, Prince up to bat in this inning. Huey's dealt perfection so far. Good friend of mine and even a better guy.
Looks like the Freed-Hardeman bullpen is taking a break to watch Huey come out and pitch this inning as they line up the left field foul line.
The 0-0 pitch is going to miss low, brings the count to 1-0. Cosby flares one out to shallow right, but the second baseman Sanders camps out under it for out number 1. So 10 up, 10 down for Huey now.
Now batting the big man from Curacao, Darwin Gregg.
And Gregg has yet to really get going this season, and I'm just ready for the waters to break loose. It could come at any time. The 0 pitch swung on, hit sharply to second base. The old lay play makes the play on it, fires it on to first for out number 2. Zach Sanders, the old look what I found play.
That ball was smoked as Huey recognizes the second baseman on that play. That ball has probably hit 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, that ball was hit very hard. So now 11 up, 11 down for Huey and the Freed-Hardeman Lions. Bradley Prince in to hit now for Bryan College. Watches ball 1 go by. Huey working well. The big leg kick, the 1-0 pitch, that one just misses outside. Brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 pitch. Prince fires it in the 4 hole. Sanders dives but doesn't make the play. And Jarvis thought about throwing it to first to keep the perfect game intact. But nonetheless, finally, the Bryan offense is making a move. They're going to let Alex Rollins come in to courtesy run for the now catching Bradley Prince. And after 11 straight outs, Alex Huey finally gives up a hit in the top of the 4th inning.
I'll make sure I find him after the game and tell him his buddy Grayson Whaley kind of jinxed him there by saying the word last inning.
The 0-0 pitch on its way. Fires in a curveball there for strike 1 on the power hitting Bass Cooper. Bass Cooper yet to put any over the fence this year. Again, much like Darwin, could come at any time now. No balls and a strike against Cooper. Huey delivers a fastball high and outside, brings the count even at 1.
If Bass gets a hold of one here, we go from a 4-0 game to a 4-2 game, and we got a ball game.
That's exactly what happened last game with Grant Lala. It'd be huge if it happened here as well. Huey with the 1-1 pitch. No, he fires it over to first to keep Alex Rollins honest. Rollins is a good base runner, and that's what we talked a little bit about as whether we'll see Bryan throw him in the lineup, not just for his defensive skills, but if the guy gets on, you're looking at a real base running threat. 1-1 pitch. No, Huey's going to keep him honest again. Another pick-off move over there, but Rollins in safely.
Yeah, Alex Rollins the guy you got to throw over quite often before you just let him take it back for free.
Cooper in for the 1-1 pitch. Huey delivers it. Cooper swings on one. It's a little off the handle, though, so it's going to be in shallow left field. And that'll be good for the third out of the inning. So Huey continues to dominate the Bryan College offense. The score remains 4-0 after 4 innings. We'll be back. We're in here for the top of the 5th inning after a 1-2-3 inning. In the 4th, Trevor Ferguson will continue on the bump. It looks like there's a little confusion there as Darwin Gregg is just now making his way to center field. Don't know exactly what all that was about. But Ryan Presley is going to be digging in here for Freed-Hardeman. And it still looks like there's a break in action for the Freed-Hardeman bullpen. Pitcher has his coat on. I don't know if that means he's going to be in the game next inning or if he's going to take a little break as Huey continues his impressive performance. Ferg missed with the first one. Now the second pitch is going to catch the outside corner for strike one. Evens the count up at 1. Ferg is not known to get behind in many counts. He struggled a little bit with command last year, but that's not typical from him, from what I know of him at least. He's worked all around the zone today.
And that's what you saw in the fall. He came out of the fall, first outing, kind of struggled a little bit. Then he found his rhythm, and this is what we're used to seeing right here.
The 1-1 pitch fouled off toward the third base dugout. Brings the count to Ferguson's favor, 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes here for the Lions. Ferguson gets him swinging for strike 3. And Bradley's going to fire it over to Bass on the drop third strike to confirm that strikeout. So 4 batters up and 4 strikeouts for Ferguson. He's working well in this game so far, Ethan.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see out of a guy. He can throw his curveball in the dirt and get a swing and miss, and then Brad Pence back there blocking up. What a man, what a wall.
He can throw that curveball for a strike, and that's what makes him so effective. Nearly throws that thing 50% of the time. The 0 pitch swung on and missed, strike 1.
Ferg, another guy that likes to work fast. He's up on the mound, he gets the ball, takes a second, and then he's ready to go.
Working well. The big leg kick from Ferg. Going to miss high and outside. Ball 1. I noticed, Ethan, you got the North Face gloves in between innings. Smart play by yourself there.
Yeah, my hands are so cold I couldn't really squeeze or move, and I got to run this computer, so.
2 balls and 1 strike. Of course, shout out to Ethan and every color man that I have throughout the season. They run the scoreboard on your live stream, so much appreciated there from him and everyone else that I've worked with thus far this season. Ferguson delivers a curveball in there for strike 2. Moves the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 down here in the top of the 5th inning. Curveball called, strike 3 on the outer half. 5 up, 5 down so far for Ferguson. And 5 strikeouts, too. Holy crap.
That's an impressive one.
Yeah.
See if we can make it 6 here with a big hitter up at the plate. This is a guy you have to get out here.
Will McCall makes his way to the batter's box. Ferguson going to see if he can keep things going for him. No balls, no strikes on this power hitter. McCall fires one down the third base line. Called fair ball. It looked foul, but called fair anyway. Dryden's going to fire it into second. And man, oh man, the Bryan fans are not happy.
Coach Mack halfway onto the field arguing with the umpire. Ferg says a few words, but as the pitcher, you got to be careful what you say to the umpire. Let your coach handle that.
And I'll let you know here on the broadcast, you probably can't see on your live stream, but I'm almost 100% certain that that ball was foul. Of course, I'll give the umpire a little credit. It's hard for him to have to make that call, as not only does he watch the pitch, but he has to watch the ball as it comes off the bat as well. But Coach Mack and the Bryan dugout not happy about that call, and that ruins the 5 up, 5 down for Ferguson. He's going to see if he can find the zone again. Just misses high with the curveball there. Quickly brings the count to 1-0.
Yeah, I don't know if you can tell on the broadcast, but if you look just left of the third baseline, about 3 feet down, there's a divot. Don't think that was there beforehand.
1 ball, no strikes here for Ferguson. Going to miss outside with a fastball. Have to get back in there if you're Ferguson. You can't let something like that ruin your mojo there on the mound. Two balls, no strikes here for Ferguson and the Lions defense. Curveball just misses inside. Brings the count to 3 balls, no strikes.
That one looked like a borderline inside pitch. Looked like it probably caught a little bit of the zone. Umpire calls it a ball, so it's a ball, though.
3 balls, no strikes. Strike 1 called there on the outer half of the plate. Ferguson trying to work his way back into this count. Count now 3 balls and a strike.
I know you mentioned with Ferguson earlier that he doesn't really get behind in counts quite often. He also doesn't allow a bunch of free bases if he does get behind.
Yeah, he fights back well. See if he can do it here. He's going to miss just outside with that one. So that's going to move Sanders to first. McCall stays at second. And now 2 runners on with 2 down, and Anthony Jarvis striding to the plate.
Saw Jarvis a little bit in the first game, I believe, the first few innings, and then got pulled and returned this game. So we really don't know what he can do at the plate.
Don't know a ton about him offensively. He made a good play in right field earlier this game. He's going to watch strike 1 go by him there, though. Another curveball by Ferguson. Relies on that thing heavily.
And that's what you have to do. When you don't have the heaviest fastball, it's not going to blow people's doors off. You have to have secondary pitches. His is just a nasty curveball.
Yeah, a lot of times you work into the conference. These guys have seen him many times. They know curveball's coming. He misses fastball there. Strike 2. They know curveball's coming, and they still can't hit it.
Yep.
It's good stuff, and he mixes that fastball in there enough to keep you on your toes. Sign of a good off-speed pitcher, though.
And you'll see some guys in this Bryan College, like Anthony Tejada, who loves his fastball, has that slider that he throws some. But then you have guys like Buffington, who has a fastball but loves that changeup and curveball combo.
Yep. Fastball going to miss just outside there. Don't believe he was trying to work in the zone anyway. Going to bring the count to a ball and a couple strikes. Ferguson getting the sign from Bradley Prince. His first game catching this year. Fires it on in there. Jarvis going to foul it back toward us for strike. Oh, remains 1-2 anyhow.
I just need to tell the batters that I've already broke my phone this game. Please don't break my truck.
Yeah, kind of had me looking there. I thought I was going to hit Ethan's truck at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. 1-2 pitch, swung on and chopped to Cahoon at short. Thought he was going to flip it to second, but he's going to fire it over to first for out number 3. So Ferguson continues to work well for the Lions. And let's see if Bryan has an answer for this Freed-Hardeman defense. We'll be back. We're back here for the bottom of the 5th inning, and Bryan's offense is going to have an answer. It's not that Freed-Hardeman's offense has overpowered Bryan. They only have 3 hits, but Bryan's had 3 errors in the field. Huey remains in the game to try to get this decision here in the 5th inning. 1 ball, no strikes on the power hitting Grant Lala. Grant Lala puts a good swing on one, fires it over to McCall at third. McCall flips it over to Rooney at first for out number 1. So Huey continuing to work well here in the bottom of the 5th inning, only giving up 1 hit so far.
Yeah, Huey's going this 5th inning. If he gets through this 5th inning, he gets the decision.
Yeah, and I wonder exactly if that was kind of the thing that allowed the coach or allowed Huey to get back out there, is we want you to get this decision after you pitched so well for us. Looks like a breaking ball gets in there for strike 1 against Daniel Dryden. I was informed a couple innings ago that Dryden and Huey played travel ball together for a long time, so they're longtime teammates, but now they're opponents today here in Dayton, Tennessee. Dryden's going to foul one off back behind home plate, moves the count quickly to no balls and a couple strikes.
Yeah, Dryden put a good swing on the ball, drove one deep left field. Now it's Huey's turn. See what Huey's got in store here for Daniel Dryden.
Huey agrees the sign from Lewis. The 0-2 pitch on its way nearly gets Dryden swinging. They appeal to the field umpire. No swing, says the umpire. That brings the count now to a ball and 2 strikes. So Huey still in the driver's seat here. Dryden digs in. Huey, the big leg kick, the delivery. Dryden puts a big swing on one. That's deep left field. Foul ball. Just barely foul. And you're thinking maybe a little makeup call would be nice there on the last call. He called foul down the third baseline. And I thought that one might have hooked around the foul pole, but perhaps not. Keeps the count at a ball and 2 strikes.
You'd love to see the smile there by Huey from his longtime teammate Daniel Dryden. He's like, you got me on that one. Here's something for you. And see what Huey's got in store here.
The 1-2 pitch. I think the umpire wanted to ring him up, but he refrains. Moves the count to 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch on its way. Breaking ball, but Dryden fouls it off back behind the first base dugout, keeps the count even at 2.
Looks like no movement has resumed yet in the Freed-Hardeman bullpen as the catcher, and looks like I'm assuming the guy that's about to warm up is just still standing there watching this bat.
Yeah, they're probably just enjoying this gem that Huey has thrown so far. Huey misses there and moves the count now to 3-2. Dryden digs in. Huey gets the sign from Lewis. The big windup, the big leg kick, the pitch on its way. Swung on and hit sharply in the 6-hole. Rooklyn dives but can't get to it, so Dryden wins that battle and gets to first safely via the base knock.
One thing that's impressing me from Huey is he did just come back from surgery. He did just come back from not taking like a fall off. We're in the 5th inning, and he's not allowing free bases.
No, he's not. And that's one thing that, I've known Huey for a long time. He doesn't allow free bases. He has supreme command, and he's proved that today. The 0-0 pitch against Kiko Garcia is going to miss just outside. Huey wanted that one but doesn't get it. The count quickly now 1-0. Dryden's a dangerous base runner. Huey's probably going to keep him close being that he's a lefty. But that one squeaks by Lewis. He's not able to get a handle on it, and Dryden will easily move up to second. Of course, if you're Bryan here, Ethan, you have to capitalize now that you have a runner in scoring position. A base hit gets him in, and just to kind of chip away at this lead.
Yeah, right here with Daniel Dryden, a good base runner at second base. Got some speed out there. Kiko has to put the ball in play.
2-0 pitch. Kiko swings on and misses. Brings the count to 2 balls and a strike.
And one reason Kiko's in the conversation for being in this DH role, maybe getting some outfield reps, is because he can change the game with one swing. He's got the power. He's got the drive.
He almost offers at one there. The field umpire says he doesn't go. Brings the count to 3 balls and a strike. And, yeah, they've been kind of having the DH on a revolving door. They've had Kiko to start things off in the beginning of the year, then went to Will Cantrell, then to Devin Ogg, and now back to Kiko, seeing if he can get something going here for the Bryan College offense. He watches strike 2 go by on a good pitch painted on the inside corner.
Another thing about Kiko is he can hit the ball. He can play really good baseball. He also could play a mean guitar.
Good guitar player, and he can also play the cello. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Kiko Garcia. Puts a big swing on one. McCall has trouble with it, and that's only going to get Dryden to third base as he at first went back to second thinking McCall was going to make a play on it. But Kiko put a good swing on that one, hits it hard to the third baseman, is not able to field it cleanly, and he reaches safely. And that'll probably be scored as an error if I had to guess.
That's a tough play for him to make over there, McCall, because that ball smoked.
Yeah, it is. And I think they might have officially scored it as a hit. No, they just haven't scored it yet, period. So,
yeah,
Cade Cahoon in now for the Lions. Runners on the corners. Looks like they throw that error on the scoreboard now. So they will officially score that as an error. So Huey's still only giving up a couple hits.
I know if I'm the third baseman and Will McCall, I'm kind of upset at the scorekeeper as giving me an error because that ball was smoked.
Well, I don't know if they did or not because now they're saying that we have 3 hits. So
and they have 1 error.
Regardless, we have runners in the corner with Cade Cahoon up to bat, watches the 0-2 pitch go by, and called a ball. If you're Freed-Hardeman, the double play looks pretty nice right now. Of course, if you're Bryan, got to keep passing that bat down. The 1-2 pitch on its way, swung on and missed, strike 3. So now 2 down here for Freed-Hardeman. That's going to bring up the 9-hole hitter, Dante Morton, to the plate.
Yeah, Dante started off this year not batting 9, batting about 7 or 8, and they dropped him down to 9. He's the second leadoff guy. He has to give the bat to Parker here.
2 down in the bottom of the 5th. Called a ball in the outside corner there. And that's the thing we've been talking about. We've been struggling to find that guy to solidify his name in the DH role. And, of course, the 7-8-9 has not produced much for Bryan so far this year. But if they can flip that lineup over, you get to your dangerous hitters again. And that's what usually makes a difference for us in the ball games. Two balls, no strikes against Dante Morton. Little 2-seam fastball worked its way back to the inner half of the plate. Called strike 1.
And sometimes your DHs don't have to be the power guys. They don't have to be the guys that hit home runs every at bat. They just got to be the guys that get on base.
2 balls and a strike against Morton. Morton's going to watch strike 2 go by. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. And Huey's a pitch away from escaping danger. Huey comes set. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way. Big breaking ball back door called, ball 3.
I do just want to say they did officially take that error off the scoreboard and reward it as a hit now.
Okay. That's a tough decision, judgment call to make as a scorekeeper. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Runner on the move. The payoff pitch. Going to miss high and inside, and it's going to load the bases for Parker Cosby. The coach is going to come out to talk to Huey, and like I said, I know he was on a pitch count limit. You have to wonder if he's getting close to that pitch count limit. You know he's talking to that. I know Huey well, and he is a competitor. You know he is talking to that coach saying, let me have this ball. Let me get out of this inning. And it looks like he's convinced the coach to do just that.
I was about to say the sign from the bullpen with the hat off means I'm ready. We're ready to go down here. Huey just talked his coach and let him stay, and that's a competitor on the mound right there.
The coach has confidence as he strides back to the dugout. Huey's going to work out of the windup now with 2 down, bases loaded. But Parker Cosby can tie this thing up with 1 swing of the bat for the Bryan Lions. Breaking ball kind of fools the catcher there. I think it might have mixed. I think Huey might have had the signs mixed up there. So he says, my bad. Brings the count now to 1 ball, no strikes, though.
As a catcher, I'd rather me call fastball and you throw curveball than I call curveball and you throw fastball. So
1 ball, no strikes. Fastball painted on the outside corner for strike 1.
Parker asking the umpire, hey, is that outside? Is that the far as you're going to go? Just as a good hitter, you're getting the idea. If that's the far zone, let's leave that.
1 ball, 1 strike. Backdoor curveball doesn't catch the zone, going to miss. Now 2 balls and a strike against Parker Cosby. You have to deliver with runners in scoring position here if you're Bryan. Huey, the 2-1 pitch. Big swing. He's going to chop it over toward the third base coach. Coach Mack fields it well, throws it back to Huey. Huey, nice scoop, former first baseman.
And one thing I want to say here is we got speed with Daniel Bryan at third. Kiko's not slow. He's not the fastest guy on the field, but he's also not the slowest, so he's got decent speed.
Of course, yeah.
Dante's fast, too, at first. So a base hit in the gap at least scores 2, get Dante to third.
Base hit in the gap may score Dante as well. He's going to be going on the crack of the bat. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and driven deep to left field. That could be out of here. Off the wall. Kiko's going to score. Dante's going to score. And the 2-out double is going to bring 3 runs in for your Bryan Lions. A huge hit by Parker Cosby.
And just like that, this game is now a 1-run game, and it has changed the game.
The left fielder had a good beat on it, but he just couldn't manage to catch it against the wall. And just like that, it is a 1-run ball game. And Cosby, this is just what we were talking about too, is he is a guy who delivers. He doesn't get out much. He doesn't strike out much. Only 18 times in a 55-game season last year. I know I've said that a lot, but those are impressive numbers. And now it looks like Freed-Hardeman is going to bring in someone new. But, man, what a hit right there. How big is that for the Lions, Ethan?
That gives you momentum. That gives you energy. You pass the bat back to Darwin Gregg with Parker, a great base runner at second base. Now, instead of your pitchers going out there, hey, T. Ferg probably staying on the mound as he's about to start throwing, I assume, keep loose. Hey, instead of me having a down by 4, it's a 1-run game.
Yeah. Now we're right back in this thing. And hats off to Huey. He had a great ball game. Unfortunately, things didn't work out for him, but fortunately for the Lions, things are looking good for us. Now only down just 1 run here in the bottom of the 5th inning, but for a rehab kind of get back into things, I thought Huey did well today, Ethan.
Oh, yeah, for sure. First game back, as we talked to his dad earlier, first game back, he looked stellar. I mean, that's what you can ask for if you're Freed-Hardeman here. Win one batter too long. When the coach walked out there and made the pitching change, I know Huey wanted to compete.
Yeah.
I know he did. But you're with Parker.
Yeah.
I mean,
of course, you love that competitiveness as a coach.
For
but
sure.
As a coach, you also have to discern. I know I talked to Huey earlier in this week, and he said his arm felt good, just may not have quite the velo back yet, and obviously the stamina that goes along with that. But all in all, he did well. He may not get the decision as the starter. He went 4 2/3 today and gave up 3 on 4 line hits and no errors from his defense. But we're going to have a pitching change here. We're going to take a short break before we get kicked off here in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 down. We're back in action here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and, man, I'd love to see this guy turn one loose here, Ethan.
Yeah, on the mound was number 21, Mason Morgan. That's what it looks like here for the
Freed-Hardeman.
Freed-Hardeman.
He's a freshman right-handed pitcher from Monticello, Arkansas. Big breaking ball is going to fool Greg a little bit. Swung on and missed.
What I like to see from Greg right here is just not too much. You don't have to do too much in this situation. A base hit moves Parker up and gets you in.
Yeah, you flip one over the first baseman's head and this ball game's tied up. Of course, I know Darwin Gregg, and he's looking to flip one over the fence.
Yeah.
No balls and a strike. 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. Another big breaking ball lined over to McCall at third. McCall makes a nice play on it. So good 3 runs there in the bottom of the 5th inning off of a 3-run double from Parker Cosby. Is going to bring things now to 4-3. Freed still on top. We'll see if we can hold them in the top of the 6th inning. We'll be back. We're back here in action in the top of the 6th inning. Ferguson remains on the bump for your Bryan College Lions, and Hunter Beecham up to hit for Freed-Hardeman.
As a defense, you do have 3 errors, but your offense just gave you 3 runs. Erase the first half of the game, start new in the 6th inning, and carry on to the 9th.
Good breaking ball in there for a strike. And that's a good point, Ethan. And just like that, not only does that bring us back into the ball game score-wise, but it livens the dugout up a little bit too.
And I know these guys in the dugout that aren't playing right now, or pitchers that already threw or aren't on the roster or on the lineup for today. The guys in the dugout are lively.
Yeah. The 1-1 breaking ball finds its way in the zone for strike 2.
there's some guys that are known around campus that if you get them in a dugout, they will bring your team up. Cam Harvey, Chris Bain. If you get these guys together, it's just insane what they can do with the dugout.
That one misses, evens the count up at 2. And it takes those energy guys. And the first one that comes to my mind is Jared Price.
Juice.
Man, he'll get a dugout rod up quickly. That one missed low and outside. Brings the count to 3 balls and a pair of strikes. No outs here in the top of the 6th.
Mr. Ogle, another guy that'll get your lineup.
Ogle will get you going. 3-2 pitch swung on and chopped over to Parker Cosby. Cosby makes a good play on it, fires it over to Bass for out number 1. And that's just a sign of a good ball player. Cosby, I don't think, has played third, all fall or practiced over there in the spring taking ground balls or anything. But there he is, the first ground ball he gets. He cleans it, he feels it nicely and fires it over to Bass for the first out of this inning.
And that's one thing about Parker is if Coach McElwain touched him and said, hey, I need you to play shortstop this game. Hey, I need you to play left field. Parker's like, okay, give me a glove and I'm going.
Yeah, he'll do whatever you need him to. And he actually pitches a little bit too. Last year he came in and pitched some, and he does well. He has some funky timing mechanisms that gets the hitters off balance, and wouldn't be surprised if they throw him out there in maybe a mop-up role or something like that this year.
Yeah, I remember Game 1 of the Fall World Series. It's a close game between Tejada and Ogle's teams, and Tejada looks at Parker and said, hey, you're pitching. You just caught. You're pitching. I'll go to first. Prince will come catch something.
Yeah, and I remember that, and they threw the gear off, and he took the mound, he threw his 8 warm-up pitches, and then got the last out of the game to get the win for Tejada's team that game. Ferguson working well so far, but he's behind in this count to Rooklyn, 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball is going to hit the shallow center field. Darwin Gregg is sprinting in to catch it, and he does just that for out number 2. So the Lions defense has picked things up here after making 3 early errors in this game, Ethan.
Yeah, and it's just that offense of getting it going. Once you get your offense going, once you get your dugout settled down, this is what you expect out of Bryan baseball. It's not a lot of errors. Like you said, we've never been the best defense in the country, but we've also not been one that makes 10 errors a game.
Right. Ferguson gets a sign from Bradley Prince, agrees to it, fires a fastball low and outside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Going to miss with a breaking ball outside. Brings the count now to 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 pitch on its way. Nearly catches the outside corner, but called a ball. Ferguson's asking the umpire where that one missed.
I know we talked about Parker being able to play multiple positions, but there's a dugout full of guys that if you give them the opportunity, they will play anywhere on this field.
Yeah, they will, and I think a 3-0 breaking ball in there for strike. And that's one thing I love to watch. When Ferguson throws in that 3-0, that 2-0 breaking ball, he ain't afraid to do that. It looks like he threw in another one there, fouls it off, moves the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And just like we said earlier, Ferguson doesn't want to give you a free base, and he will fight back.
And it doesn't matter if he has to throw that breaking ball in there for a strike. He'll do just that. So now the payoff pitch, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. The breaking ball just misses high and in for ball 4. So Molo will reach first via the base on balls, and that's going to bring up Nathan Lewis for Freed-Hardeman.
And one thing about Ferguson on a 3-0 breaking ball is it shows the confidence he has in his stuff and the coaches have in him. To be able to call a 3-0 breaking ball and know your guy's going to throw it for a strike is huge.
It is. Molo with a decent lead over there. Ferguson's going to pick off to keep him honest. Nearly has him.
The first 4 innings of this game kind of flew by very quickly besides maybe the top of the 3rd. And we kind of hit a little standstill now, taking a little bit longer.
That 0-0 pitch fastball is going to miss outside. Now the count's 1-0, and Ferguson's going to ask for a new baseball. You know, one other thing, Ethan, you talk about the turf being placed down just a week or so ago is, you don't run through baseballs as fast either because you're not scuffing them up off the dirt.
Right, and I know the coaches like that because it's saving our athletic department money. It's saving
Absolutely.
the baseball team
Anything
money.
to save a few dollars. That breaking ball finds its way into the zone, brings the count even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. Ferguson comes set, and now the pitch. Another breaking ball, it looks like, 2-1.
Speaking of that new turf, something that you might not have noticed in the Rio game is we now have a turf-based, runner's lane.
Yeah.
That was just added this week. We ran out of time before the first series of the year. So now that we have that, our turf is completed.
Yeah, and it looks nice, too. I wonder what the process is. Do you know, Ethan, of how you put something like that down after, the rest of the turf has already been
Yeah, I sat here.
placed?
I watched the crew that we brought in do it, and they just cut it out, measured it a few times, cut it out, and they had this glue stuff that they put on that keeps it cemented pretty much to the ground.
Good pitch there. Finds the zone, moves the count even at 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Molo on first. Nathan Lewis up to bat. 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled off back behind the home plate.
And we hit
Oh,
a
man.
white car. I think that's the
Was
same
that the
white
same-
Corolla that moved. I think it
That
moved
same
and got
white
hit.
Toyota.
And that ball has now found itself in a pretty deep puddle, it looks like, over here in the parking lot.
That ball will probably be out of play for the remainder of this game. Had a good life. 2 balls, 2 strikes here in the top of the 6th. Ferguson with the pitch. Swung on and hit fairly deep to left field. Dryden makes a move on it. He catches it over in foul territory for out number 3. So Ferguson continues to work well. Gets 3 fairly quick outs in the top of the 6th inning. We'll see if that Bryan offense can continue to answer in the bottom of the 6th. We're back here for the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-4-5. Prince, Cooper, Lala up to bat in this inning.
This is the first time Bass Cooper has batted from the right side of the plate today, or left side of the plate rather, today, as we're facing a righty.
Mason Morgan, the 6'5" freshman righty from Monticello, Arkansas, continues in this game for Freed-Hardeman.
Where's Monticello at? Do you know?
I just know it's in Arkansas. Cool name for a town, though.
I assume you're not taking geography.
I don't know that much about Arkansas, to be honest. Well, the
Ooh.
foul ball hits the light pole. Now the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Bradley Prince has done a good job of getting on base in the 2 series we've played so far this season. Let's see if he can continue doing that. 1-2 pitch on its way. Prince watches one go by for ball 2. Evens it up.
One thing I've noticed about Bradley Prince is his eye. He's got a great eye at the plate.
Very disciplined hitter, and he's going to hit his pitch, that's for sure. The 2-2 pitch is chopped to third base, and Prince is hustling over there, and he's going to be safe. So Prince finds his way on once again, and the guy is a hard worker and a hustler. That one was hit off a home plate and chopped over to McCall at third, and McCall just couldn't get that ball to drop down fast enough, could he?
No, he had nothing to do. He was sitting there waiting. It looked like a fly ball, but it hit the ground first. It was kind of crazy, but hats off to Prince for running that one out.
So now the courtesy runner, Alex Rollins, in for the Lions at first base. Prince going to take a little break before he has to catch. Bass Cooper in to hit from the left side. Now he's going to check swing and foul one off in the away team dugout.
And that's something you don't really see when Parker's catching is Alex Rollins courtesy running. With Bradley, he's a good base runner. He's decently fast, but you want somebody a little faster out there than Alex Rollins.
No balls and a strike here on Bass Cooper. Bass gets his hands in on that one, fouls it off down the first base line, strike 2.
Bass has hit one in the third base dugout and almost in the first base dugout. See if he can straighten one out and put one over dead center here.
Yeah, that'd be nice. No balls and a pair of strikes here on Bass Cooper. Morgan comes set. The pitch. Cooper flares one out to left field. That's going to hang up in the air. He's going to be caught for out number 2. Ryan Presley made a good move on that one. And that was the first out of the inning. First out of the inning, so that's one of those moments where it's good to be wrong. So now Grant Lala up to bat in this inning. Morgan comes set. Now the pitch. He's going to miss low and outside. Quickly brings the count to a ball and no strikes.
And like we mentioned earlier, how we haven't seen a righty today, if I recall right. We also haven't seen anybody run on a righty today. So Alex Rollins really a base running threat here with a righty pitcher.
1-0 pitch finds the zone for strike 1, and you wonder when exactly. I mean, you wonder if he has the green light over at first. I'd imagine he does with his kind of speed. Just kind of one of those things, if you see something go, this could be the pitch here. He takes off. The breaking ball.
Perfect.
Called
throw.
out at second, and Lewis with a good throw is going to get Alex Rollins at second base caught stealing.
I mean, that was a good jump by Rollins, but just an even better throw by the catcher. I mean, put it right on the money, head high. Can't do nothing about that.
He did. The breaking ball missed inside, and it was almost perfect in Lewis's arm slot there to throw him out at second. And now Grant fouls one off sharply over the first base dugout. Counts even at 2 now with 2 outs. It looked like Rollins' jump was just a tad late, and also it didn't help that Mason Morgan had a slide step on the delivery.
And that's the first pitch that I saw that he slide stepped on, and I think everyone knew Rollins was going as that
Grant
was.
Lala hits one sharply to the second baseman. Sanders fires it over to Rooney for out number 3. So despite Prince getting off, leading things off nicely with the infield single, nothing going for the Lions in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And we'll see if they can hold them in the top of the 7th. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back. So we're back here in action in the top of the 7th inning. The score remains 4-3, Freed-Hardeman on top. And Ryan Presley is going to make his way into the batter's box. Ferguson remains on the mound for the Lions as he continues to extend in this game. He's done well so far, 3 scoreless innings. Hoping to make it a 4th.
Looks like a few guys are making their way to the Bryan bullpen in no rush.
Presley rolls one over to Cahoon at short. Cahoon fields it and fires it quickly over to Bass Cooper at first for out number 1.
Looks like the guys going to the Bryan bullpen are just going down there just in case. Just start light throwing just in case.
Get a little loose, a little stretch and toss in case something happens. So now 1 down here in the top of the 7th inning. Sean Rooney up to bat for Freed-Hardeman. Ferguson's going to miss outside with that one. Ball 1. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Going to miss with a low breaking ball. Moves the count quickly to 2 balls and no strikes. 1 down here in the top of the 7th.
Looks like the sun has officially gone down here in Dayton.
Unfortunately so. There's no place to catch any sunshine. Rooney fouls one off deep down the right field line for strike 1.
Maybe, just maybe, if we didn't have to finish game 1 here today, we might be in the sunshine still.
Yeah, I know. The continuation of game 1 prolonged things here. This is going to be a long live stream when it's downloaded onto YouTube. The 2-1 pitch misses. Count now 3-1.
Looks like we've been live for just over 6 hours and 13 minutes.
3-1 pitch is going to miss. And Rooney makes his way to first on ball 4.
It's like a long day of baseball. 6 hours.
It is a long day of baseball. Of course, there's no time limit to baseball, so you're going to play the 9 innings. And, of course, if it calls for more, like we saw with the first game today.
And the thing about Bryan is we do have lights on our field, so this game, if it goes into extra, instead of continuing the next day, we could go to 4 in the morning if we have to. I think that's when we might have to sit in the truck and concentrate from the heat.
The 0-0 pitch called a strike. Man, if we went to 4 in the morning, I think our voices may be on ESPN because I think that would be just a crazy feat.
World record. Ethan Lamberth and Grayson Whaley taking it.
You know what they say, any publicity is good publicity. Will McCall is going to foul that one off into Bradley Prince. Going to bring the count to 0-2. We appreciate you guys tuning in here to this broadcast. We hope you enjoy. Of course, I know it makes it a little easier to hear what's going on because you can't really see all that well from up here. But we appreciate you tuning in nonetheless. We're glad that we can do this. It's fun to do it, isn't it, Ethan?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And if you're on YouTube, which is where we're watching this at Bryan Athletics YouTube page, go ahead and hit the bell icon notification for any sports games, not just baseball at Bryan. Any sports game. Basketball is being broadcasted with you next Tuesday. I know there's other sports that get broadcasted. Subscribe as well as while you're there.
McCall puts a good swing on one down the left field line. It's going to fall in fair. Let's see if Rooney, he's going to be stopped at third base, but McCall gets in there safely for a 1-out double. And the Freed-Hardeman dugout is pumped up now. Of course, if you're Freed-Hardeman, Ethan, insurance runs are nice. We saw that in Game 2 of this series when it was 6-4 for most of the game. They went ahead and tacked on 2 more to make the game virtually unreachable, and then they won 8-4.
Right, and if you look at Game 1, Bryan just needed some insurance runs. I mean, you kept it too close. You need just a few insurance runs, and that game would have been over. So, who we got hitting here? Is that?
I think that's Zach Sanders, the second baseman.
Zach Sanders. You're just looking to put a ball in play here. With 1 out, flip something over the infield, drive a gap, do something here.
1 down. Ferguson working out of the stretch.
Looks like a balk call on Ferguson. I think Ferguson thought there was a time.
Man, and things are not going well for Bryan, and that's not exactly the way Freed-Hardeman thought they were going to get the insurance run. Ferguson started his windup and stopped it because he thought time was called at the plate. And he's not happy about that one. The 0-0 pitch just misses the zone for ball one.
Take your time, Trevor. Throw him in there.
1 ball, no strikes, 1 down here in the top of the 7th. The score now 5-3. Curveball is going to miss just outside for ball 2. Brady and I were talking yesterday, Ethan, about how scrappy this Freed-Hardeman team is. They're just 3 games over 500 last year, 15-7 in the conference, and they still managed to make a run in the NAI opening round.
Yeah, and it's not like they do have some guys with power, don't get me wrong, but they place together hits. And you don't want to walk them. You don't want to get them on base in any way because they will take second. They'll figure out a way to get to third, and they'll score them.
Yeah, they'll take advantage of your mistakes, and they have done that this series, and they continue to do that this game. Ferguson finds a strike zone with that one. 3 balls and a strike with 1 down.
Yeah, looking back at this game, I mean, Bryan's beating them in the hit column, but the errors, Freed-Hardeman has cut it down to 0. Bryan with 3. You let him on base, and you see what happens.
3 balls and a strike. It's going to catch the outer half for strike 2. And not only physical errors out on the defensive side of things, but also some mental errors. Because obviously you hate to see the ball. Can understand the confusion from Ferguson. Looked like Sanders stepped out, but that's just one of those tough things. 3-2. Sanders is going to nub one. It's going to have some English on it over to Cooper. Cooper grabs it, and Sanders dives in, hustling to first, but not before Cooper fields it and steps on first for out number 2. But that one also brought in Will McCall. So now Freed-Hardeman has scored 2 runs this inning and brings the score 6-3.
Yeah, and Freed knew coming into this that Bryan's an offensive team. If you can shut down the offense, you can shut down Bryan. And that's what you've seen here. I mean,
Anthony Jarvis is going to chop one over. Parker Cosby makes a throw in front, or the play in front of Cahoon, throws it on to first to Bass. Bass scoops it up nicely for out number 3.
but like I was saying, they knew shutting down Bryan, you shut down the offense. I mean, we've had 3 dominant pitchers from Freed-Hardeman.
Yeah, we have. The Freed-Hardeman pitching staff has impressed this series. They've done really well at keeping their dangerous hitters off base and keeping those power guys from having RBI opportunities. And unfortunately, when we've had those RBI opportunities, we've not capitalized, and that's something that Freed-Hardeman's done. When they've gotten runners in scoring position, they have capitalized and gotten those guys in. So a sign of a good team, and they're just 6 outs away, or I believe 9 outs away from sweeping this series against your Bryan College Lions. So we're going to see if our offense has something to say about that. Looks like someone's warming up in the bullpen, but we'll be back for the bottom half of this inning. Back in action here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Daniel Dryden going to get things started off for your Bryan College Lions. 6, 7, 8. It's going to be Dryden, Garcia, and Cahoon in this inning. Dryden takes the inside fastball for ball 1. Morgan has worked well in relief so far. Scoreless inning last inning. Of course, he got the last out in the 5th inning. So through 1 1/3. No runs scored on him yet.
And we talked a little bit about this during the break, as if you're going to make mental mistakes or fielding errors, it's the time to do it early in the year.
Dryden's going to roll one over toward Coach Mack. Mack fields it nicely, fires it back to Morgan.
Coach Mack showing the infield how to get it done.
Lead by example. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Coach Mack's not afraid to catch a few foul balls over there. Just don't hit it too hard at him.
1 ball, 2 strikes against Daniel Dryden. Dryden nearly offers that. It check swing. No swing, says the field umpire. Counts 2-2.
As you said earlier in the broadcast, that's playing a little bit of chin music right there. Throwing it up and in.
A lot of times that'll fool a hitter because it looks good up there in the eyes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The breaking ball is just going to miss outside. Brings the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I know if you're around the game of baseball a lot, you hear that. It looks like a beach ball when it's coming at you, when it's high. I can guarantee you that pitch looked like it was 3 feet wide.
Yeah. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Dryden, nice swing, but it's going to foul it off behind him. Keeps the count at 3-2. You have to chip away here. I mean, if you can just squeak across a run each inning, then you tie this thing back up. Ball 4 called on the outer half of the plate. And Dryden's going to reach on the base on balls. And of course, I understand Mason Morgan's frustration because I've seen that same pitch called a strike.
Yeah, last game with the other umpire, he was real tight. That was not a strike. This game, this umpire did establish that would be a strike. Didn't get the call there. Move on to the next batter in Kiko Garcia.
Now we have a good base runner on at first. Daniel Dryden with Kiko Garcia digging in. He's going to watch ball 1 go by just inside. One ball, no strikes here for Kiko and the Lions. Ball just misses high and tight. Ethan, I have my longtime friend Bryce Eakes standing next to me. Man, he's been a good friend of mine over the past couple years here at Bryan College, and it's always good to see his face back on campus.
Oh, I know old Bryce. He baseball guy through and through. He's giving us a little commentating pointers over here, talking about how the catcher has a phenomenal arm. And if you're Daniel Dryden, you know this catcher. You know he has a good arm. You don't really want to test it right now.
Yeah, speaking of Dryden, Bryce and Daniel Dryden were freshman year roommates. So he knows a little bit about Daniel. Also, they went to the same school for many years in Easel Harding, close to Nashville.
So maybe here in the 8th inning, I'll hand the headset over to Bryce, and I'll just run the scoreboard as I get a shaking the head no from Bryce.
2 balls, no strikes on Kiko Garcia. Fastball is going to catch the upper half of the zone for strike 1.
See, you're longtime friends with Bryce. I'm longtime friends with Alexis. I grew up with Alexis and Lily and Kiko's girlfriend Lily, so I bet they're laughing right now in the car for us laughing at Bryce.
Kiko's going to foul one back off behind home plate. Alexis is my good friend Bryce's girlfriend. Bryce started his college career here at Bryan, playing a couple years for your Bryan Lions. He made a personal decision. Now he's a worker at Publix. And still continuing his college career online. Kiko Garcia, the 2-2 pitch, watches it go by. Nearly strike 3 called. Just going to miss a little wide.
Don't be fooled, though. Bryce is still around the game of baseball, giving lessons out of Cleveland, teaching young pitchers and hitters how to be just like a Bryan College Lion.
Kiko flares one out to right field. Anthony Jarvis camps out under it, catches it for out 1, and looks like Kiko slipped a little bit there going down first base line. Cade Cahoon strides to the plate with 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Of course, anytime you can avoid the sweep, Ethan, that's nice. Of course, we've already lost this series by losing the first 2 games. But, man, it'd be nice to take this last one.
Right. You don't want to break the brooms out yet. Right. This early in the season is a confidence builder. It's a confidence boost. This game is not a conference game. This series, it matters for your overall record, but not your conference record.
No balls, 1 strike. That one's going to miss high from Morgan. Evens the count up at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. And one down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Cahoon puts a good swing on one, but he's going to foul it off back behind the first base dugout. Brings the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Dryden with a fairly decent lead off of first. Mason Morgan comes set. Big breaking ball. Cahoon's going to shoot it over the second baseman's head. And Dryden's going to head for third. Anthony Jarvis with a big throw to third. And he gets Dryden trying to stretch that one. And it doesn't work out for Bryan College. And man, Ethan, the woes really do continue.
Yeah, not only was that a great play, great throw by Jarvis in the right field, but the third baseman kind of just stood there. He acted like the ball wasn't even coming there. He deep Dryden out. That's the small things in baseball that really matter. Dryden may be let up a little bit, just enough to get the tag down.
Yeah, and of course, you almost take your team out of the inning there. Now there's 2 down with Cahoon at second. Dante Morton up to bat. He watches one in the dirt, and Cahoon's going to try for third, and he makes it in there safely as the fastball missed low, and the catcher struggled with it a little bit. So that's one of those things where not only do you have the physical errors out in the defense, on the defensive side, but you also have some mental errors there, base running errors, things like that will kill you, Ethan.
For sure, especially with a pitcher that's up here, Mason Morgan, who's just throwing the ball. He is throwing it. He is commanding the zone. You can't give him anything like that.
That one's going to miss a little high and out for ball 2. Brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes. Of course, if you can get at least 1 run in here, do you call that a success?
Yeah, I think you do this. As you mentioned, if you just keep one here, maybe one the next inning, maybe one the next inning, it's a tough ball game if you can hold them.
That one missed just outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Morgan comes set for the 3-0 pitch. Delivers that one's going to miss high. And Dante is going to reach with the base on balls. And that brings up the big swing in Parker Cosby, who delivered the only 3 runs this game. The bases loaded. I believe it was a 2-out double that brought in our only 3 runs of this game. Be nice if he could deliver again here, Ethan.
Yeah, with Dante on first, is if you get a ball down in the outfield, he's getting to second and third, maybe even scoring as we saw in that double.
Yeah, and of course, if you hit a ball in the gap, then you're looking at scoring Dante, and that's what Parker did the first time when he hit one nearly over the fence in left field. Dante scored all the way from first. The 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball is going to miss just high. Evens the count up at 1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 down for your Bryan College Lions. Cosby watches the breaking ball just miss low and outside. Brings the count to 2 balls and a strike.
Dante with a pretty good lead over there at first. You think he's thinking about going, or he already saw enough out of Lewis's arm? It's like, hey, I'm going to sit this one here.
Yeah, you hate to take yourself out of the inning with a good hitter up to bat, but he may take off. That one's going to catch the outside part of the zone for strike 2.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think Lewis has proven enough. He's proven that he's got a good enough arm throwing out Rollins. I don't think Morton moves here.
Morton with a good lead over there at first. Mason Morgan comes set for the 2-2 pitch. Big curveball, but Parker Cosby drives it deep to right field. Anthony Jarvis is moving back, and he makes the catch for out number 3. So despite having the guys on, a mental error, base running error, gets us out of this inning, and Anthony Jarvis catches that one for out number 3. The score remains 6-3. We'll see if we can hold them the top of the next inning. back here for the top of the 8th inning. Chris Sunshine Bain into pitch for your Lions. The funky lefty delivers one. He's going to look what I found over there. The hard hit ground ball back to him, flips it over to Bass for out number 1.
See, I had the privilege of growing up with Sunshine. I knew him from the time we were little. We played against each other. He went to Ooltewah, which was in my district.
Mm-hmm.
We've known each other forever. This man is an animal on the mound.
Good ball player and goofy guy outside of the lines, but a true competitor inside the chalk. 1 pitch, 1 out there. Now the delivery. Going to miss inside for ball 1. I believe this is Kent Rooklyn up to bat for the Freed-Hardeman Lions.
To quote our good friend Brady, the majestic flow coming from Chris Brain's head.
Strike 1 called there. Yeah, and I know Daniel and I had a conversation about the best hair in history last time we did this and Chris Bain was pitching. Ground ball hit to Cahoon at short. He fields it cleanly, fires it over there to Bass Cooper at first for out number 2.
Yeah, I'd put Chris up there with some of the greats. Joe Dirt.
Joe
Dirt. I put him up there with some of the best hair out there.
I can't believe I failed to mention Samson. I mentioned Jesus in the Bible. How do I forget Samson?
That's what I told Daniel. I told him I was listening to the podcast or the broadcast. I was like, some of the best hair. I was like, Samson, number 1.
Number 1, gotta be. I can't believe I left him out.
Chris
So
Bain
now
just-
William Kelly up to bat for Freed-Hardeman.
Chris has that weird Chris Sale arm slide.
Yeah,
if
he
you will.
does. Really funky lefty. Now the delivery. Pitch is fouled off toward our stat keepers.
I talked about how I played with Chris or played against Chris. I also played with Chris. I've caught him for years. Everything moves. Nothing's straight.
Yeah, and he's very deceptive. Not a hard-throwing guy. He's going to live in the low 80s and on a bad day the high 70s, but he's going to get you with that funky arm angle and the deceptive stuff.
Which you just saw right there. That's his curveball. He's got a fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. That's his curveball. He can throw it anywhere he wants, whenever he wants.
Yeah, and that wipeout slider is dirty too. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here. He's going to miss low with that one. He's going to bring the count now to 1-2.
I do know Chris. I do know he's been dealing with some back tightness, some hip tightness. It's good to see him get out here and just throw.
Yeah, it definitely is. The 1-2 pitch on its way. The breaking ball is going to be fouled off back behind Prince. So the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
We know Chris went to Ooltewah. Another person come from Ooltewah, Corey Reinhardt, our outfield coach now. First year up here at Bryan. His brother Cody's the head JV coach. He's over our hitting for the varsity guys. Glad to see Corey and Cody up here coaching up these guys.
Yeah, definitely are. 2 good coaches, 2 good assistants for Coach Mack and this coaching staff. Corey is a good addition. He helped coach at Ooltewah, right?
Yes, he was an assistant coach there.
And now he's here at Bryan finishing up his degree in the classroom and also a student assistant and the outfield coach for this Bryan College team this year. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Kelly continues to fight off pitches from Chris Bain and keeps the count 1-2.
Have we gone into our coaching staff before?
I think so. I think,
Very.
we've mentioned the very first time in Chattanooga, the coaching staff. 1 ball, 2 strikes here for Chris Bain. That curveball is going to miss just outside, but obviously we're headed up by Coach Mack here in his 4th season, I believe, as the head coach. And the now pitching coach Jordan Day and hitting coach Cody Reinhardt, followed by Tyler Roper, grad assistant, Jacob Wilson, grad assistant, and Tyler Scott, longtime Bryan player, grad assistant. Strike 3 swinging there, and that's going to get the Lions out of this inning. They're going to have to answer in the bottom of the 8th, and we'll be back to see what they do. Back in action here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Darwin Gregg up to bat. We've been talking all game about how we're ready to see this guy get going.
Yeah, now's the perfect opportunity. You're running out of time. You got 6 outs left. Now's the time.
Mason Morgan still on the bump for Freed-Hardeman Lions. He's going to mess with a breaking ball outside there. And Gregg, I know he's seeing the ball well, but he's not able. He's been hitting the ball hard as well, but he's just not able to either hit it fair or hit it away from where the defenders are.
Right. And sometimes when you're in this situation, just keep swinging. You just got to keep swinging. If you're barreling balls right at people, keep swinging. Eventually it's going to find a hole.
Yeah, it's the old Dory method, right? Just
Yeah.
keep swinging, just keep swinging.
A little Finding Nemo reference for all our Disney fans out there.
Looks like he fouled that one off of his leg, and I know that's got to be painful. You hit that one in the shin bone. It's going to be hard to walk after that.
Yeah, especially in this colder temperature. But if you're Coach Mack, you need Darwin Gregg in your lineup.
Oh, I know.
As he takes a second here to gather himself, limps back into the box.
This dude has so much power that he could just swing with his arms and still put it out of this ballpark. I've seen this guy hit moonshots here before. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big swing. He's going to foul it off back behind first base dugout. Brings the count to 1 ball and a couple strikes.
I've heard stories about Darwin before I even got here, about him hitting home runs that almost cleared light poles.
Yeah, I mean, jeez, he can kill a ball. He hits one hard there to the second baseman. Sanders fields it cleanly, flips it over to Rooney for out number 1. So there you go again. Hits it fairly hard, just right to somebody.
Yeah, and if you remember the other day, I think you were in the bullpen with me during the inter squad. He put 1-2 over our pond.
Yeah.
In left field.
Yeah.
And that's just a monstrous shot.
He hit one in the pond off of me, actually. So one of those that you saw came off of my arm.
Sorry to bring up a sensitive subject there.
Yeah, the wound is still raw, Ethan. The 0-0 pitch. Barely misses Prince. Going to be ball 1. One ball, no strikes. The score is 6-3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Prince is going to roll over to the first baseman, Rooney. Fields it cleanly, steps on the bag for out number 2. Just can't get anything going offensively, Ethan, and it seems like our guys are dead in the dugout. A lot of hope lost already.
Yeah, it sounded like when we got that 3-run double by Parker, our hope came back. Our hope came back. 2 innings later, we give up 2 runs, and it just went back down.
And now you have Bass Cooper. See if he can get something going here with 2 down in this inning. Big swing. It's pretty deep, but it's going to be foul, unfortunately.
I lost that ball, so it hit the ground. Okay.
So now no balls and a strike as Freed-Hardeman's defense resets after that foul ball. Mason Morgan gets the sign from Lewis. The delivery. Big swing by Bass. He's going to shoot one up the middle for a 2-out single. So he's trying to get something going for this Bryan offense late in this game. I'd like to see one of those 2-run bombs from Grant Lawler right now.
Yeah, me too. Get us back in by 1.
It could definitely happen.
It's like Grant Lawler swinging the new Goods 2-piece bat. In heavy bat, and he can't get it around.
I'm sure it's a 34-31 as well. For those, that means it's 34 inches and 31 ounces, and that's a heavy bat to be swinging. But this guy's a monster, 6'6", about 250.
Yeah, he's got the leverage. He's got the muscle to get that bat around and punish you.
Looks like they're going to bring in a pinch runner for Bass Cooper over at first. Anthony Tejada over there. We've talked about him several times. He started game 1 that came into today in the 13-inning game, and now he's in running for the Lions. The 1-0 pitch from Mason Morgan. Grant swings on it. It's going to be fouled over to Coach Mack. Coach Mack, nice hands once again.
I know that one kind of stung a little bit. It's cold. That one hurt. Talked about Tejada a little bit. Came in as a shortstop, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Transferred to pitcher because he could throw the ball across the diamond hard.
Yeah, he was throwing in the 90s just across the diamond and moved him to pitcher, and now he's having some success on the bump.
Yeah, I was told 97 across the diamond.
That's insane. That's insane. Of course, he lives in the upper 80s and low 90s off the mound, and he's just an all-around athlete, super quick, and he swung the stick fairly well as well. Grant Lala gets tied up there on the breaking ball. They're going to appeal to the field umpire to see if he swung. No swing, says the umpire. So now the count is 3-1.
We saw David Walker come in and pinch run in the first game or second game today, and then Tejada here. They're both athletes. Pitchers are athletes too.
I agree. Thank you for saying that. You're a catcher. You don't hear that much from you kind of guys.
I mean, Bartolo Colon set the mold of a pitcher that can do it all.
3-1. It's going to be fouled off down the right field line. Brings the count to 3-2 with 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, you know Tejada's going here. If you're Grant Lala, you put something in the gap, you at least score one.
Absolutely, and we need something to go our way this late in the ball game. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in Dayton, Tennessee in the 8th inning. Runners off, and that one's going to miss low. Tejada will remain at second on the ball 4, and Grant Lala will make his way to first. So now 2 runners on with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, and of course the hope still remains. You're 1 swing away if you're Daniel Dryden tying this thing up. Of course, you'd love to see the young guy make the move.
We have a pinch runner in for Grant Lala.
It's going to be the guy who's been courtesy running all game, Alex Rollins. Of course, now you put a ball in the gap, you are definitely scoring 2 with the speedy guys on the base paths now. Mason Morgan comes set with 2 down. Dryden's going to watch it go by, and it gets by the catcher. And it looks like Coach Mack holds up Tejada at third base. The smart move. Don't want to get him caught at home to get the last out of this inning.
I can promise you this. If Coach Mack wasn't there, Anthony Tejada was
Tejada
going
was
home.
going. You could see it from up here in his eyes that he wanted to take home there.
And we have our headsets on, so we really can't hear what's going on around us. And I could still hear Coach Mack yelling, no, 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 stay on the bag. So
yeah, smart move by him. Don't want to take the bat out of Dryden's hands with the potential of perhaps bringing this game within 1 with a base hit. And, you know, obviously if he hits it over, tying this ball game up. So you wonder if Lewis might have gotten crossed up a little bit as he mishandled that pitch. He goes out to talk to Morgan. And now we're ready to get things going once again here in the bottom of the 8th. Morgan comes set. The 1-0 pitch. Steps off. That may be one of those things where you just try to take or get rid of the hitter's timing, get him out of his rhythm.
yeah, you can hear Freed-Hardeman's coach saying, just get your hitter. Get your hitter. That's the one that matters right now.
1-0 pitch. Curveball catches the outside corner for strike 1. Obviously, if you're Dryden, that's not one to swing at.
Yeah, in this situation, you're looking for your pitch to hit. It's 1-1 count. It's tied up here. Find what's good for you. 1
ball, 1 strike. Arguably the most important count in baseball. Another curveball finds the zone. Strike 2.
I'm one of those guys that I will argue 1-1 is the most important count in baseball.
A lot of times, if you can win the 1-1 count, a lot of times you can win the at-bat, or if you're the pitcher, you can win the at-bat as well. But it's a 1-2 with 2 down. Dryden digs in. The 1-2 pitch on its way. Dryden watches curveball just barely miss outside. Evens the count up at 2.
Looked like Mason Morgan was on his way to the dugout after that one.
Yeah,
Showed up the umpire just a little bit.
I was scared that he was going to throw that hand up and ring Dryden up on that pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Mason Morgan comes set. Runners in scoring position. Dryden puts a good swing on one, but he's just going to kind of flare it out to right field. Anthony Jarvis moves over, camps out under it, and catches it for out 3. So left runners in scoring position once again. No runs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll be back for the top of the 9th. Matt Lentz in here to pitch for your Bryan College Lions. He's someone that could potentially move his way up this rotation. He flirts with throwing it in the 90s. He sticks around 89. Fires that fastball in there for strike one. Of course, they may be working him in more as a one-inning guy rather than someone who extends. He extended game one against Ohio, the first game of the season, and that didn't work out, unfortunately. We lost that game, but here he's in a one-inning kind of situation, trying to keep things 6-3 in the top of the ninth, and looks like maybe having some sign issues between Bradley Prince and Matt Lentz. Can maybe go to body signs here.
That's what I'd imagine here. It's kind of hard to tell with the umpire there, but I'd imagine he's doing touch signs here.
The 0-1 pitch on its way. Swung on and missed. Strike two.
See, I had the privilege of practicing the other day in the outfield. This same time of day, these lights were on like this. The sky looked the exact same. It's hard to read the ball.
Yeah, it really is. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Big strikeout there for Lentz. I can't tell exactly who that was hitting. I think it was a pinch hitter. It was a lefty. I apologize for that. Looks like it was J.P. Key, number 20. Lefty freshman from Cookeville, Tennessee. Now Ryan Presley's going to foul the first pitch off back behind the first base dugout for strike one.
I'm praying they don't foul one back here because I'm cold and can't move and barely can see the ball.
Yeah, and I like what Freed-Hardeman's thinking there. You get Key, the freshman from Cookeville, in at bat here in the ninth inning. Probably his first at bat of his college career. Get him some experience as you move forward in your season. Lentz missed with that one inside, so now the count is 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 down here in the top of the ninth. Curveball nearly hit Presley there. Presley moves out of the way, but ball 2 nonetheless. Two balls, 1 strike on Presley. Lentz comes set. Now the pitch. Just misses high and outside with that fastball. Now the count is 3-1. Lentz comes set. Primarily works out of the stretch. Going to miss just outside with that fastball. So he's going to walk Ryan Presley, and that brings up the first baseman, Sean Rooney.
We've seen Presley in this 3-game series run a lot.
We have. He's been all around. He didn't start the first game, but he's come in and he's made a real difference for Freed-Hardeman so far in this series. And I imagine he'll do the same the rest of the season. Pickoff move by Lentz nearly gets Presley at first, but he dives back in safely.
The thing I've noticed about Presley today is when the pitcher comes set, he takes a hop. Takes a hop. That's fine as long as they don't catch you in hop.
Yeah, if they catch you right there in the air, then you're dead meat. Now the 0-0 pitch on its way. Presley, the big secondary. Prince thought about throwing it over there. Refrains. Ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Lentz with a pickoff move. Presley dives in safely once again.
Not only does Matt Lentz throw about 89 to the plate, he also throws about 89 to first baseman.
So Bass Cooper's glove is getting some heat too. The 1-0 pitch is fouled back toward our stat keepers. Mr. Camden Fuquay, my roommate over there. Man of Steel didn't even flinch. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down here in the top of the ninth inning. and one runner on. Lentz comes set. Rooney digs in. Another pickoff move. Nearly fires that one away from Bass. Bass hangs on to it.
Athletic move there by Bass.
That was a good play by Bass. That one would have moved a runner into scoring position. And, you know, it's 6-3, Ethan, and we talk a little bit about the smash zone, keeping your team within 4 runs so you can change things and change the ball game with one swing of the bat. So it's super important that Bryan stays within that smash zone and keeps this ball game 6-3.
Right, and we've seen people get on base today. We've seen bases loaded. We've seen 2 runners on. We've seen 1 runner on for Bryan. They can't get their hopes down here.
Yeah. 2 balls and a strike. 1 down. It's fouled back behind the catcher once again. Now the count's even at 2. Lentz has an overbearing fastball. He came from Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida. If you've ever been to St. Augustine, it's a beautiful city. Beautiful city. The oldest city in America. Fun fact for you trivia people out there.
Did you get that off Trivia Crack?
No, I just got that because I actually have visited St. Augustine a couple times. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That one was fouled off back behind first base dugout as Presley was on the move there.
One thing I will say about St. Augustine, Florida, is it's a lot warmer there than it is here right now.
I can tell you that. I will confirm.
The weatherman told me it's going to get up to 40s today. I think he lied to me. I think we're still staying in the 30s, maybe the 20s today. But
yeah, that wind chill is probably around 30 even right now here at center field in Dayton. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and hit to Cahoon. 6-4-3. Double play. Big double play there for your Bryan defense. And that keeps the score within 3. It's still within reach, Ethan. And hopefully our offense has an answer in the bottom half of this inning. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back. Well, we're in for potentially the last half inning of this game. Closer in for Freed-Hardeman, number 36. Quinn Bennett, right-hander, sophomore, 6'2" man from Post Falls, Idaho. So he's a little used to this cold.
yeah, that's where Tyler Roper, our catching coach, is from. He's used to the cold. He says this doesn't bother him.
Strike 2 quickly. So now Kiko faces the 0-2 count. Kiko swings on one above his hands. He's going to foul it right on top of the first base dugout, so he stays alive. it's kind of got to be your theme if you're here in the bottom of the ninth inning, down 3 runs, is staying alive.
Correct. So there's a song about that.
Yeah.
Staying alive. I'd be singing it in the dugout right now to get my guys fired up.
No balls, 2 strikes for Quinn Bennett. Kiko has one in on his hands. He fouls that sharply down the left field line. Remains 0-2.
I remember when I first got here, I watched my first Fall World Series game. And every time Kiko was up to bat and we're in the third base dugout, watch your lips.
Yeah.
Watch your lips. He loves to pull the ball.
Yeah, he will. I've seen some crazy foul balls. Almost fouls it off right behind him. He can get those hands in quickly, and you don't want to miss inside on this guy. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That curveball is going to miss just low and outside. Evens the count up at 2. So Kiko is staying alive. Let's see if he can do something with it now. The 2-2 pitch on its way. Kiko swings at another one. That's going to be fouled off back behind home plate.
Heads up to our stats keeper. Oh, almost hit your roommate, Camden Fuqua. Did not move.
Oh, like I said, he's a man of steel.
I think I would be running.
He's like Kobe Bryant. You throw the ball in his face, he doesn't even flinch.
Doesn't move.
The ball comes from the heavens, he doesn't even move. Oh, strike 3 called there as Bennett has Kiko looking for out number 1. So a good battle, but Kiko fails to connect with anything, and he's back at the bench. Strike 3. So now Cade Cahoon up to bat for your Bryan Lions. Cahoon digs in. Bennett fires 1. The high Cheddar's going to miss.
This may be my last opportunity to say this. I'm going to go ahead and say it now. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at BC_Lions_baseball and our athletics page at Bryan Athletics. Go ahead and hit that bell icon to get notifications when we are live again.
Yeah, Bryan does a good job. Their athletic department does a good job at keeping up with sports. They live stream many of their games, not just baseball. So we appreciate that as athletes. And, of course, I know you guys at home appreciate that as well, able to keep up with those kids of yours when you're not able to come to the games. 1-2 against Cade Cahoon. Puts a good swing on. One's going to foul it off back behind the first base dugout. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Of course, you can also keep up with live stats at BryanLions.com, or you can download the Bryan Athletics app, supported by iOS and Android. 2 balls and 2 strikes against Cade Cahoon.
And if you follow our Twitter and Instagram pages, you see some great action shots.
Absolutely.
David takes amazing pictures of
that
us
2-2 pitch just barely missed. 3-2. So Cade Cahoon's doing a good job at staying alive. Quinn Bennett with a big leg kick. Fires it on in there. It's going to miss low and outside for ball 4. So now you are a bloop and a blast away from being right back in this ball game.
And you have the guys to do a bloop and a blast. Dante with a little bloop here. Big Parker with a blast. That's all we need.
It sounds like something that'd be on the Sonic food menu. The bloop and the blast. If it's not, it should be.
Let's go ahead and trademark that so we can sell it to Sonic.
Morton hits it sharply to McCall at third. McCall fires to Sanders for 1 at second. And Sanders fires it to first to Rooney for the double play. So just like that, this ball game is over, and Freed-Hardeman completes the sweep. Not what we wanted this weekend, Ethan.
No, but some keys to this game and for success for Freed-Hardeman from here on out is that pitching staff. They dominated on the mound. Whoever they gave the ball to commanded the zone, and we couldn't do anything about it.
No, we couldn't. We only had 10 combined runs over the 3 games. 3 in this one, 3 in the first one, and, of course, 4 in the second one. But, I mean, you got to love the fight out of your guys. They didn't give up. And, of course, there's a lot of young talent on this team who's getting their first appearance. But I will say the same for Freed-Hardeman. Their lineup looks very different than it did last year, and they answered the call this weekend, sweeping your Bryan College Lions. So what do you think if you're Coach Mack? What do you say to your guys? You're now below 500 with a 3-4 record. Bryan's not used to that.
No, and I don't think it matters right now. This early in the season, I don't think you bring up your record. It doesn't matter if you're below 500 here, you're 3-4. It matters when you get into conference play. Conference play is what matters. It gets you to May. It gets you to the conference championship, which gets you to the tournament. That's all you have to focus on here. Be ready for conference games. And that's what if I'm Coach Mack, that's what I'm coaching here. A few mental mistakes, a few errors on the field, but worry about your conference.
Yeah, definitely. If they can clean things up, you're looking at a totally different ball team. And honestly, we have a couple guys waiting to hear back from NAI on eligibility. So next week you may be seeing a completely different ball game, or a ball team, I mean. But we appreciate you viewing. Unfortunately, the Bryan Lions get swept this weekend, and they lose Game 3, 6-3. We appreciate you viewing. Hope you enjoyed. I'm Grayson Whaley with my partner Ethan Lamberth. God bless and good night.